Welcome, everybody. I am your host, Chad Webb. We have other host over there, James Tancock. We have special guests, Kerri and Dylan, as usual. And today, we're doing it. It is time. It is like months in advance. We are ranking all 61 Disney animated films, like by like Disney Animation Studios. There's 61. There's a ton. We're going all the way back to the 30s, right? Until now. Strange World just came out. We all saw it. I had a good time with that one. And now we're trying to figure out what our rankings are. However, we have a different format this time. Because it's so many films, we thought, let's do a new way. Instead of we each made our own list, but instead of just going through everybody's lists, we compiled the list into one master list pre-show. And Kerri did this, and Kerri is very excited to go through. I'm going to hand it off to her, and she is going to basically give us a film and say this is the one that was ranked number 52 because there were some ties. She'll mention that. And then we're going to go through it, and hopefully this won't take forever. And I'm very excited because she was saying that our lists were pretty different for the most part. So I'm excited to see how different. Before we get started though, let's just say, a couple thoughts about what Disney animation means to us. And Kerri, you can start.
Oh, sure. I think like all of us of our generation, I grew up with Disney films, grew up with like the many VHS tapes. And this was a very fun activity because I think especially when you're a kid and especially at the time that we grew up where everything was still on VHS, you didn't get to see every single Disney movie. You saw the ones that like your parents or whoever bought you the VHS, or you went over someone's house and they had it and you watched it. So
whatever wasn't in the vault, right?
Yeah. There were quite a few of these that were brand new to me, even though they're classics. And this was really, really fun.
Great. James?
Yeah, I mean, I was born in the 90s, so I grew up watching everything from that time and the few years before that and whatnot. So it was cool to kind of rewatch those and revisit the ones I remember like from my childhood. And some of them were as I remember, some of them were not. So it was kind of cool to get to revisit that. And I've seen them. I mean, I've been watching Disney since then. So it was fun to kind of revisit the new ones, but I definitely like getting to rewatch the old ones too.
Amazing. Dylan?
Yeah, I mean, you said the lists are going to be so different. I think it's because this is such a generational thing. You have films that grandparents grew up with in the 30s and 40s, and then you have movies that, like my parents grew up with, and even the grandparents' generation's films then were re-released in theaters during like the 70s and 80s. That's how I know like a lot of our favorite critics, Dan Murrell, William Bibiani, like they saw movies like Pinocchio for the first time in the big screen in the 80s because they were re-releasing them because that was a time of financial crisis for them. But then of course the 90s, you got the Renaissance, and that's kind of like the movies that I grew up watching on like VHS because I was born in the late 90s. But then I also have the interesting experience of being a kid during the 2000s and watching those movies where I know the 2000s are more critically panned, but seeing it as like I grew up in that era, like I'm interested to see how my tastes differ because I was able to see stuff like Chicken Little and Brother Bear, Home on the Range, stuff that was critically panned, but see it on the big screen, see if that influences me, or if maybe it didn't. Maybe I was with the times at that point. But I think that's what's so interesting about Disney. It's so generational. It spans such a long amount of time. And I'm just very excited to see where our tastes align. And I know there's some heavy hitters that we're all probably going to have pretty high, but I like the fact that like with 61 films, there's a chance that like one or two little like dark horse, maybe unpredictable picks are going to end up higher. And maybe there are going to be some hot takes of some beloved films that are going to place lower. Who knows? And that's what's so exciting.
Yeah, exactly. And that's another reason why I was so excited to have you on here, Dylan, because you come from a different generation than we do. We're all Disney Renaissance, early Disney Renaissance kind of stuff. So when we were getting into the post-Renaissance, we were kind of getting a little older, and as for me, I was like, I'm kind of done watching like these cartoons for a while. I know not everybody had that sentiment, but if you kind of grow out of it, it's interesting to see where you picked it up, where you left it off. And for me, going through these 61 movies, it was hard. It was interesting to see where I was seeing movies for the first time, because there were so many, like Kerri was saying, that I just did not grow up with. So it was like, how do I parse, my nostalgia with what I think is actually doing something really special here. But yeah, most of these I feel like are just still instant classics that, even though it is generational, it stands the test of time. So
yeah. And what you said about like how when you get to the post-Renaissance, they almost feel like you're too old for those movies. That's kind of what I experienced in the mid 2010s when I was, getting to high school and college. Like stuff like, when it was a big craze, we'll talk about it later, but like Frozen, Moana, going on into what we've been seeing now with Raya and Encanto. Like some of those movies are great. I love them, but also some of them I think are tinged a little bit by the fact that like I was starting to feel that like maybe I'm a little too old for these phase, but now I think I'm past that point now where I can go back and start reappreciating those. So it's so interesting what you just said, because it's applying to me just a totally different era.
Yeah, you go through a whole phase of adolescence where you're like, I'm too cool for this. And then later when you get into an adult, the nerd culture like takes over and you're like, it's cool to like Disney and it's cool to like this stuff now. And, we're all film fans and, stuff like that. So let's get into it. Those were our thoughts, general, but we're going to share some more thoughts here. I'm going to pass the torch over to Kerri. But first, everyone, are you ranking with me? Okay, yes. Everyone's ranking with me.
Kerri, take this away. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you. You guys sent me your lists. I made my own list. So I did this similar to how we do our rankings usually at the end of the episode, where the film that was ranked number 61 on someone's list got 61 points. If it was, number 60 on someone else's list, it got 60 points. Added it all together. So whichever movie got the most points is the least liked movie. Whichever got the least points is the most liked movie. So a little bit of math, and we have 7 ties actually, and one of those ties is a 4-way tie. So we're actually going to be starting not at place number 61, but we're going to be starting at place number 52. 52. Yeah. So okay. Just to start, at rank number 52, I don't think there's any surprise here. It is Home on the Range.
That's what I figured. So, how we're going to do this now is, I'm going to start and I'm going to, kind of show how we probably should do it. Is I'm going to say what place I had, that movie at, and then I'm just going to get some brief thoughts, and then we're going to go around, and each time we're going to start with someone else, and I actually have a list, so this can go pretty quick.
And everyone's rankings here in case anyone doesn't remember where they placed something.
Exactly. If you don't have yours up, Kerri can help you out. And since there's no wait for it or hold off or anything like that, because we already have the prepared list, so we'll just talk about everything as we go. Home on the Range. I don't know. This was my first time watching this one. I feel like this was just geared mostly towards kids, and so you had a lot of that like really kind of silly humor, like the horse going like hi-ya and stuff like all the time, and it just like I didn't really feel like it had any like deep themes that I could connect with. And then also the lead of this movie was Roseanne Barr, and I do not think she's a good voice actress. She's pretty annoying, unless maybe she's doing like Roseanne, where that's her thing and that's part of her character. But here, I just feel like she wasn't really that great in it. And a lot of the voice acting I found to be pretty annoying. And, I just didn't really think this really did anything for Disney animation. So I ranked this one number 61, actually, the lowest. Kerri.
Okay. I actually ranked this the highest out of all of us. I ranked it at 51. Although I'm not mad about it being in last place. I didn't think it was a particularly good movie. I did give it a little bit of credit, though, because compared to actually a couple of the movies that came out right after it, because it was hand-drawn animation, the animation holds up and looks so much better than a couple of the films that came out right afterwards. And, there was a plot. So that it was like entertaining. I mean, it was mildly entertaining, I thought.
It had plot. I liked it.
So once she's done, James, you can just go because that's James, then Dylan, then me, then Kerri, then James. Okay.
Yeah, I had this at number 60. I wasn't surprised for it to be so low. I'm not going to say too much. I'll just kind of piggyback off of what Chad said. That's kind of like how I felt when I was watching it too. So I think this was one of those like early to mid 2000s movies that came out when I was like Dylan was talking about at that like too cool for school age when it came to Disney films. So I didn't really care that much to see it. So it didn't really interest me when I was watching it for this ranking. So that's all I really say.
Yep. Dylan?
Yeah, I don't like it. It's my 61. It was dead last. Because it's not just the fact that it's kind of not for adults it's just kind of adolescent humor, but it's also the fact that, like Kerri said, it is 2D animation. It's well animated, but I think because the story's so bad, it gave 2D animation such a bad rap that then they pivoted to, well, maybe we got to do what Pixar's doing and do CGI, and that's kind of what stemmed the death of 2D animation was this film, because up till then it was doing well. Lilo and Stitch and Emperor's New Groove were doing well with reviews, so this is the film that really made them go, well, maybe 2D animation, maybe the adults don't like it, and it's not because it was the animation, it was the story. So I just have a vendetta against this film for that reason, because this kind of marked the start of the death of 2D animation for Disney, and I'm such a 2D truther. So yeah, I think it's dumb. I don't like the villain. That's all I have to say about that.
And I think that really sucks because, I just wish they can kind of like maybe alternate a little bit, like do one 2D, one C.
Yeah, because 2D can still hold up. Klaus on Netflix is 2D, and it kills.
Absolutely. There's a lot of Studio Ghibli and anime films that are 2D. But yeah, Kerri, what is the next film?
Okay, so next at 51 we have a two-way tie. So at 51 we have Solitos Amigos and the Three Caballeros. So we're just going to go in alphabetical order, and we can talk about Solitos Amigos first.
All right, you start, Kerri.
Okay. Don't have much to say about this one. It was a movie. I think this is the one that's kind of more tourism based. So not a lot of plot there. It just wasn't super entertaining.
I forgot James was supposed to start, but let's just do Kerri. I'm going to rearrange it.
Okay.
Because it makes sense in the order. But yeah, James.
Yeah, I had this at 52. I found this one a little more interesting than some of the other ones around this time frame. But that's pretty much why I ranked it where it did. I don't have much else for it. I just thought it was kind of cool watching it.
Yeah. Is it me next?
Yeah, it is you.
Yeah, so Saludos Amigos was my 60, so we're right on track with my list. But yeah, I don't like this one only because I think like the actual individual shorts are kind of boring. I think it's interesting in the fact that like Disney was like, hey, we're gonna make this like good faith policy with Latin America, but then like kind of show a Disney-fied American view of Latin America, not really an authentic look at it. I think the other film that's tied with it is a little bit more successful in that regards. But yeah, not much else to say. It's just kind of boring. I didn't really care for this.
Yeah, this one I actually had at 59. And it's because it was the other one was a little bit longer. So I was like, well, I'll put the shorter one higher because you don't have to go it doesn't take much to finish that one. I'm basically talking about both right now. Saludos Amigos and Three Caballeros were both like of the the wartime, and this is going to be a pattern for me as well, where I didn't really care for the ones that didn't really feel like they had a full narrative throughout. Not that I don't like anthologies or think they can be great, they can, but a lot of them didn't really work for me, didn't really have that much like connectedness, and like this one was just felt like a tourism package with Donald Duck, and I love Donald Duck, but just like I don't know, I just didn't really feel a lot of it really worked. So Kerri. Or wait, you started. So... Kerri, James, start with Three Caballeros, please.
Oh, yeah. I had this one at 56. I guess I found it moderately less interesting than Saludos Amigos for whatever reason, so I just ranked this one a little bit lower. That's all I got for it.
Yeah, I ranked this a little higher too. I actually had it at 56 as well. I had it at 56 only because I think the actual connectivity between shorts here is a little more seamless. We're actually following now, instead of Donald, it's Donald, Jose, Carioca, and Panchito. It's that trio. I like their dynamic, and I like the musical numbers between them. It's just then when they segue into the tourism stuff, it's like, whatever. But I actually do like their trio and their energy. I like the fact that they made a whole ride on the three of them at Disney World. I like the fact that they now have a little TV show go with the three of them, because I think the three of them together is a fun dynamic, and that's why I think it's better than Saludos Amigos. But I still think the shorts in between are serving the same purpose. They're not as entertaining. They're there for a different reason other than entertainment and story. So if we get rid of all the shorts and it's just the three of them singing songs and being fun and whatever, goofing around, like that's probably what I'd like most. And I'd probably put it a little higher, but yeah, it still doesn't compare to a lot of the others.
Yeah, and Three Caballeros, like I said, it's longer, so it just takes a lot more to get through than Saludos Amigos. So I had this one at 60. It was also like a weird little part where Donald Duck was on the beach chasing around women, and I thought that was kind of weird and like problematic, maybe a little bit. So I was like,
kind of icky. Yeah,
it's like, what did he call them? Like, not sweeties or what does he call them? He calls them oh, it'll come to me. But Kerri, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I had this at
Toots. That's it.
I did at 59 and Saludos Amigos at 60, and I would say my reason for that ranking was pretty much what Dylan said. Just like the interaction between the three caballeros was a little bit more entertaining.
The songs were good. I'll give you that. James? He started. Okay. Kerri?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have another tie at 50th place. A lot of our rankings this far back are pretty similar. So in 50th place, we have Make Mine Music and Melody Time, the two music films. So we can start with Make Mine Music.
All right. Dylan starts this time, I believe.
I'm glad I get to start with this because I think this is a lot better than people give it credit for. It's my 53, so it's not too high. But I think this one, the problem with these package films is that there's very little connective tissue in any of them. The connective tissue here is it's all music, and it's like that doesn't help. That being said, I think when you have 10 shorts here, your success ratio, you have more chances to get stuff right than if you have only like 4 or 5 shorts. So I think the fact that I think 2 or 3 of these shorts are really great does emphasize this a little bit more, does make this a little better. I love the one with the whale that sang at the Met. It's actually kind of a bittersweet ending, which is kind of interesting for Disney. It takes like a darker ending with him dying. And then I love the fedora and blue bonnet song, the two little hats falling in love with each other at the hat shop, and then the two people buy them and they fall in love. Like, I love that. So I think those 2 shorts alone make this better for me than the other one that you just mentioned. But again, with so many shorts, then because you have a higher chance of success, you also have higher chance of failure. So I think for every good short, there's also a bad short. So this is like right in the middle for me in the package era. This is my 53.
Yeah, this one was my 55. Make Mine Music. Everything that Dylan said, I agree with. The 2 that he mentioned, the whale and the hats, I thought were pretty cute and fun and kind of funny and stuff like that. So. That's why I ranked this one a little bit higher as well. I'm along the wartime, but it's still like lower overall, because it does still have that, anthology like feel to it that, I wish it would have been like more of a narrative. But yep, Kerri.
Okay, this was my 61. I can't exactly remember why it was my lowest ranked, but maybe it was like there might have been, and I'm not 100% sure, but maybe there was one of the shorts was like just very blatantly racist or something. I can't really remember, to be honest. But for whatever reason, when I watched it, I felt it was 61.
And that's kind of the thing too, as we go along, we're going to see the racism like kind of still persist throughout, but then, right about today is where it's starting to, because still in the Renaissance, we're still there a little bit, but it gets way less like blatantly, so that's kind of like, where I might rank something a little bit lower too, if there's something I go, that's not right. James. Make Mine Music, please.
For Make Music, I had this at 59. I guess I just found some of the content itself more interesting in the other anthology series movies. So this one to me just didn't really keep my interest that much. So I had this one 59 for that reason.
Perfect. What is the next movie?
All right, it is Melody Time, and I think you're starting us off.
Yes, I am starting Melody Time. Let me look up to see which one this was. This was the one with like, the Johnny Appleseed and stuff like that. Yeah, I had this one at 56. It's still right around there with the war times that, I was just trying to get through them. Unfortunately, I wish I could have enjoyed them more, maybe on a rewatch. I don't know. It'll be a long time before I rewatch them, but I don't know. I feel like the Johnny Appleseed one felt like really I don't know, a little bit too much of like the religious Disney type of thing. And I just wasn't really vibing with it, even though, I'm not like super anti-religion or anything like that. I'm agnostic, but I don't know. I just feel like the shorts in this one weren't really that interesting, and I can't even remember what a lot of them were. So, I ranked this one at 56. Kerri.
Okay. I had this at 57, so almost the same place. Came up a little bit for me because than some of the other wartime movies, just because I had a little bit, I don't know, some of the shorts I just enjoyed a little bit more, but overall, not the best Disney. James?
Round us off, James.
Yeah, I had this at 57.
Okay.
I had this at 57 also, and it's pretty much for the same reason that Chad and Kerri mentioned. I'm just gonna pick off what they said, really.
No worries. All right. Dylan.
This was pretty low on my list. I believe it was third to the bottom, which would be fourth to the bottom, 58. I think this one, none of the shorts are that memorable. My favorite one is Bumble Boogie, which is a minute and a half long, and I think that's very telling of how these shorts are. So I think the fact that they're centerpiece shorts, Johnny Appleseed and Pecos Bill, are not as good as like the 1 minute long short, I think says a lot about this one. So that's why I had it lower.
Great.
Okay, so at 49, we have Dinosaur. And I think I start out with this one. I had this one at 54. I don't know. I put one of the ones that basically had more of an overarching plot a little bit higher than a lot of the anthology ones. But still, I mean, this had its moments where it was okay, but mostly I just did not enjoy this movie.
Yep. James?
Yeah, I put this at 61. This was my lowest ranked one. I just couldn't stay interested, really. This was also one of those early 2000s movies where it was like all CGI shot, and that just wasn't a good time for CGI itself. So the whole thing just to me didn't look that great. So I just number 61 for me.
Perfect. Dylan?
Yeah, I think it's a really cool experiment. I have a 54, so it's still in my bottom 10. But I think it's a cool experiment trying to use these like real live action backgrounds with animated characters. I think it's a cool idea. It doesn't work because the technology is just not there yet. I also think the story, it really slugs along for 2 acts. I think the third act, though, is where it redeems it. I think the third act is really fun. It kind of gives me a little Lion King vibes, just a whole like fight between Aladar and the brother guy, the cousin or whatever. I don't remember his name, but just that fight is really, really cool. It's really intense. It has this epic sense of grandeur to it. And I love the James Newton Howard score. It's excellent. James Newton Howard does 3 of these movies, I believe. And 2 of them we'll talk about later, but I think he is like the king of Disney scores of the 2000s. So I think for those reasons, it's a little higher, but still not enough to go higher than my top 10. So it's 54 or my bottom 10. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I had this one at 58. Kind of the same things. It didn't look really great. It seemed like it wanted to be, like it's got that epic poster with the eye and the dinosaurs in the eye. It's like this is the next epic Disney film, and it's gonna it's like Avatar. It's gonna push the boundaries and stuff like that. That's kind of like the vibe that I was getting from like looking at the poster and watching the movie, but it just didn't really hit the same highs as something like an Avatar or things that actually like push the boundaries and just feel so dated. And I couldn't really get into connect with any of the characters or the story really. And I was like, this takes place like during the meteor crash. And I don't know. I feel like that could have been like a really interesting story, but I just couldn't connect with it. Kerri?
I already talked about it, but
sorry.
Next. But yeah, you were right to call me.
Right.
So at number 48, we have Fun and Fancy Free.
All right. And James will start on this one.
Oh, I had this one at 58, so this one's still pretty low for me. I think it's just for the reasons that I moderately enjoyed the other movies like this, so this was just pretty low on the list for me also.
Dylan.
Yeah, I had this all the way up at 49, so still not too high. But I have a weird nostalgia for this because my Pop-Pop's favorite animated character growing up was Bongo Bear. So I love that first half because I think what Fun and Fancy Free does well also is that it has only 2 shorts, so it's like it has less room for error. So it's like the first half is really nice. It's Bongo Bear. Second half, it's the Mickey and the Beanstalk. Again, a really fun take on a classic tale. The thing I dock Fun and Fancy Free for is the connective tissue. The stuff with the ventriloquist, puppets. It's creepy as hell. Jiminy Cricket, I mean, he's there, but it's like I don't necessarily think he needs to be. I don't think he serves much of a purpose. It's cool to see him, but like again, I think they just needed a character to try to explain how these 2 shorts are connected because they're not. But yeah, I have a sentimental connection to Bongo Bear. And I love the Mickey and the Beanstalk stuff. It's just the connective between the 2 is just not good. So it is one of my favorite wartime package era films, but it's still not even close to up on the list. So it's 49 for me.
Yeah, I ranked this a little bit higher too, around 56. Not as high as you, about 56. But I feel like I could have ranked this one a little bit higher because I also do like the Bongo the Bear with this is the one where they slap each other, right? That's pretty funny.
Yes.
And then I feel like the Beanstalk one is a classic story with Mickey in it, and those are usually always really great. I do think probably I docked it as well a little bit more because of the the connectivity thing you said with the live action stuff that just wasn't needed with the puppets, and it was kind of creepy. Yeah. And I feel like that was kind of weird. But I don't know. I feel like I could have given this a little bit more credit, but this was my 56. I enjoyed this one for a wartime movie.
Okay, this was my 58. I don't know. I just couldn't get into this one. I don't really have much more of an explanation than that.
Boom, James.
I think James already did this one, right?
I started with this one.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so at number 47, we're finally, I think, out of the wartime era.
There's one more. There's one more.
Well, okay, for now we're out of the wartime era. And at number 47, we have The Sword and the Stone.
Okay. All right. Great. We're gonna start with Dylan on this one.
Yeah. I had this all the way at 53. So many people are like, "Oh, this is such a nostalgic favorite." I just don't get the appeal. I try every time to like it more and more, but it's like The Sword and the Stone doesn't even come until the last like 3 minutes of the movie. And I just think having 3 different voice actors voice Newt, it doesn't make it easy to follow your protagonist. I mean, I would get it if he was aging throughout the film, but he's not. He's the same age. It's just a different voice every few minutes. Merlin's a fun character, but again, like I think the songs are not memorable. I think it's also sandwiched between so many good films. I just don't really get the appeal. I wish I liked him more. It's one that has always fallen flat. I've never come around to it. Don't know why.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of right there with you on this one. I had this one at 51, and I didn't know if I was going to be the only one. I had seen bits and pieces of it. I know some of the characters like Merlin and Archimedes is the owl, and stuff like that. But I don't know. It just didn't really feel like it had much of a story. Like you said, the actual namesake of the movie doesn't come until much, much, much later. And it just feels like it's just like 2 characters going around doing a bunch of stuff, like changing into different characters and animals and stuff like that. I just feel like it wasn't that interesting. Personally, even though I'm sure a lot of people do have it higher, maybe for nostalgia reasons, or I don't know, maybe there's something else they saw that I didn't, but I had it at 51.
Yeah, I had it at 53, pretty much for the same reasons you guys said. I don't know. The story just wasn't doing it for me.
I also realized I was reading off a different list. I don't have it as high as I said I did. I have it much lower.
You have it at 57.
Yeah, I have it 57. I've been removing them as we're going, and I'm like, oh wait, yeah. It's even lower. Yeah.
Gotcha. I'm just looking at my letterbox list. So, James, we're talking.
So I had Sword in the Stone at 54. This is one of those where it was cool. I watched it when I was younger, but rewatching it now, I was like, oh yeah, that's not that great of a movie anymore. So this is pretty low on the list for me. I just ended up not liking it as much as I used to.
Yeah, I bet this is one that is more fun when you're a kid and you don't really care about story and complex stuff. But was I did I have this one ranked the highest?
Yes, you did.
Wow. Okay. I thought I was like, I'm doing this one maybe injustice. I wasn't alone. Kerri.
No. Okay, so our next movie at number 46 is Chicken Little.
There it is.
No surprise there.
Yeah.
Am I starting on this
yeah,
one?
you're starting.
Okay. What number are we on?
We are on 46.
Perfect. All right. Chicken Little. I actually had this one a little bit higher. I think I had this one at 50. I don't know. A lot of people they want to take like a giant crap on this. They say it's the worst of all time. I don't think it is. I think it's kind of interesting. I think the characters are fun. I don't know. It doesn't really get into the story until a little bit later. It tries to have these like really sentimental moments like early on that I don't know if they're like super earned or, anything like that. The animation's not that great, but I do think it has some fun moments with the pig that likes to sing. And just stuff like that I just think is actually pretty fun. It's an enjoyable movie to watch. And this one I actually did see in the theater. Kerri and I saw it together, right?
No.
We didn't see this one together. I was too young for that, I guess.
This is my first time watching it.
Gotcha. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we'll talk about that. Zach Braff. Oh, and Ugly Duck is voiced by Joan Cusack, which I really love Joan Cusack voicing stuff. Toy Story, Jessie. So
Ugly Duck.
Isn't that her name, the Ugly Duckling?
I think it's just Abby Mallard, but I don't know. It might be.
I mean, that's what she's supposed to be.
She's like, that's what they kind of call her. Like, they have this running joke about her being ugly. So, sorry, that's what I thought.
No, it's fine. And the movie's in on that joke, too. It's like, hey, look at this ugly. Yeah, I feel bad.
Yeah. Kerri.
Yeah. I had this at 55, so a little bit higher than Dylan. I think I just gave it a little bit more credit because I could like one of the main themes of the movie, right, is like, a son not being able to
live up to his father's expectations.
Exactly. And the father not believing the son or believing in him. So I gave it a little bit of credit for that. But overall, the animation I thought was probably one of the worst, if not the worst. And especially some of the character designs, like Abby specifically, I'm like, I just don't understand the choices that were made. I think some of the humor does not hold up at all. There's also a scene at the very end where one of the kids' entire personality is changed because of like the events that happen. And the aliens are like, oh, we can fix her. And the pig's like, no, the pig who's just not even like, not even her friend even is like, no, I like her that way, keep her that way. And I'm like, oh, okay, we're just going with that. All right.
Problematic, but like, she was annoying everybody, so I guess
there's so much problematic stuff, so it's hard to
I did think that the dad Chicken Little stuff at the end kind of worked, but
that's only why I had it at 55 as opposed to lower. But yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah, I put Chicken Little at 50 as of like why I didn't really like that movie too. Just not great CGI, kind of weird characters. So this one wasn't that high for me.
Okay. Where do you have it? Should you have it, Kerri?
50.
The
highest rank of all of us.
I had
50 as well. Never mind.
I had this at 59, so not the lowest. It's still above Saludos Amigos and Home on the Range. But I agree with Kerri. The worst animation, I think, by far. I think character design is frightening. I also, it's not even just the humor being a little bit more childish. It's the fact that they fill it with so many pop culture references that are definitely dated by today's standards, but even by 2005 standards, they were pretty dated. Like Wannabe by the Spice Girls was like kind of an outdated thing by then.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll never be outdated. I love it, but like still, but things like that. I do think it at least has ambition. It tries to do something interesting and new, which I think like Home on the Range doesn't. But even then, it just takes such a big swing and it misses. I mean, it's the perfect allusion to the baseball scene. Like, he just can't get it. But it's better in its thought of its ambition than it is in its execution, if that makes sense. And again, the voice cast is good. Zach Braff, Steve Zahn, and Joan Cusack are a good like leading trio. So, and I like it.
And Dylan, do you want to share your special connection with Zach Braff or no?
Oh yeah, they filmed the movie Garden State in my childhood home. We had to
Yeah.
move out. We had to move out of my house for a month while they filmed
Wow.
it, and they put us up in a hotel, and they literally redid all the wallpaper because his shirt has to match the wallpaper in one scene. But yeah, it was pretty cool. Got to meet Zach Braff, Peter Sarsgaard. Never met Natalie because it wasn't her house; it was his house. And there was Jim Parsons. So it was a fun time.
Oh,
Yeah.
Nice. Bazinga.
Wow, that's awesome.
And Kerri.
Okay, so at number, okay, let me make sure I have this right. 45, we have The Black Cauldron.
All right, Kerri, you're starting.
Oh, I'm starting. Okay. So I had this one at 49. I actually thought this movie had some really great moments. But overall, just not my favorite, and it didn't really have the nostalgia factor for me. This was my first watch of it. So I would actually definitely watch this again, but just not my favorite.
All right, James.
Yeah, I had The Black Cauldron at 45. I personally actually really liked this one, despite being one of the less popular films in general. I liked how it kind of got away from the whole like princess storyline that you've seen in like most of the movies before this, and it's better than the anthology series, I think. But I couldn't really put it much past 45. It does have kind of some forgettable characters. Not many people really remember too much of it, but I personally liked it.
Great, Dylan.
Yeah, I think the fact that it's trying to be so different and stray from the norm is already a plus for me. I have it at 55. It's still low because I still don't think it's necessarily successful in making a really great story out of it being different. Like, I think just because it's different doesn't mean it's great. That being said, like, I think it already goes higher than some of these other films because it at least tries to do something unique. And I think if any of these films warrant a live action remake, it's probably this one, because I think this can be done really successfully live action. I heard there was an even darker cut that they had to change to make it more Disney friendly. And I want to see that. I want to see the originally intended Black Cauldron. I think live action may be able to service that. But yeah, I think it's bold, but not necessarily my favorite in terms of taste.
Yeah, same. I had it at 57, which is pretty low. And I thought it was crazy because I know this isn't super well liked, but I know there's some people who are like, oh, I love that one for maybe nostalgia's sake. I think what this was kind of doing was trying to be somewhat like Don Bluth's The Secret of Nim is kind of like how it feels like in some ways, whereas that one's kind of brilliant in certain aspects and really, really dark. And this one, I felt like it was kind of trying to be that. But where I ranked it lower is because I didn't really super care about the story or what was going on. But like it had like a side character that I thought was extremely annoying.
Gurney, yeah.
Yes. And if there's like and he was a big part of the plot, it felt like too. So,
Yeah.
It feels like if they have a really annoying character that has a lot of screen time, and they just have like a really weird voice, that you might like if you're a kid, but if you're an adult, you're like, that's off-putting. Then I think it's going to like make me rank it lower. So I had this one at 57.
Number 44, The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad.
All right, James.
For 44?
Yeah.
For Ichabod and Mr. Toad.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, for Ichabod and Mr. Toad, I put this one at 47. I thought it was kind of cool, but there were other ones I liked more. I kind of liked the whole two-story thing. I think kind of helped as far as like, for me, maybe the pacing compared to like some of the other anthology movies. But I had this at 47. I thought it was I actually kind of like this one more than the other ones.
All right, Dylan?
Yeah, I think this is far and above, as our ranking shows, the best wartime era film. I mean, the second half, the actual Ichabod story is so good. I mean, it fits, it satisfies all the Halloween, spooky time, autumnal itches. It's that classic story that we love. We've seen Tim Burton do it. We've seen so many versions of it, but like this is like the classic one for me, and I love the musical elements of it too, and the animation is stunning. I think where I dock this a little bit, because it is my 47, it's a lot lower on my overall list than I expected it being my favorite wartime era. I think it's because of that first half. The Mr. Toad stuff is just like fine. I appreciate the two stories being a lot more mature, and I think that's where the connective tissue is, but still there's still not a lot of connection between the two stories. So I think if it was just the Ichabod stuff, I think it would be at least top 30 for me. But I think because that other half drags it down and it starts it on a low, I think it's a little lower for me. But yeah, I think this is a real big success. I watch it every Halloween. It's great.
Yeah, I can actually agree with a lot of that. I think that Mr. Toad stuff is less interesting. I was actually disappointed because I forgot that it wasn't a story with both Ichabod and Mr. Toad. I thought it was like them together. Like that was the story. It was like one story. I didn't know it was like two separate things, even though I should have known it's a wartime movie. Of course they're going to do that. But this was actually my second ranked wartime. I had Fun and Fancy Free above it. This was at 54 for me. Yeah, I don't know. Even with the Ichabod story, I felt like, I felt like they were still trying to do that story, and I felt like I didn't really care about all the non-headless stuff, and I felt like they got into that stuff like really late in that movie as well, and I was like, I don't care about him playing piano. Like, I want to see that like headless stuff. But I don't know. Maybe watching it again next Halloween, I'll have a different opinion. So this, I think, is like my second time watching this one, and still I didn't think. But maybe next time I'll just skip to the Ichabod part and see how I feel about it then. But yeah, Kerri.
Yeah, so I had this actually the lowest ranked of all of us. I had it at 56, although it is still my highest wartime era film. I just really did not care for the wartime era.
Same.
The Ichabod stuff, I don't know. I don't know what I was expecting, but I don't know. The Mr. Toad stuff, like Dylan said, it just didn't hit for me. And the Ichabod stuff, I would definitely want to give another try. Like maybe just like skip to that part of the movie and just watch it from there and see how I feel about it. At number 43, Atlantis: The Lost Empire.
Oh yeah, I'm shocked that this is as low as it is, because I think the general perception has been like, yo, it's underrated. Just because it doesn't have music doesn't mean it's this epic story. I've always been one of the people who has it lower. I have it at 51. I've always been one of the detractors of, just kind of your straightforward adventure story. I don't find much an extra to add onto it that's not amazing. One thing I will say, again, bringing him up again, James Newton Howard, his score is phenomenal. But I think this is another one where I just have never gotten the hype that everyone else feels. So the fact that it's lower on our combined list makes me feel a little bit more justified in what I've been thinking all these years. This one came out right when I was old enough to see stuff in theaters. But like this one, I just remember being bored by as a kid. Thought I'd like it more as an adult. I like it more as an adult, but I still don't love it. It's in my number 51. I'm glad we all, at least for what it seems, because it's lower on ranking, I'm glad we all kind of agree. Maybe, I don't know. Interested to hear what y'all have to say though.
Yeah, this was my first watch. I remember when this came out, and I just was like, I don't care enough to go see that. And I just, I don't know. I was excited to watch this one because I was like, I don't know what the common perception is, but let's watch it and see. I like Atlantis as a concept, like the lost civilization that was sunk. Yeah. And what happened to it? Does it exist like in real life? I feel like that's a very interesting question about, this lost civilization. And so I was really interested to see this adventure film about this. But then I was kind of disappointed because I was like, so there's like people who are kind of like, I don't know, somewhat immortal or something. But I was like, wait, most of this isn't underwater. I was like, I wanted like an underwater Atlantis movie. I thought that would have been like way more interesting. Like, I don't know. Can James Cameron do an underwater animated film?
Yo, James Cameron's live action Atlantis: Lost Empire. I would be first in line for that.
Absolutely.
Wow.
I agree with that. Check out Way of Water. It was pretty great. So I had this at 41. So I don't know. I felt I needed to, because it had a story. It was like enjoyable. I like Michael J. Fox in it. Good characters. But yeah, middling, I'd say.
Okay, I had this at 52, and I would say one of the reasons I actually didn't like this, because one of the opposite of one of the things you said, I did not really enjoy any of the like explorer characters, even the main character. I just really wasn't a fan of, and so I just found I really couldn't get into it. I do think, like you said, Chad, I expected a lot more of this to be kind of more underwater, but it was, I don't know. I think it took a long time to actually get into the heart of the story.
Yeah. James?
Yeah, I think I agree with most of what Kerri said. I put Atlantis at 48, but much of this wasn't overly enjoyable. So I couldn't really connect with some of the characters. It was pretty typical of them to want to like blow the whole place up, something like that towards the end. I was like, all right, like it wasn't very interesting to me. So that's just really what I have to say about it.
Okay.
All right.
So at number 42, we have the Aristocats.
Ooh, okay. All right, we're starting with me on this one.
Yeah.
I had the Aristocats at number 44. I liked this one as a kid. This was one of the ones I did watch as a kid. I love cats. We have 7 of them. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of the like everybody wants to be a cat. It's like, a fun song. I love Thomas O'Malley. I think he's a great character. He becomes like a hero. I found some of the young kittens kind of annoying though, and like, doing this whole like gender thing where they're like, the girls are better, and I'm like, I was like, can we chill with this stuff? Like, it's just annoying. But yeah, and then obviously we have the racist caricature of like a Siamese Asian cat, which it's a small part, but it's still like a character, like a legit character. It's not like in we'll talk about a Little Mermaid where it's just like a split second almost of a thing, but it's an actual character. So I dock it a little bit for that. I had this at 44, lower, but I still enjoy this one somewhat and have nostalgia for it. So.
I had this at 41, so the highest of all of us, but honestly a little lower than I thought it would go.
Same.
Like when I had first started making this list, before I rewatched everything, I had it way higher because I was like, oh, I love this movie as a kid. Watching it as an adult, definitely just some problematic stuff in it that took away from it. And just overall, the other Disney stories I feel like have just story-wise have done a little bit better.
Perfect. James?
Yeah, I'm probably in the same boat as Kerri. I put Aristocats down at 53. I guess it just was not as enjoyable this time around watching it as it was when I was a kid. I agree that, I mean, the Siamese cat part was not cool, although it was a pretty small bit. I just didn't enjoy this one as much watching it now than I was when I was way younger.
Definitely. Dylan?
Yeah, this has always been like a poor man's version of 100 Dalmatians and Lady and the Tramp. Like, it's the same idea of like, oh, look how fun these animals are, but it's like the story's just not as high as those others. I also think this is the first movie released after Disney died, and you can kind of feel that sense of like a little bit of the magic is lost. I don't know what it is. I mean, it kicks off the Dark Age for a reason. Like, this just didn't have the same oomph as some of the other ones that came before it. I actually think the best thing about it is the kittens dynamic. I actually disagree with Chad. I like the kittens because, again, it's kind of a good commentary on aristocratic culture and like how like the women have to be proper, and
True.
and I like how the other cats and Thomas O'Malley kind of dissects that and breaks it down and says, no, it doesn't have to be. You can like branch out and have more fun and be free. So I like the fact that they kind of make them a little snooty and snotty, Duchess and Marie, to then kind of like loosen them up as it goes. But yeah, I don't love it. It's a significant dip in quality after such a, what I believe, awesome Silver Age. I'm a really big fan of the Silver Age, to then dip into this after Disney's passing. Yeah, it's a very significant drop in quality.
Well, the kittens were cute. I'll give you that.
Oh, yeah, they are
so cute. Good babies.
Okay, at number 41, we have Frozen 2.
And we're starting with you, Kerri.
Okay, so I'll say I had this at 46. Yeah, this is the first one of really the very new films that we were getting to. I think this honestly was a blatant cash grab, because we'll see. I think there are only 2 other movies that have sequels from Disney Animation Studios theatrically released. I feel like those movies had a good story to go along with it and were very organic. This one was, to me, not organic. I thought the first one left it off very well. This one, it has an entertaining story. I like that we kind of expand the universe, but the songs are not anywhere near as good as the first film or as a lot of the later Disney films with songs. And I thought some of the, like, Olaf is so fucking annoying in this movie. I can't stand it. He's annoying enough in the first one, but you can forgive it because he's a little bit cute and he's not in it as much. This one, it's way too much Olaf.
Yeah, James?
Yeah, I had this one at 35, but this is definitely the lowest ranked ones of like the more recent era films. I thought it was pretty forgettable, to be honest. I almost forgot I had to even watch Frozen 2, and I'm not sure how much of it I remember like right now off the bat. So this was definitely one of the lower ones of the more recent ones. Again, I agree with Kerri. It seemed to be more of like the cat rap thing from the popularity of the first one.
Great. Dylan?
Yeah, I think I had this lowest of everyone. I had at 48. I think the animation is stunning. The animation is great, but that's kind of like you can't really rely on that being a positive when all the films now released are good, like animation-wise. If we look at the story, it's like it has a lot of great ideas that it just doesn't really follow through with. It almost seems like they wanted to make a movie about Anna and Elsa, and then they were like, oh, wait, we have to give everyone else a story. So it's like, Olaf, let's have him just like make his arc the fact that he'll understand things when he's older, and I'm like, that's an arc? Like, that doesn't make sense. And then Kristoff, it's like, oh, he wants to propose to Anna, but it's like, instead of the movie being him building up the courage to do it, he knows he wants to do it early on, so he's in the same place early on as he is in the end. I mean, it's Anna the one who's not giving him the time to ask her and marry, so like, he doesn't really have an arc either. He starts and ends in the same place. He wants to marry her at the beginning, and he wants to marry her at the end. Like, I don't think his arc is anything special either, even though I think his song is probably my favorite moment of the revival era, period. The Lost in the Woods number, I think it's such a great throwback to 90s boy bands. That being said, like, this just feels like one of those direct-to-video sequels with a really big budget. That's kind of how I describe it. So
I actually don't disagree with any of the points you said. I had this at 43, but I could have easily ranked it like a little bit lower. Because like I agree, it does feel kind of like a cash grab. Like let's do a sequel on this like immensely popular, I think very good first film, and just like try to find stuff for the other characters. I totally agree about Olaf. He's in it way too much. He doesn't really have anything to do. They try to do this sympathetic thing where he dies, but then he doesn't, and whole thing. And I was like, this just none of this is working for me. I think some of the songs are kind of good, but like I think Kristoff's song is pretty good and stuff like that. But like it's just not enough. And I feel like a lot of the music too, like they just keep trying to do too much with the music, like the constant calling to Elsa from somewhere else. I found that like constant like song thing that she hears very annoying. And I was like, I don't want to hear that anymore. Can you? And then I feel like, with her song, it's like, I never thought I would say this, but it feels too much Idina Menzel. Like she's going really hard on this next song because I got to go bigger now than Let It Go. And I'm like, Let It Go is huge. And Let It Go is like perfect for what it is. And it's like, you don't need to go like bigger and better because it doesn't end up being better to me. And Kerri mentioned a great point too. It like retcons the first movie.
Oh yeah, that's right. I texted you about
where
that.
it talks about how Elsa Anna didn't know about Elsa's powers when they were younger, but then in Frozen 2 she did. Like they were talking.
There's like
about
a flashback scene with their dad, and he's telling the story of like the forest people or whatever they are, and Elsa's like, "Oh, were they magic like me?" And I'm like, "What?" No one, her sister didn't know she was magic then, at least unless I didn't pay attention enough in the first movie. Like,
yeah. And I think I did rank this like a little bit higher just because it's newer. It looks really good. And there's some good songs. And I don't know. I just was like, I still like some of the relationship stuff and whatnot. But yeah, overall kind of forgettable, just like James said. Yep.
Okay. So I'll say this next one. This is where we really start to get some divergent opinions. I'll say we definitely have like more than a 20, almost a 25 place difference. No, it's not your heart that's broken. It's going to be James's. At number 4, sorry, James. At number 40, we have Dumbo.
Okay. So Dumbo was ranked highly.
I think start, James. Yeah.
We're at 40?
Yeah.
James starts, yes.
Where did I put this one at? Oh, this was 25. Oh, yeah, I had this one pretty high. I thought this was actually like really cool. I kind of like the song in this one. I think it's Elephant Sound Parade. I like the whole I love the way this was animated. I thought Dumbo is actually like a pretty cool movie. It's pretty short too, which kind of helps it, I think. Kind of a quick watch was nice, but that was actually one of Disney's better movies, I think. Even though it's so early on, I like this one a lot.
Perfect, Dylan.
Yeah, sorry, I had my little coughing fit. I turned the mic off though. I hope you didn't hear it.
No.
Yeah, this is actually ranked pretty low for me. It's 46. I think this one has always, I think because it's short, it's an easy, fun watch, but I always feel like I'm left wanting a little more. Like, I feel like he finally gets to that peak at the end where he's like, he's able to fly, he's a flying elephant, and then it ends. And I'm like waiting for like that next step. I'm like, what happens then? Like, what does he do? And that's why I kind of like the remake a lot, because it's like, then he goes and actually tries to rescue his mom, and I'm like, that's a cool idea. Anyway, I think it's got some really fun, sweet characters. I love the pink elephants on parade. It's so scary, so creepy. It's like that perfect like golden age haunting stuff that you see in also Snow White and Pinocchio. Like, they really knew how to make things dark but also family friendly at the same time. The Jim Crow crows, no comment. But yeah, no, not good. But yeah, I think this is fine, but I just don't like this as much as some of the other classics.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm in the same thing where, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's very short, but like, you know, what's crammed into that briefness is, I don't know. There's just so much like despair. Like, it's like the animals are like all in their cages, and they all seem to be happy to be there for a little bit, and then the mom elephant gets mistreated, and I'm like, this is terrible. This is like really like upsetting, and I was like, why, what, but like after that, when Dumbo and the mouse or whatever doing their thing, and the Disney really had its whole thing about things flying. Around this time, they were like, an elephant with big ass ears can fly too. And yeah, I think Dumbo's a cute character. Tragic character though. It just, it's just like, I don't know. The misery just didn't really seem to sit well with me. And then you had the crows, and yeah, it's just, there's a fun sequence in there, like people are saying. But other than that, I just didn't really find this one that enjoyable. I had it at 49.
Yeah. I had this at 47. If it didn't have the Jim Crows, this would have been way higher for me. I loved this movie as a kid, and I still think it has some really fantastic parts. I love the story overall. But one of the things I was thinking about when I was making this list is, would I want to show this, to our kids? And, I think the answer is probably no, or not until they're way old enough to actually have an intelligent conversation about racism. And I think at that time it probably loses its charm. But that definitely took it down a lot for me. But I think the Elephants on Parade is great. I think the overall storyline is just, it winds up being sweet and cute, and it makes me so sad in the beginning. But yeah.
All right, Kerri.
Okay, so at number 39, we have Peter Pan.
Whoa!
Weird.
Okay.
That was a hot take for Dylan. All right.
Not a hot take. Well, I'll explain it. Yeah.
And you're starting, so go ahead.
Oh, great. This is another one like Atlantis where I'm like, I expected it to just be way higher because it's Peter Pan. I mean, it's like one of the most iconic films of Disney's thing. I mean, you go to Disney World, it's like the lines up the wazoo for that ride, and Tinkerbell is literally in every little thing with her little wand. I mean, like, it's one of the most iconic films ever, so much so that the straight-to-video sequel, they decided to release in theaters because they're like, it's Peter Pan, it's going to make money. It wasn't under Disney Animated Studios, so it doesn't count for this, but like they released a sequel in theaters because like they knew Peter Pan was such a big deal. And I think that's because the characters are iconic. I mean, the characters are amazing. I love the sweeping moments of him flying and the themes of growing up and the idea of like Captain Hook and this crocodile and what it means that this clock is always ticking and what does it mean to be growing up and have this consistent clock ticking telling you got to grow up. It's a great metaphor. But then there's the Indians and the Red Man Red and all that stuff that I don't love. I mean, the treatment of Native Americans in this film is really rough. And I think that's why, with time, this is aged probably poorest of any Disney movie ever. I think its best moments are enough for me to put it higher. I put it at 36, just because, again, I have so much nostalgia for it, and I love the story without all that other stuff. And if it was just one scene of a bad stereotype, I'd be like, whatever. But then the next scene, they continue just beating it to death of having all the characters walking around like these little chiefs. And I'm like, I just, it's so hard to watch, but I get why people love it so much. And I don't begrudge anyone for having it higher because it is such an iconic film. But again, it's one of those things where I think if they were to remake it, and they are, David Lowery is making Peter Pan and Wendy. It's gonna be freaking awesome. I can't wait. But I've just seen better versions of this story, which I love, without all the negative stereotypes. So I think this one takes a dock because of that. But it is so iconic. I mean, I have Captain Hook and Smee right up there. Like I love the characters in this. So it's one of the most conflicting ones for me. But it is in my bottom half.
I 100% agree with everything you just said about it being conflicting and stuff like that, because it does have phenomenal characters. You love Peter Pan, you love Wendy, even the dog Nana, is cute as hell. There's just a lot of really great stuff in it as far as characters and story, and just the concept of the Lost Boys with Peter Pan, and this being this epic fantastical story that they become a part of, and they go fly around with him, and you can fly. It's like amazing. It's just one of those that I want to rank so high because of all that, the characters and everything with it. But like you said, the Native American stuff, honestly, when Kerri was talking about showing an animated film to your kid, I feel like this is going to have like the most discussion, but also we're going to have to tell you there's certain things in this movie that you can't repeat. You can't, you have to understand that these were really troubled people who made this, who did not have correct opinions. With Dumbo and the crows, those are crows. They're caricatures of real people, but I feel like as a kid, you could probably get around that where you're like, they're crows. We'll talk about it later.
It
but
does go over your head. Yeah.
But with this and the Native Americans, these are real depictions of real people that real people are still trying to fight to remove their likeness from all these mascots and of football teams and baseball teams and stuff like that. They're still fighting for stuff like that. I'm not saying African Americans aren't, because they still are too. But it just, the racist stuff just really and I didn't know if it would. I was talking to Dylan when I was watching this, and he was like, "Oh, get prepared. It's pretty rough." And then when I got to that part, I was like, "Fuck, this is really rough." So I was like, I can't rank it super, super high because I feel like that. Yeah.
Where'd you put it?
Oh, I'm sorry. 48.
Yeah, you had it the lowest, actually, Chad. Dylan, you had it the highest. I had it in the middle.
It could be a little higher, maybe.
40. Really, for the same reasons you guys said. A lot of this movie is very nostalgic for me, and I think there's so many parts of it that are great. But this is a hard one to even if you were to fast forwards through stuff, it's not even feasible, and not that I necessarily think that's how you should approach dealing with a movie like this. But yeah, I kind of split it between my nostalgia and the problematic stuff in it.
Especially when you have that little kid with the glasses going I'm a proper British boy, and these are the savages that we're going to see, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, little boy, calm down with that shit. James,
I had Peter at 38. I agree with the bit about this being a pretty iconic story, and there's a lot of nostalgia for this one. That's why I had it a bit higher. I think looking at my list now, I think I'm getting to the part of these movies where I can recall more of them and remember more of the stories and characters and things. Same. So that's why this one was ranked higher.
Perfect. All right, Kerri.
All right. So we have another tie for number 38, and it is between Fantasia and Pocahontas. And we're going to start with Fantasia.
All right. And I'm going to start with Fantasia. I ranked Fantasia lower than I thought I would. I remember wanting to really like this. I'm a big music person. I really like to listen to albums and stuff, popular music and stuff. Classical music, maybe not so much. So maybe that's why I didn't super connect with this. But also there are some problematic stuff. It's not overwhelming. I do like the I ranked this at 46, so it's pretty low for me as well. This is also wartime, right? So no, classic. Sorry. This was one of the classics. I think the reason why I ranked this lower is because even though this is a pretty interesting movie, like it's the first time they did something like this, and the music's really good, the animation's really great, but it's really long. I was like, this is like way too long for what it should be. And so obviously, I mean, there's a sequel to it that I ranked higher, that I think is a little more brief, a little more funny. And this one, I don't know, I just didn't really vibe with it, even though I do like the Sorcerer's Apprentice bit. I mean, I do have the Sorcerer's Apprentice kind of Mickey ears here, so with my name on it. But yeah, it's just really long and just not that interesting. It was kind of a slog to get through. Kerri.
Okay. I have this one ranked at number 34. This is one I just used to watch a lot as a kid, so I had a lot of nostalgia for it, and really all of the different shorts in this. And I think this is, whereas the wartime era, there are a bunch of shorts. They're just hard to connect. They're not always very entertaining. I think this one, I don't know, there just seems to be more of a flow through it. And maybe it's because, I don't know, but
For sure.
more of a flow to it. I think the Sorcerer's Apprentice short is just one of my favorite pieces of animation ever. So that's why I had this a little bit higher.
Great, James.
Yeah, I had Fantasia at 42, and I'll agree with most of what Chad said. I didn't really like all the music in this, and it was it was animated really, really well, but to me, it was just pretty long. I felt the same way. I was like, my God, this is just going on and on. So this was just, it was just number 42. That's why.
All right, Dylan.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be a hot take put in this low, but I think I had the highest of everyone. I had a 38. I like Fantasia. I think it's a really cool way of using music and animation to tell stories without words. I like that idea and that concept, but as you have all said, it's overly long. I think some of the shorts are not as, or I don't even want to call them shorts because they are long, but so many of the segments are more forgettable than others. Like Sorcerer's Apprentice and Night at Bald Mountain are the two biggest and best, I think. I love Chernobog, that villain. I love the design of him all, too. I love the scale and epicness of it. I think this is a movie that if I'd seen it when it came out as a kid in the 40s, this would have blown me away and had me gobsmacked. But I think now looking back on it with some of the other films that have come out, there's just so much that I just like better. I have personal connections to. And Chad kind of alluded to earlier when he said he had Fantasia 2000 higher. I mean, that's my big hot take of the list is that I have Fantasia 2000 above Fantasia, but it seems like it might be not a hot take then. That was my big hot take. I was teasing. I was like, Chad, I got a big hot take. And that was it. 'Cause so many people are like, this is top 10 Disney, and they're warranted for saying it because what it did for animation is so iconic and so huge. And I think choosing Mickey as a sorcerer was a better choice than Dopey. It was supposed to be Dopey from Snow White. But they went with Disney, or they went with Mickey. And I like how the wizard's name is Yen Sid, which is Disney spelled backwards. Just two little trivia tidbits I love. So Fantasia, I think, is a movie I respect more than I like, but still hit 38 for me because I think it's warranted its place in cinematic history, even if I'm not the biggest fan.
Yeah, and Yen Sid shows up and has a big part in Kingdom Hearts. So there you go.
Oh, really? Cool.
Yeah. All right, Kerri.
Okay, so going with Pocahontas. This one, I put it 39. It was very conflicting for me. I would say not even so much because of nostalgia as, on the one hand, I think this is definitely the first Princess of Color. I think this is really the first Disney movie that centers around a person of color and a different culture besides, the tourism films. At the same, and the animation is gorgeous. I think the songs are very well written and very catchy. But this one obviously also has so many problems. The way they approach this is just absolutely horrendous. If you read the story behind how they did this movie, they basically just wanted to fit Pocahontas' story into this kind of little romantic narrative to the point where it just is, you're using characters from real life history and you're completely changing everything that happens with them and in a way that is flattering to like John Smith over, you know, some of the indigenous characters in the movie, like the man that Pocahontas is betrothed to. She actually, you know, married and had a family with in real life, and then was like taken away from that family. And so this one was so mixed because on the one hand, you know, Disney's kind of maybe trying to be progressive, or at least I'm hoping that was the aim with this, and reading the story about it, probably not. But at least this is where we start to get a little bit of representation, but the way they do it is just so wrong.
Yep. Yeah. James?
Yeah, I put Pocahontas at 37, and I mean, Kerri pretty much hit the nail on the head with why I had to put this one where it was. Like, it's pretty conflicting for obvious reasons, but I think it might be one of the more memorable ones to me too. I mean, watching this as a kid, I think I liked this one, despite knowing now what's obviously wrong with it. I still liked it kind of more than most of the other ones. So that's pretty much why I put it at 37.
Dylan?
Yeah, I have it all the way down at 42. Again, not because I think it's like a poorly made film. I think it's gorgeous. I think it's gorgeous. I love the music in it. Colors of the Wind is probably one of my top 10 favorite Disney songs. I think it's just breathtaking. That whole sequence is just, yeah, I don't love what they played with history. I think if they just made John Smith and Pocahontas even have a friendship, yeah, it's not historically accurate, but it would be kind of an interesting sentiment to make, almost kind of like the Tarzan thing, or even like the Avatar thing of like understanding each other's worlds. But then adding a romantic twist to it, it feels a little icky. And especially when the sequel, which I don't think is better, I think it's worse in terms of its writing and its pacing and entertainment value, but it is a little bit more historically accurate. It deals with Pocahontas' relationship to John Rolfe. John Smith is barely in it. He's in it a little bit more in the end, but it's more honest to the actual real life events of because she ends up marrying John Rolfe, not John Smith. But again, like, I think Pocahontas herself as a character, I think is a reason why I have it a little higher than my bottom 10, or I think it might be in like it's right inside my bottom 20, but it's my 42 because I think her as a character, they'd get a lot right in terms of making her this empowering female figure. But again, the story itself leaves a lot to be desired, especially when it is in the Renaissance and so many of the other films are taking such big swings and making it work. The fact that they were like, Lion King is our B project. This is going to be our A project. We're going to focus on this. And then Lion King comes out and they're like, oh shit. So it's kind of funny how that happens. But hey, I mean, some of the best films are made that way when they're almost given less attention to in trying to make perfect and fit the formula. So.
Oh shit! I agree with everything y'all have said. I also had it at 42, yeah, this one's interesting because it is like kind of right in the middle of the Renaissance. You know, probably maybe the greatest era of Disney, and so you're like, well, this one's obviously going to be a fantastic, right? And I think if you took it, because like there is like a problematic history with Pocahontas where like I think she was like super mistreated and like just had a very sad actual history. To have kind of more of like take her and make her into a character where you have it kind of be more inspirational and kind of like prop her up as like this is how it should have been or something like that. But then you have like the Savages song and you have, stuff like that. It's like, you really want kids to be singing Savages, Savage, like what were you thinking when you wrote that song? Like, why can't you just have more songs like Colors of the Wind and stuff about like, respecting nature and, the culture of, Native people and things like that and propping them up. I mean, we do have really great iconic characters in this, like the raccoon, the tree, even though I don't like the tree. The tree's very creepy. I was like, why the hell is her grandma a tree? And then Dylan was like, well, because that's like what she became in nature or whatever after the fact. And it's like, oh, I guess that makes sense. I didn't think about it that way. I thought her grandma was a damn tree. And I was like, what?
You saying Grandmother Willow is a good character is the plot twist of the day.
Yeah. Well, iconic at least.
Iconic. Okay, gotcha.
Even though she creeps me out. But yeah, everything you guys said, like it's a very, divisive kind of film because it does have some good moments, does have some good songs, some good characters, but it is in the heart of the Renaissance, but it's probably the weakest of the Renaissance. Yeah.
Okay. So at number 37, we have The Rescuers. I think
Okay,
James is
James.
starting us off.
I had The Rescuers at 55. I guess this was one of the ones where, like, watching it as a kid was different than watching it now, and it just didn't hold the same kind of, I guess, nostalgia or appreciation for it that I did when I watched it. I think the story itself isn't necessarily bad, but there was just so much else that I enjoyed from Disney movies, which is why this one kind of went lower on the list.
Yeah.
Right, Dylan.
This is like the most like average I could think of. Like it's just like good, not amazing, not bad. It's just like straight up 3 stars, like 6 out of 10, like boom, right in the middle. It's my number 44. I think the thing I like least about it is of all the 2D animation films, aside from the wartime era, I think the animation in this is very underdeveloped. It's a little distracting almost. Like it feels like it's almost unfinished. But again, I think it's fine. It's average. That's all I have to say.
Great. Yeah. I don't know if I maybe had the highest. I had this at I didn't. Oh, I had this at 35. So I kind of am in the same ballpark as Dylan, where I'm like, it's kind of in the middle a little bit. I didn't want to put this super, super high or anything, but then I was like, I think this one's kind of charming. Like I like the kind of like old style, kind of dated, animation in this. I think it's very sweet and of its time, but not in a bad way. I think Penny is a very, very sweet, adorable character. I love the idea of these mice that go around helping people and rescuing people and flying on the back of a, eagle, seagull. And I don't know. It's just like a really sweet little story from the past that I think is like, enjoyable to watch. The villain's really crazy, and I don't know. I like this one.
Okay, I had this at number 20, which
Ooh,
was
okay.
surprising to me
Nice.
personally, because this was not one I grew up with as a kid. I know I had seen bits and pieces here and there, but I grew up with the sequel more so than this one for sure. But I was just so pleasantly surprised by it, but I just thought the character of Penny was just so sweet, and her relationship with like her cat, and then she gets adopted at
the old cat with the glasses.
Oh my God. See, y'all are gonna see me if you give me a little girl or a little boy, and mostly a little girl in these movies, and her cat or her dog. I'm just a sucker for it.
Got a lot of those movies coming up later too.
We do, yeah. I don't know. So for me, this one, I actually wound up really, really loving it. Although I think Dylan has a very, very fair point about the animation. They did parts of this, and there's another film that I have even higher ranked that I loved for the story. I think the animation is actually even a little bit worse than that one.
If it's the one I'm thinking of, I agree.
But yeah, overall, just so pleasantly surprised by this one.
Perfect. James?
I talked about Rescuers, didn't I? Number 55.
I think you started us.
I
right?
apologize.
Yeah. That's all right.
Okay, so at number 36, we have Treasure Planet.
Interesting. And we're going to Dylan first.
Okay. Where did I have this one? I had it higher than 37, probably, right?
You had it at 30.
30, okay, yeah. So it's in my top half. Yeah, top half. It's the bottom of my top half. This movie, growing up, was like one of my favorites. I love the sense of adventure. Doing it again, James Newton Howard, baby. Great score. Love it. Love the characters. Love that swashbuckling nature. I love the fact that you take Treasure Island, which is already a great story, and it's like, hey, but it's in space. It just makes it cooler. I think rewatching it, for some reason, I didn't get that same sense of awe watching it again. Maybe it's because I really don't know. I think in the third act, it gets almost a little too overbloated. I like when it's just them on the ship interacting and being characters. But I still have a great fondness for it because it was like a personal favorite of mine as a kid. I love a lot of the characters. I love the sense of adventure. It's just that there were 29 other films that I liked a lot more, but like this is still a film I really, really enjoyed.
Yeah, I mirror a lot of the same opinions there. I had it at 33, but this was a first watch for me. I don't have the same nostalgia as Dylan does for this one. But like, yeah, I liked that it was kind of a fun blend of like, sci-fi and fantasy, kind of like a Firefly type of deal a little bit there. Well, that's more of a Western, but still kind of a similar vein. And I thought, because when going into this and Atlantis, I was like, those both seem like they're going to be like the same type of movie, like this big adventure kind of movie around the same time. But I thought this one was marginally better than Atlantis. I like the story, I like the characters more. Our friend of the show, Matt Chapman, kept talking about this one sequence with music in it that I kept pausing the movie to go to sleep and stuff. And every time I would start it back up, Disney Plus would be like, "Hey, you want to watch this like montage again with the music?" And so it was annoying Kerri a little bit, but I like it. It's a good song, and I don't know, really well made, very fun. I don't think there's anything much to say. I just think it's a really interesting movie. I liked it.
Okay. I'll say I'm the one that brought this down to where it is. I have it ranked number 48.
Ooh.
And so like Chad said, maybe this is just because we were older and not really watching Disney movies when they both came out, but to me, Atlantis and Treasure Planet, I barely even knew they were like two separate movies almost. I did wind up liking it a lot more than I thought I would. I liked it more than Atlantis. I thought the characters were really good in this. The animation was fantastic. I think the music is fantastic as well. I would say for me, though, there's just so many other Disney movies I prefer watching over this. I don't have the same nostalgia for it. Like, this was a first watch. It kind of lost me a little bit in the later half. So that's kind of why I have it ranked lower.
Perfect. James.
Yeah, I put Treasure Planet at 39. Again, this is one of the ones that came out. This was like the early 2000s, so I was too cool for Disney at that point. So watching it now, I thought it was actually one of the more enjoyable ones from that time period. I think it definitely had better animation and looked better. I think the story was a little bit better. Looking at my list, it seems to be the more higher ranked ones of the movies from that time, which I still definitely agree with. I think it was one of the more enjoyable ones. I like this. I think the stories were starting to get better too at this point also.
Kerri?
Okay. Wait, right? Or Dylan won, right?
I already talked about
Okay.
He started.
Sorry, losing my place. Okay, so we have another tie at number 35. It is Meet the Robinsons and the Rescuers Down Under. So we can start with Meet the Robinsons. I'm sorry. Actually, I'll say me and James both.
Perfect. I really liked, I'm going to start with Meet the Robinsons. It's higher, right?
Yeah, Meet the Robinsons.
Meet the Robinsons, I really enjoyed. I put this at number 27. So, in my top 30, maybe my top 37, I did like a little S tier, A tier type situation. So this was definitely A tier for me. I don't know. I didn't know if I would like this movie, and I really enjoyed it. I thought it was very sweet. I liked the main character was a very sweet character. A lot of the stuff in about being an orphan and trying to find your home, and the time travel type of stuff was really cool. I liked spoiler alert for Meet the Robinsons. I liked the fact that it was like his orphan buddy, roommate or whatever, that ended up being the bad guy, but he was kind of basically being a Paddington and was don't treat this guy bad because he took a wrong path. He can be a nice, good guy, and he could be our friend or part of the family or whatever. And I don't know, it's just a lot of sweet stuff. And this was the first watch, and I really enjoyed this one. I just thought the writing was really good, and it was just really sweet. That's what I liked about it the most, I think.
Okay.
Kerri.
So I had this ranked very low. I had this ranked at number 50. I just really did not really enjoy this movie. I thought it had some of the messages in it were really sweet, and I feel like I don't know. I think it could have been, if maybe it had come out a little bit later at a different time, it could have been so much better if it was just a little tighter. But I just didn't connect with a lot of the characters. I still think this is a period where the animation is just pretty bad looking at it, or at least when I was watching, I felt like some of the scenes were not so great and didn't really hold up. I don't know. And maybe part of it was this comes on kind of the tail end. I don't know if Disney was trying to get away from just like the princess aspect, but it comes at the tail end of quite a few movies where I don't know, there's like, you know, a main male protagonist who's like an inventor type. And I don't know, for me, maybe I was just kind of sick of that. For me, something about this movie I just really did not connect with.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
That's sad.
I'm sorry.
James?
I feel so
That's
bad.
right. I'm pretty much in the same boat as Kerri. I put this at 49, and for the similar reasons, like I felt like some of the animation maybe wasn't that great. I think the main like bad guy looked kind of weird, and a lot of this just kind of didn't connect with me also. But again, this was 2007. This came out, so I was definitely not looking for movies like this at the time, and I kind of why after watching it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dylan?
Yeah, so when Kerri mentioned earlier, she's like, there's one that I think has a great story, but the animation's still... And I was like, yeah, Meet the Robinsons. That is not what she was alluding to, I guess. Because I agree. I think the animation's pretty bad in this. I think it's still in that Chicken Little phase of like the 3D is just weird looking. That being said, I think the story here totally lifts the animation up for me. Personally, this is one I actually didn't see as a kid. I actually saw this a few years ago for the first time, which is why I'm even more surprised that I connect to it because I don't even have that nostalgia for it. But yeah, I really loved the story here, the orphan and, you know, finding a home and finding a place. And I think the plot twists here, every time I watch it, even if I know what's coming, I still really like the plot twists of it all. I like the fact that like subconsciously he's responsible for his roommate turning into this evil villain because he kept him up all night working on his experiments, so he missed the catch in the game, and that set a whole trajectory to where all it takes is him catching a baseball to change his whole life. And that scene where he fixes it at the end, and then he goes up to the doorstep to talk to his birth mother, but then doesn't. Like, there's so many moments that just like crush my soul, and I love. I do agree some of the moments are a little silly and take you out of it, like the dinosaur. It's funny, but like there are some moments I think are a little too childish, but again, like this is a film all about childhood, so like I kind of forgive it for those reasons. I really like this one. I don't know. I get why you have it lower, y'all. It's fine. Obviously, and this is our list, but I have it at 23. I really like this one. It's in my top 25. I just really connected to it. I don't know why. I think I don't know. I love it.
You're similar to me, and we both like Paddington-like characters. I think that's why the main character is like so strong and like good natured. I think that really helps this type of movie.
Okay, so then
you're starting with Rescuers Down Under.
Okay, the Rescuers Down Under, and that's appropriate. I had this the most highly ranked of anyone at 24. Actually, still a little bit, very surprisingly to me, lower in my personal list than The Rescuers, because I grew up with this and I have a lot of nostalgia for it. But ultimately, I thought the Rescuer story was actually a little bit more compelling. But honestly, for me, this was just a classic growing up. The animation is really fantastic, especially if you watch those two films back to back. It's like a little bit jarring how much better the animation is. And then I think I just love Bianca and Bernard. I think they're just great characters. I love the little boy in this, and his relationship with nature, and he's helping the eagle out. I don't know. I think it's just a very cute movie. It has like a simple plot, but I think that works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I put Rescuers under 51, I guess a little bit higher than The Rescuers. But I guess I like this movie. I think it was a little better maybe to me than the first one. I guess I kind of could follow the story a little more. The whole like Australia aesthetic was pretty cool to me. But I think as far as this overall list goes, there was just way more that I was more interested in and liked more. So I put this one a lot lower.
Yeah, I really like this one. I think it takes everything I like about The Rescuers and just kind of oomph it up a notch. Like I like the setting a lot more. Maybe it's just because the animation's much better. And I think that's one thing about the Renaissance is like even the worst movies of the Renaissance, Pocahontas, I would even consider this one the weakest. I had this at 35 in my overall ranking, but it is second to the bottom in my Renaissance ranking above Pocahontas. I think because it's, you know, the story itself, it's very straightforward. It's kind of the same thing. A child in need, you know, they go to rescue him. There's a lot of adventure, but I think the animation does so much for this film, like it does for Pocahontas, that I put it higher. Like I really do love just that opening shot where it's kind of just scanning the land and it's kind of like zooming in and rushing through, like, and the scenes where he's like off the cliff with the eagle and flying, like that stuff is just so breathtaking to me. So like this just takes everything I like about the Rescuers and make it even better for me. So even though it's not in my top 30 or even my top half, I still think it's a really, really good film. 35 is where I put it.
Interesting. Yeah, I had this one at 39. And I actually, I think I like the first one a little more than this one. And it's interesting because like, I don't know if I necessarily agree with everybody on like how I view animation, because I really like the animation to Meet the Robinsons, and I didn't really like it in The Rescuers Down Under that as much. It felt like more of a different, like a transitional style animation for me, where I was like, it's just so different from the rest of it's a sequel, but it's also very different from like the rest of the Renaissance, that people kind of forget that this is in the Renaissance, it feels like, or at least I do.
Because I believe it's the only one without musical numbers.
That might be why. I do think it's pretty enjoyable though. I mean, I ranked it at 39. It's it's pretty good. It's a solid, very high B tier for me. But I don't know. I didn't really care for like the villain or any of that stuff that was going on. But I do love, the adventure with those mice. And they're trying to get married, and there's some fun, misunderstandings at the beginning, which is always really silly and fun. And the little boy's really sweet. But yeah, I think I liked it more the first time I watched it, and then the second time I was like, do I like this one that much? I feel like this one could teeter for me. Maybe the third time I'll like it a lot more, but we'll see.
So at number 34, we have The Jungle Book, and James is going to start us off. He also had the highest rank.
Interesting. James.
I had Jungle Book. Hold on. This was at 19. Yeah, I put this at 19, so actually pretty high. Again, this is one of the ones from like a childhood that I watched that I still kind of felt the same way about rewatching now. I like the musical numbers were cool. The characters were really well done. This kind of held up in my opinion, so I put this one a lot higher.
Great. Dylan?
Yeah. When I said earlier Aristocats was the first released after Disney's death, I was getting my facts incorrect. This was the last one released after his death, but he still worked on it. So he worked on it, passed away, and then it was released. But yeah, I think because this is Disney's last, there's like a sentimental piece of it for me that I'm like, oh, this was like the last movie Disney worked on. It is my number 40 though. It's pretty low on the list, only because I think it is so laid back and so about its characters and its music that like the story for me is not always there. And I think that's something the remake actually did better, is having like a coherent story, a consistent antagonist. Here it's like Shere Khan is an antagonist, but he doesn't kind of show up till halfway through. I really like the vibe of it, but it's all about the vibes, less about the story here. So I put a little lower, but I still like it and enjoy it because it's Disney's last that he worked on. And the first one released after his death, it kind of has a fondness for me.
Great. Yeah. This one I actually had a 52, so that might be the lowest. I'm not sure.
Wow. Oh, it's definitely the lowest.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Well, sorry about that. I didn't really know where to put it. I put it around like Sword in the Stone. I was like, exactly what Dylan said, where it's like the story's kind of whatever. And I think just because I compare it to the remake so much, because the remake's kind of fantastic, and like, if we do like a ranking of the remakes, I know Dylan already did that, but if we do it on here, it could be really interesting to see what, because there's a lot of those I haven't seen, but I did see The Jungle Book, and I thought that story was really great. So this one is just going to naturally be kind of a little bit disappointing to me, even though like, Mowgli and Baloo and all that stuff is really great and everything. The Bare Necessities is really cute, and it's just a lot of really great stuff. But, you also have like the kind of like racist, like orangutan stuff. Yeah. And, it's just like, I feel like they did that better too with Christopher Walken or whatever in the remake. And I don't know. This one just for me is just kind of whatever, even though I think some of the characters are really great. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, I had this at 36. This is another one where I'd seen pieces of it growing up, but really had never actually sat down and watched the whole thing. So this was kind of a first time watch for me. The songs are so iconic though. I don't see how, especially, growing up when we all did, and listening just to Disney music and stuff, I don't see how you can avoid the songs. So maybe that's what kind of bumped it up for me. But I think most of the songs in this movie are really fantastic and iconic. I really like the characters, and I don't know, I thought it had, the theme of having to like kind of grow up. I think this movie, it starts to get there. I think at kind of the end, Mowgli just kind of walks away with the girl and shrugs, and it's a little bit flippant by the end, but I think Disney, was starting to get there with kind of the theme of, letting go of the things of childhood. But I think it winds up being done a little bit better in later movies.
That was a good SAT word there, flippant. Yeah,
I was trying to think of the right word.
Yeah, honestly, like I kind of feel bad dragging it down a little too much. I didn't really know where to put it, so
that's your list. Dude. Don't feel bad.
But I'm saying like I don't think that I was like hard 52. I was just like 52. Kind of a deal, so
I was surprised at where that was on your list a little bit.
Sorry.
don't be sorry.
It could be higher. It's probably better than Chicken Little. I don't know. Right, Dylan? Right.
No comment.
Okay, at number 33, we have The Great Mouse Detective. We're starting with Dylan, who had the highest ranked.
Nice.
Highest? Okay, yeah. I had this at 32, so not anywhere like super high, but I really like this one. I think it's a fun twist on Sherlock Holmes. I think I'm one who has never really loved a lot of Sherlock Holmes stuff. I tried reading the books, wasn't always engrossed with it, didn't love the Robert Downey Jr. stuff. I really like the Benedict Cumberbatch stuff, but like this one is just a fun twist on that. I like the characters. I think it's fun. I think it needed a little bit more. I think like it has this really great musical number in the first act, but then the other acts like is void of music, so it's like almost a little inconsistent that way, where I'm like, wait, what happened to the big production numbers? And I think it's the fact that it was released during the Dark Age, so the budget was just too low to put on all these great big musical numbers. But then it redeems itself at the end with that great clock tower scene with Big Ben. Like I love the animation there and the action. I think it's some of the best action in this whole 62 or 61 film canon. Like I really love the action in that final act. I think it's the second act though that's a little boring, a little forgettable, so that's what knocks it down for me.
Yeah, definitely. I do think this is a really good version of the Sherlock Holmes. I like a few of those. I do like the Benedict Cumberbatch stuff. I also did like the Robert Downey Jr. Guy Ritchie ones. I thought were actually pretty good. But yeah, and this is a different take. It's like animals as the characters, which I thought was pretty interesting. The villain with what's his face?
Radigan.
Yeah, but what's the actor?
Vincent Price.
Vincent Price.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Iconic. Great. I know some people who have this probably in their top 5, and I would understand why. Because it is really well done. It's really fun. I like the characters. I think they're very sweet. And everything. But I don't know. Yeah, this one I was just like kind of like solid A tier type movie, so I ranked it 36.
Okay. I have this the lowest ranked, I think, at 42, but not too far off from where everyone is. Yeah, I didn't realize going into this that it was going to be, I don't know how I didn't realize it, but I didn't realize it was going to be, a take on Sherlock Holmes. So that was kind of like a nice little surprise. And I thought it was a good story. I would definitely watch it again. But for me, also not one of the more memorable Disney movies.
James?
Yeah, I put Great Mouse Detective at 36 also. I think I agree a lot with Dylan. Like, there's probably something it's missing, but this might have gotten a little bit of a bump because I do like all the other Sherlock Holmes movies and TV shows. My wife and I are watching Elementary right now, which is, we actually like it more than we thought we would. I think Sherlock Holmes in New York City is actually kind of a cool concept. Lucy Liu did a really good job in that show too. So I think this one might get a little bit of a boost because we're currently watching something Shrek related, and we loved the Benedict Cumberbatch series was really good, and I like the Guy Ritchie films too. So this one might have gotten a bit of a bump from that.
Hell yeah.
All right. So at number 32, we have Brother Bear.
Brother Bear. All right. This is number 32. I'm starting, and I had this ranked at number 32.
Yeah.
Brother Bear. This is interesting. I had seen this a little bit, and then I was like, is that the one that's like similar to freaking Brave or whatever? It's like kind of a similar type of feel. They're different. They're very different, but like they have kind of like a similar thing about character turning into a bear. And then when I was watching through this, I was like, oh, this is Joaquin Phoenix plays the main bear, and then or main not bear, but like native guy turned into a bear, and then the little kid from the Bernie Mac show plays the little cub bear, and I love that little relationship. I thought it was very sweet. I had heard from some other people saying that this may be the worst Disney animated film ever made. I know that there was a debate that happened where someone picked this and the other person picked Chicken Little, and I was like, sitting there thinking like, oh, maybe, probably, I don't know, I haven't seen it. And then watching through all these, I was like, this Brother Bear's nowhere near the bottom of the list. For me, it's right in the middle. It's not phenomenal, even though and Dylan will probably get into this, the opening really hits. The opening is so large with great music. It feels like they're like, this is the next Lion King, bro. This opening is fantastic. And Dylan will probably get into the whole, the aspect ratio and stuff like that. But yeah, I thought it was a very sweet story. And it was really sad though, because of like the whole, you find out that he killed that little cub's mom and stuff, but then like he becomes basically like his guiding brother, and I thought that was a very sweet but complex like relationship that was a really good story. So yeah, 32.
Okay. I had this the lowest. I'm sorry for dragging it down a little bit. I had this at 45. I did think genuinely a pretty sweet story. Far better than I didn't really know what to expect, because I think Chad had told me about that debate, and it was one that, it was at a time where I was, not a little too old to want to watch Disney films when it came out. So I hadn't seen it before. I was pleasantly surprised at how sweet it was. I would say it's probably just a little bit lower for me, because there are just so many other films I enjoy more. And this is one, kind of like Chad said with the Jungle Book, I just wasn't quite sure where to put it. It wound up kind of, I think, just in my own personal, like, what would I prefer to watch at any given moment? It wound up at 45.
Great. James?
Yeah, I put this one slightly higher than Kerri at 40. Again, the story to me was pretty cool. I liked it, but there's just too much else I liked more than this one. And this, again, was an early 2000s one, I think. So this came out around the time I was skipping over Disney movies. So I didn't think to watch it then, and I didn't really get much from it now. So this was a little bit lower.
Great. Dylan?
Yeah, this is that example earlier, as I was saying, of like, this came out when I was like the prime age for it. So like, I loved it. The aspect ratio, like you alluded to, Chad, like I won't talk more about the opening because you said all the great things about it, but like the aspect ratio, it's so weird because it's like the most epic thing is that opening, yet you're setting in this tiny little box, and then when he finally becomes a bear, it's widescreen. And I get the attempt to try to make it like his eyes are more open to the world, and so the aspect ratio is going to open, but I'm like, but as a viewer trying to take in the gorgeous pastels and the Yukon atmosphere, I'm like, that's such a disservice to then close it off with all these black edges and borders. But yeah, I think it's a really endearing story. I like the music. I mean, Phil Collins just goes so hard here, man. Like, he's so good. Yeah, nothing else to say there. It's really, really great.
Perfect.
I did at 25. I don't know if I said 25.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh, great. Nice.
Okay. So I think I had mentioned this in the chat that with one exception, all of our top 10 films were in the top 30. This one barely misses out at the top 30. It's at 31, but unfortunately it is in someone's top 10. And so at 31, we have Lady and the Tramp.
Oh, no.
I can't remember who starts.
You.
Oh, no.
I saw. Okay.
Yes.
I wasn't the one who totally dragged this down. I had it second
It was
highest
me.
ranked.
It was me.
At 33. I had this. This is one I moved around a lot. Actually, at times I had this much higher. It wound up at 33 though after watching the full scope of Disney. It is such a sweet movie. I do really, really love it. I would say the only negative part is the part with like the Siamese cats. You know, and we have said, but there's so much. I mean, watching this whole thing at first, I thought I was going to be able to sort stuff by like, oh, does it have something problematic in it or not? But like, there's so much, it's hard to sort by that. I think it wound up a little bit lower just because I don't know. I think I just enjoyed some of the more recent films. I wound up enjoying them a little bit more. But I mean, I don't know. Overall, this is a really fantastic movie. I think it is one of the sweetest Disney films, and it's such a classic.
Where'd you have it, Kerri? What number?
33. I still had it pretty low.
Yeah, James.
All right, Lady and the Tramp, I put at 44. I guess this is one of the ones that, as much as I did like it watching it when I was younger, and then watching it now, I think it held up to me. There's just too much else with Disney that I liked more. Yeah, I don't really have much else for this, to be honest.
All right. Yep. Dylan.
Well, I'm the one who had it in their top 10. It's my number 9. So like it's not in my like number 5 or whatever, but like this, aside from one other film, is my favorite pre-Renaissance film. There's one other film in my top 10 that's a little higher, but I love this one. I think, yes, the Siamese cats is the one scene that like if I had to dock it, it's for that reason. And that's why I give it like 4.5 rather than 5 stars. But like I think if you get rid of that scene completely, the rest of it is almost flawless for me. Like I love, again, I'm Italian, so I love the whole like spaghetti meatballs with the moonlight and the accordion, and that moment is so romantic. But yeah, it's a great romance, and I think what I love so much about this is it's not really that high stakes either. It's just these two dogs roam in the city, one who's very sheltered, one who's kind of a free spirit, and seeing how these opposites attract. It's almost like if Linklater made a Disney movie. It's just these two dogs hanging out in the American countryside, going to restaurants and basking in the moonlight and just enjoying each other's company and sharing stories. It's like the before sunrise of Disney movies. But I really do love the hangout tendency of it. I also think visually, this is the first film using CinemaScope widescreen. Any animated film, it's one of the first to use CinemaScope. And I think that really shows. The colors in this just pop. It's gorgeous. The Americana style of the animation is just breathtaking to me. Yes, it's small scale. It's not, capturing this giant, larger than life thing, but because it's, focusing on a much more like friendly neighborhood vibe, like they're able to even hone in deeper on the details. I think it's probably my top 5 in terms of just visual animation itself. I think it's gorgeous. And I love the fact that like the antagonists here are just everyday things. It's a lady who hates animals. Like that's relatable. It's a rat who's sneaking into like in the home trying to get to the baby. Like it's these relatable things. It's not this larger than life mischievous mustache twirling villain. It's like real life shit. And I really love that. I think it's just, it hits all the beats for me as a dog lover, as a lover of animals, as a lover of romance, as a lover of spaghetti and meatballs. This just hits all the right notes for me. I adore it. It's one of those films where I was like, kind of like, I'm a little bit bored by it when I was a kid, but growing up, I realized like, not everything has to be this huge, like epic thing. It can just be its own self-contained story. And it's a Christmas film. I love Christmas films. So I really think this is just one of those really sweet, endearing Disney masterpieces. And it's my number 9. I love it to death.
Interesting. I mean, I did have. I did have. No. I mean, I think it's great. You had a lot of great things, and then you talking about it like makes me want to give it another watch, and maybe even rank it a little bit higher. I ranked this the lowest, and I can't really even tell you why. I just watched it, ranked it, or like I had like a number in my head, or like when I was doing beach, I was like, C tier, Lady and the Tramp, whatever. It's fine, kind of a deal. I don't have the same connection to it as you do. I do like some of the characters. I do like the ending. I think it's really cute. I think probably, I was just like honing in on that problematic scene with the Siamese cats.
And that's
and I was
totally
like,
fair. Totally
this one's problematic too. Stuff like that. I didn't really get because I do love Before Sunrise. I didn't really get that connection. So I'd love to rewatch it with that in mind. You know, maybe next December or something like that. Like, I'll watch this as a Before Sunrise Richard Linklater Christmas movie.
It might have been a little bit of a stretch, but that the hangout vibe, just two dogs hanging out.
And it's really different because all I knew about this was the Siamese cats and the spaghetti meatballs iconic thing. And I enjoyed a lot of it. And so, I don't even know. I put it at number 47. I don't even know why I had it.
Was this a first time watch for you?
I think it was a first time watch of it throughout.
Okay.
Like, I've seen scenes from it, but never the full thing.
So you didn't have quite the nostalgia.
No, not at all. And so, I think if I were to watch this more, it might go up. I think this has probably the most potential to get better for me.
Cool. Well,
so sorry, Dylan.
No, don't worry. These are our lists, and with 60 films, and I think
61.
Disney's 61. Sorry, Disney's so consistent too that if it's in your top 40 or top 50 even, it's still there's still 10 or 20 films below it. It's so consistent of a studio where it's gonna get really nitpicky. So it's fine, dude. I respect that.
Okay, so at number 30, we have Strange World. Getting
World.
into our top half.
Yeah, excited. And we're starting with James, which we saw this with James.
Yes. All right, so Strange World I put at 33. So I definitely liked this one a lot. I liked the animation style. I liked just the general concept of it. I think the whole airship steampunk thing is always pretty cool. I think this kind of was too convenient though, almost. I think in how a lot of it played out, I think a lot of the resolutions came about not easily, but I think it wrapped up the way I kind of pictured it wrapping up. I think being in this time period, it does a lot for inclusion and representation, which is awesome. I will say this though, there was one part of this movie, the first pilot of that airship gets swallowed whole and no one says anything about it for the whole rest of the movie. They just the next lady hops at the controls and starts flying the ship, and nothing, if I can recall, at least maybe someone can correct me, but nothing is said or referenced about that dude getting swallowed whole at all. And then there are bits of, there probably are perilous bits in it, but again, I think it happens it's a little maybe just too convenient for me and how it all kind of plays out. So this was middle of the road, I think.
Great. Dylan?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting story of father and son bonds and familial bonds in general, and I like how you kind of get 3 different generations. I like how it doesn't take the Up route or the Guardians of the Galaxy 2 route of him being a villain when you meet him. He actually they kind of twist it to where he ends up working with them, and he has villainous tendencies, but he's redeemed in the end. Dennis Quaid's character. I had this in my bottom 10. It's at 52, so it's right at the top of my bottom 10. And I think that's just recency in terms of I haven't had time to really sit with it. I'm one of the people, and maybe I'm showing my flaws here, that I was not the best kid in science class. I did not necessarily pay attention as much as I should have. So the fact that everything was, spoiler alert, happening inside a body, I didn't pick up on that. And I know so many people were it's obvious from the trailers that they're inside a body, because everything is shaped different cells and organisms and stuff. And I almost should have thought duh, of course they're in a body. I didn't think that. So when the third act reveal, I was well, that's pretty cool. But then now hearing other people say no, it's basic anatomy, I'm oh yeah, you're right. So I just feel as a viewer, I'm oh, maybe I was a little too dumb to realize that they were inside a body. And I think that's one thing that they should have done in the marketing. I mean, it's that's your big twist, but at the same time, I think that would have been a more enticing way to bring people to the theaters. Say yo, it's about these people inside this strange world, and the strange world's a body. They're going inside the body to try to rescue this resource. I think that would have been a cooler way to sell it, especially because you got Dennis Quaid in it, who is in Inner Space, which is basically the same thing. So, like, you could have made that a selling point. Like, hey, Dennis Quaid in Inner Space, now Dennis Quaid's inside this body. Like, maybe that would have been a cool way to market it. I actually think the twist made it better for me because I was like, oh, that's very interesting. It's bold. It's fun. But at the same time, I'm like, I can get why some people who are a little bit more science savvy and actually paid attention in school said, like, no, I mean, like, I could tell they were inside a body. Like, it's just, and then that twist probably feels a lot more unfulfilling because it's like, oh, well, it's something we already kind of knew. So what else is there? And there really isn't much else. Like, that's the twist, is they're inside a body. But I think it has some really good themes. I love the LGBT themes as well. I love the idea that this kid is out and it's not ever like once criticized as like oh, like he's gay. Like, I don't know. Like, it's not a coming out story. And so much so that even this grandfather that they've never met is just like, I can give you some tips with the guys. Like, and you would think that like a part of it would have been him being like, oh, this kid's gay. But they don't go that direction because this nowadays you don't really have to anymore. And I like that. I like that, especially because the film that came out right before this one dealt very heavily with the idea of like coming out and like in a sense, in a metaphorical way. Whereas like this film didn't have to. It could just be a personality trait and it could just exist as that. So I think that's cool. Like, I think for what it does, you know, right, it really does right. It's just like one of those things where I'm like, I need a little bit more time to sit with it to see it again. But right now I'm just like, it was okay. But again, I think it could have been a lot better. But again, I don't know how you make it better without spoiling the twist. Maybe I don't know. I liked it though.
Yeah.
I liked it.
Yeah, I'm on the same path there. Where I think it was also kind of middle of the road. I had it a lot higher than Dylan, but probably around the same, I think, as James. I had it at 29. I don't know. I like this one, and it kind of makes me sad hearing about Dylan's friends because I'm sure they're really fine people. But like the whole thing about when you have discussion and people go like, "Oh, I called that twist like way like at the beginning 10 minutes of the movie," and it's like, "Oh, you're really smart. Thank you for that." And they just make you feel like an idiot. And I'm like, I didn't understand it was in a body either. That was a twist. I thought that was the twist of the movie, and it's like. For some people, maybe it's a little bit easier. That's fine. Maybe you're really smart and you're good at this one particular thing. But it's like, you know, kind of talking down or like, you know, saying like, oh, you didn't get that. You didn't get that. I don't think there's anything to feel ashamed about, Dylan.
Because and they weren't like talking down to me. It was almost like when the twist happened, I was like, whoa. And
okay.
And they were like, what? And I was like, they're in the body. And they're like, yeah. I'm like, oh, like it wasn't like a condescending thing either. It was just like, they thought that was what it was because the trailers, they never said it, but they thought the trailers, what it was selling was the fact that they were going inside the body. That's what they thought the movie was about because they had seen the shapes of things and were like, no, they're inside the body, like the immune system and the cells and all those things. So I think it's just a matter of just what you know and what you don't.
Definitely. I'm definitely like classic for not paying attention to the trailers that hard and not noticing anything like the No Way Home stuff. I didn't notice any of that stuff. So it's like everything's a surprise to me. But you know, it's just how we watch things different. But the actual movie I really enjoyed. I don't think it was the greatest thing ever. It's my 29, but I do love the LGBT themes. I love the fact that he was like, you know, I don't want to destroy, even before he knew they were part of something's body. He was like, I don't want to like fight these things. I don't want to go around killing these things. Like things are like an ecosystem. Like, why do I have to interfere and, you know, be that thing in nature that's destructive? I don't want to be that. And I just love that he was like kind of showing a different perspective on that when we watch a lot of other Disney movies all about hunting and, you know, killing stuff. And I'm like, you know, this is a guy who just wants everything to be happy and live. And I don't know. I really liked a lot of the characters. I thought it was really fun. Jake Gyllenhaal's in it. Boom. Kerri.
I had this the highest ranked. I had it at number 17.
Ooh.
I really liked the themes of this one. And I'm going to say and I didn't watch the trailers. I just like went into the movie, so maybe that's why. But even it was a complete twist to me that they were inside a body, and I was a bio minor, so. And then afterwards, I'm like, oh yeah, that makes total fucking sense.
Yeah, no, once you know, it's like, oh wait, yeah, that makes total sense. It's just in my brain, I was just expecting it.
It's really cool. I thought
it is a cool twist. I like it.
I really like the family dynamics in this. Like, I thought the relationship between the three generations was, I think, really realistic, and I think something a lot of people can relate to. And And I also really liked, you know, the message is kind of like, you know, save our environment, like, because they have to stop using this resource to save the very thing that they live on. It's not subtle, but I like that they had a happy ending, and, you know, everyone at the end agreed that it was the best thing to do, even though there was some resistance at first. So I don't know. I just really like this one.
And there's some really fun sequences, like when they're locked in the thing or whatever, and then the thing can go out of the thing and unlock, and you're like, what?
The dog in that movie is like a top 10 cinema dog. I love that dog.
Nice.
Okay, so at number 29, we have Robin Hood. And I think we're starting with Dylan.
Yeah, I mean, this is my number 24. I really like Robin Hood. I didn't really love it as a kid. I was always drawn to the more musical heavy projects, so this one feels a little bit lacking in that regard, but I actually really like the characters in this. I think it's a really good depiction of Robin Hood's themes of, you know, stealing from the rich, giving to the poor, and what it means to be giving and generous, but also, actually, no, it wasn't 24, was it? It was, yeah, no, it was. But also, like, the action, I think, is really strong, too. You know, it's not the best animation, but I think the action is really strong, especially with, like, the burning castle part. Like, I really enjoy it. I'm a big fan of the Errol Flynn version, but, like, this is, like, a really close number 2. I will say, though, if they try to make this live action with anthropomorphic foxes and shit, I'm out. I'm not seeing that. It's gonna be too creepy. It's gonna be too creepy. I can't do it.
Guillermo del Toro, come on, man.
But for animation, I think the animals is a cool twist.
Yeah, this one is interesting because I got to this one, and this one blew me away, and it was my number 1 for a little bit.
I thought you were gonna say right now it's your number 1.
Not right now. It's my number 17.
Cool.
Or 16. I like this one so much because I had seen the characters so much, but I'd never seen the actual movie, and I was like, they made a Robin Hood with like animals? What? That's weird. I always had that perspective, and then I finally watched it, and I love like kind of indie folk music, and I just love like folk music. And so when this started with the, you know, and the music, and I just was like, that crazy frog song or whatever came from this. Interesting.
I call him Sam Elliott Chicken, even though he's not Sam.
Yes,
he's got a similar thing. He's got, or like Rooster, he's got like that low voice, you know.
Yeah, and I love the music in this. I love Robin Hood as a character in this. I thought a lot of the characters are really great. Even the villains are like, and it gets so dark at times, but like I liked that. I like how it showed the insane greed of the rich and the people who are trying to actually help the poor not live a life of squalor and having their last cent taken by some piece of shit. And I don't know, I really enjoyed this version of Robin Hood. It's kind of like where a lot of people really like that version of Sherlock Holmes. This might be my favorite version of Robin Hood, aside, like, not right next to Men in Tights. But yeah, I don't know. I really like the vibe of it. I like the characters. I liked how they explained, like, well, this is our version of the Robin Hood. And I just like how it was just kind of like a, very down to earth, like kind of folk countrified, version of it. And I really like the music a lot. I've been listening to some of the songs after the movie, and I think that really aids in me ranking it higher. There's so many great movies above it. I was like, I kind of wish I could put it even higher because I really like this one a lot. Sorry, go ahead, Kerri.
I was very interested to see this in your top 16 because I knew you hadn't really grown up with this either, right? Yeah, this was a first time watch for me as well. I had it at number 44. I thought it was better than, some of the other movies that I ranked lower. I really like Prince, to like how they depict Prince John in this movie, and I like the snake, like how Robin Hood is constantly like tricking that, getting advantage of Prince John, and like the snake keeps catching it and is like, what is wrong with you? I thought that was really cute and funny. But overall, just for me, I just didn't connect with it really, the rest of it.
Yeah, James?
I put Robin Hood at 46, and this is one of the ones I watched. I found when I was younger, and it was cool. And I guess I rewatched it, and it did not do the same things for me. I guess I'm pretty much in the same boat as Kerri on this one. I think.
Mm-hmm. Dylan,
Yeah,
am I the
already
crazy
talked about
one, Dylan? Or
No, I already talked about it.
you went first.
oh, where'd you have it?
I had 24.
Okay,
So you guys
all right.
were
I'm
pretty
not that
close on
crazy.
it.
All right,
we
cool.
were just evenly split on this one, so that's
Interesting.
why it's like kind of smack dab in the middle.
Yeah, that's how it happens.
Okay, so at number 28 we have Fantasia 2000.
All right, and I'm starting with this one. Where did I have this, Kerri? I had
You
this
at
at 37.
It's the lowest ranked.
I do have this the lowest ranked, even though I like this one more than the original Fantasia. I still thought it was like, kind of like a middling thing. It was still just music and stories. And the thing you guys said, like the Sorcerer's Apprentice was your favorite part of Fantasia. Well, you don't need to watch Fantasia because it's in Fantasia 2000. They bring that back and they just like throw it in there and they're like, here's this. It's updated. There's a lot more visuals, still a lot of really great classical music. But the stuff that I like too is that when they had like the people introducing stuff, they had Steve Martin and a lot of other like really just like funny bits in it, which I thought really worked. It felt less like we're all, classical and I'm announcing Disney's, thing. It's like it felt like more like down to earth, like you could watch it as like just a regular person and be like, oh, Steve Martin's in this. Cool. And it felt like a joke thing and people were, tossing out jokes and Steve Martin's like, he's like, and I also play an instrument. And then the camera pans away from it. It's like, wait, am I done? Just love just the humor. It just thought really worked. I'm not remembering every little sequence in the movie, but I thought a lot of them were really great. I think the colors were like more vibrant in this one as well. And the animation just got better over time, I feel like. So I don't know. The original Fantasia is the classic one, but for some reason, I think I just enjoyed this one more. I think it was shorter too. Kerri.
Yeah. So I had this ranked number 31. I also had it ranked a little bit above the original Fantasia. I think for the same reasons you said, you get that beautiful original Sorcerer's Apprentice sequence a little bit updated. I think overall the sequences in this are just a little bit better. And yeah, that's kind of all I've got to say about it.
Perfect. James?
Yeah, I put this at 32, so not far off from you, Chad, and pretty much right where I was. I did like this one more than the original one, but I think you two hit the nail on the head as far as what I liked about it too. I appreciated how they brought the runtime down a bit. They brought back the classic bits from the first one that we liked, and I enjoyed the Steve Martin performance too a lot in this one also.
Yeah, I think it's an hour shorter than the other original. Dylan.
Yeah, I really like this one. I think it's my number 28, so it's not like in my top 20 or anything, but I like this better than the original because I think it just comes down to the shorts themselves. I think this one has more consistent, like good segments. I mean, Rhapsody in Blue has to be my favorite composition musically ever. The Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue, and then the way they animate it is so interesting with like all the different shades of blue and the hues and the New York infusion of the New York culture. I love that short. It's probably my favorite thing ever. Like that Disney's done short wise. And again, like I love the Sorcerer's Apprentice thing. I think bringing it back is a little bit of a cop out because, like, yeah, it's great, and that's already going to make your movie better, but it makes the movie better. I love the one with Daisy and Donald on Noah's Ark. I love the Firebird Suite. I really do also like just the sense of grand epicness that this has, not just in the visuals, but in the way it was marketed and the way it was released. I mean, I obviously wasn't around to remember the way it was marketed. I was a baby, but this was like the big, like, it's the new century, it's the new millennium. Like, this was released late December to qualify for Oscars, I guess, in 1999, but it opened on New Year's Day of 2000. It was the first day of the new millennium. They were like, here's Fantasia 2000. It was only playing in IMAX. It was this big old thing. and the whole thing was like you had to go to the IMAX to see this grand epic Fantasia 2000. Some people didn't even think they'd make it to 2000. Some of the naysayers of is the world gonna end didn't even know if this would come out. So this was like a big like hurrah, we made it. It has that epic nature to it. Like the whales one is kind of boring, but it's kind of cool. Like I can imagine seeing that in IMAX, the flying whales. I'm like, that must have been so cool. And I think the bits in between are a little cheesy. They're a little corny. Penn and Teller, Bette Midler, Steve Martin.
yeah.
But I do think like it like Chad says, it adds a charm of the time it came out in. It gives it that sense of like turn of the century vibes. Like the older one, it was just celebrities of the time. So we kind of look at it these the old pompous old people from the 40s. But they were celebrities at the time, just like these celebrities. I think 60 years from now, kids are going to be like, who's this Steve Martin guy? Which is kind of sad to think, but like, you know what I mean? Like it kind of has that sense of like ownership of time and place as well. And it gives that epic sense. I know I've talked a lot about it, but it's because I think this is underrated and I want to like give it its due because I think it's really good. But yeah, I really like this. I wish I had seen it in IMAX when I was young. Obviously I wouldn't have remembered it. Maybe I did see it. Maybe my parents took me and didn't tell me, but yeah, I love this one. It just feels so giant and epic and like 2000, we're here, baby. Yeah. I love it.
I can't wait to see Fantasia 2030 coming in with Zendaya.
All right, at number 27 we have The Princess and the Frog. And I think I start this one off.
Yes.
Okay. So I had this at number 37. And I'll say, so Chad and I hadn't seen this before this watch, and we were so excited to watch it. Mm-hmm. Like everyone had told us it was so good. And it was one of the very few Disney films. I think there were only 3 that we were like, oh, we want to make sure we watch together. So we sat down and watched this. And honestly, for me, it was mostly a little disappointing. I still really liked like Tiana's character, and I liked the stuff with her family and like her dream of owning a restaurant. I thought that was really great. I would say the disappointing part was, and granted, I wasn't paying attention when this was marketed because I, at the time I think I was in college and didn't really care about Disney films. But I had always thought, it was going to be Tiana and the Prince is the frog, and that's the movie. I didn't realize, she turns into a frog. Like that was the disappointing part, right? Mm-hmm. Is Disney finally has a black princess and they turn her into a frog 30 minutes into the movie, and she remains a frog, I think, until the very last 5-10
the whole
minutes.
Movie, yeah.
It's like Brother Bear.
Mm-hmm. It is. Yeah, exactly. And that to me was pretty disappointing. I also thought that Prince Naveen didn't really I don't know, it felt like his arc was kind of unearned. It seems like he just kind of he starts out as kind of this playboy guy. He's just trying to marry someone rich for their money, and it didn't really seem like, I don't know, I didn't really get the part where he just transitioned into this good guy and that Tiana would fall in love with him. I also felt it was a little weird when Tiana is at the very end where there's the Mardi Gras float and she sees Prince Naveen, or what looks like Prince Naveen, marrying her friend, and she thinks it's him. But I'm like, she knows that there's some guy out there who looks like him and isn't him. So why would she just assume it's him? It didn't really make sense to me. I felt like that was just kind of a forced plot point to get them to make up and come back together. But I think it was still overall a good story. I would watch it again. It was great that we I don't think there's another Disney animated studios films with a black protagonist. I don't think there's another movie like that out of 61 movies, which is really sad. So I liked it for that, but overall, I think this could have been done way better.
Hopefully it'll be coming. I mean, I think it wasn't the guy from Strange World, Mixed or whatever.
Yes,
the kid, yeah.
He's the protagonist, right?
So over 10 years later, we got
right. Yeah. Crazy. James?
Yeah. I put Princess the Frog at number 15, and I like this movie. I saw this when it was in the theater because I was still working at Hoyt's at the time. Chad. So I
Boys, all the
definitely
way.
checked this one out from back in the day. But I remembered being really interested in this one before seeing it and just loving it when I did see it. I liked the setting. I liked the animation style. I love the music. We got Keith David as Dr. Facilier. I thought he did an awesome job.
So
I
good.
love the whole demons concept of it. That was really cool to me. The gator was even pretty funny. I think I liked it with the fireflies. Was a good a good addition to that movie. I liked pretty much everything about this movie, and it's top 20, no problem for me. Yeah,
James, one thing though, Cinedyne.
a new paradigm in cinema.
Perfect. Dylan.
I know that reference. I love that. Yeah, 33 is where I put Princess and the Frog. So it's like at the top of my bottom half. It's like trickling around, right around the middle. If 31 is the midpoint, it's like right underneath it. I think the progression of having a black princess is already huge. Like that already gets it bonus points for me. I think the story is a little conventional. You know, it kind of takes the cheap route of let's make her an animal and then she'll learn that way. Again, it's a little bit of a retread. That being said, I'm such a traveler. I love traveling. And the one place I've always wanted to be that I've never been to is New Orleans. I love the culture from what I've seen looking on like
Should all go
TV
together at some
and
point.
everywhere. Like New Orleans is like something I'm so fascinated by. And I think this film, the culture that is woven throughout it, the colors, the animation, the music just invokes that culture so well and so beautifully. And just the ambiance and the immersion of New Orleans flair is amazing here. Even this more like non-city stuff, like in the bayou, I love that too. Just the vibes and the atmosphere of that, the characters, the crocodile with his trumpet, and like James said, Dr. Facilier, and the infusion of voodoo culture there too. Like it's so awesome as like just an ode to New Orleans culture, more so than it is an ode to like, you know, maybe black culture or, you know, just Disney princesses in general. Like I think it lacks a little bit in those regards, but I think just as a New Orleans movie, it's really, really good. So like I think it's one of those movies I've only seen once, so I need to watch again maybe. Mama Odie too, just such a great performance from Jennifer Lewis. That like I love it. It's so awesome. But yeah, I think it has its flaws, but I think its style is better than its substance, and it overcomes the substance for me.
Interesting. Yeah. I had this at number 40, so I was a little bit lower. I was excited for this one as well, just like Kerri said, and I can attest that her favorite part was that like the musical alligator.
Yeah, I
You're
forgot
cracking
about
up
him. I
that
did really love
part.
him.
Yeah, I do like the like New Orleans setting. I like, you know, the progressive nature of having a black protagonist. I was very excited about that because I was like, you know, we've gotten like so many freaking like animals and white people, and I was like, let's like get something different, you know, not Pocahontas different. You know, I was very excited because I skipped this, and I was like, you know, it sucks that I skipped it, and I was like, you know, I'm very excited to get to it, and I don't know, I was just disappointed, just like Kerri said, because, you know, even though I agree with Dylan, the setting's really good. I found stuff like Mama Odie kind of annoying, actually. For some reason, I don't know, like that type of character. For some reason, I felt like was like getting a little too much of like a caricature of a type of person. And then like not just her, but like the Firefly. I was like, I don't know who this is making fun of, but this Firefly is making fun of somebody. Like it's missing all its
Cajun
teeth.
people.
It's talking in very broken English, and I was like, it's a very annoying character, and it's a very, I don't know, it felt very insensitive to me. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm not of the person that would be making fun of, I guess, if it's making fun of anyone. So maybe someone who is Cajun watches that is like, that's not a big deal. I don't know. But for me, I was like, this feels a little weird. And I was like, we're still along where they're trying to be progressive, but they're not going all the way. And I think like only just recently have we gone full, truly representative and progressive. And we'll get there to the films that have done that. But yeah, this one, I don't know, it's just a little bit disappointed. I think the animation was great. And you know, I liked what they tried to do, but just the execution for me just wasn't there. Yeah. Kerri.
Sorry. Okay. At number 26, we have Winnie the Pooh, the 2011 Winnie the Pooh.
2011, and we're starting with James.
I put this one actually right at 26, so pretty much on the mark. I liked this, but I thought this was incredibly enjoyable. I put the original one actually pretty low, yes, but I think it's just more because I watched it as a kid and rewatched that version as an adult. Kind of gives me like the same. It's more like kid oriented, of course, but I think I found this one just a little better overall. I put this one at 26.
Great, Dylan.
Yeah, Winnie the Pooh as a character, as a brand, as a franchise is my favorite like Disney group of characters ever. I just love them so much. They were my childhood friends, as I'm sure there are many of ours. But yeah, I think this is a really sweet, simple story. It's not the best story of Winnie the Pooh told, but I think it gets a lot right, especially with the humor of Pooh being so nonchalant and gullible and just very matter of fact. I just love his humor in this. I had this at 31, so like top 30 above it, 30 below it. It's right in the middle, like dead center of my ranking, because I think it's, nothing special in terms of a Winnie the Pooh story. But I think because it is a Winnie the Pooh story, it is already special because of its characters and its songs, its animation. And it's the last 2D animated film from Disney. So it's like got that soft spot in my heart. This and Princess and the Frog, I think it's fitting that we're talking about them back to back, because it's like, this was it for that. And that's such an art form I'm so fond of that it's sad that we haven't gotten one since 2011. But this is a great encapsulation of the beauty of what you can do with 2D animation, and Zooey Deschanel's song vocals like really just fit that vibe so well. So
yeah, actually, it was interesting. I didn't think he was going to mention Zooey Deschanel, which I thought would have been crazy because he's a big New Girl fan. But yeah, I was excited to bring that up as well, because I think she does have this really great like connective musical thing between all the stuff. I think that's why I liked like Robin Hood so much, is because it had like this musical flow to it, and that's what this one has as well. It's updated. I had this at 23. I really like this one a lot, so 23 is high because there's so many great Disney animated films, but this one, it's a little bit shorter, but I also like this, like James said, I like this more than the original one. Not much more, because I think they're both pretty great. I love the characters as well, just like Dylan said. And, I love Tigger. But I also think that Winnie the Pooh is kind of a better character in this as well, because, in the original one, he's kind of a jerk. He like goes to Bunny's house and he's like, I want the honey. And he eats all of Bunny's honey and then he just leaves. And then it's like,
I know, he can't leave. He gets
that's how he gets stuck. That's
real
right.
better.
And then he's dumb, but then he's just kind of a jerk dumb. And I'm like, in this one, he's actually like, he doesn't eat the honey so that he can help his buddy Eeyore. And I'm like, you could eat the honey and then go help it. No, you're going to go do the right thing. Good on you, Pooh. I'm really proud of you. And yeah, I love these characters. I just think they're just so very sweet. I really, I like did this, like what? When they're all trapped in the pit or whatever. And, the owl flies up and then goes back down, and then no one like goes, you can fly up this whole time. Like no one mentions that. And then it's just like really, it's funny, but I went like, what the, like no one realized that they're all really dumb, like stuffed animals. I guess.
Great post-credit scene too, where we find out the Baxton's real. Like,
yeah, and I love the Baxton, the whole misunderstanding, like everything spelled wrong, like honey, and then I'll be back soon. Like, oh, the Baxton is like a crazy character that I'm going to be afraid of. Piglet's really afraid of. And then, you get the Baxton at the very end. I think it was really, really fun. So, yeah, I really like this one. Kerri?
I had this the lowest ranked at number 43. I think just because I prefer the 70s version so much. I grew up with that version, and that to me is Winnie the Pooh. So
hashtag not my Winnie.
Hashtag not my Pooh.
I just great, because one of the considerations was how often would I go back and rewatch this film. Honestly, not that often, because I'm always gonna put on the 70s version.
This one's shorter.
One. It doesn't matter.
By like 10 minutes.
Okay, at number 25, we have Tarzan.
Oh,
And Dylan's going to kick us off. He has this the highest ranked.
Yeah, I have the highest ranked. It's 25 on our list. It's 20 on my list, so it's not too far off. Again, Brother Bear, I alluded to it. Phil Collins just goes so hard for these movies. He just goes beast mode in the music, and I think the music is the highlight, but also just the actual use of the backgrounds, the use of the rotoscope animation with the 3D and all the different various backgrounds. Like, I think this is a very big, ambitious animated piece. I think the story is what is the most lacking, and the fact that it's very simple, very matter of fact, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think it's just very straightforward, and I love the characterization. I love Rosie O'Donnell's performance here. I love what's his name, Wayne Knight, I think's performance as Tantor. I have to look up
what Newman?
Let me look. Yep, Wayne Knight. Yep, that's it.
Whoa.
Tantor.
Okay.
I just had to get his name right, and then obviously Minnie Driver's great in this. So yeah, it's Glenn Close, a great cast, great visuals, best music. But yeah, I think it's just in my top 20 because of nostalgia, but like not any higher because I still think the others have better stories.
Yeah, I'm actually right there with you. Mine, I ranked this at 26. Yeah, this has one of the best. I wouldn't say maybe top number one soundtrack, but it is up there. If it's not number, it's in the top 5. Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't grow up with the soundtrack. I remember one time I was like, I haven't heard that soundtrack. And Dylan was like, what? And then I finally just I listened to the soundtrack like before I watched that. No, I watched the movie and then I just started like listening to the soundtrack after watching the movie for the first time all the way through, even though there's so many things, parts from the movie that like I remember from like trailers that as like a kid that just watches a ton of trailers apparently. For new Disney movies that come out, like when the one character gets hurt and there's another character goes, that'll hurt him. As soon as like they did that in the movie, I went like, that's like ingrained in my childhood nostalgic brain.
Wow.
Like what? Even though I hadn't watched the movie all that much. And I don't know. I actually kind of find Rosie O'Donnell a little annoying in the movie. Nothing against her as a person, but I don't know. I just that reason. But it's nothing like that annoying. It doesn't detract from the movie for me. I think she's a pretty fine character. I think the strength from this is the music, but it's also like the way that the music enhances the connection between the characters, like the "You'll Be in My Heart" with the kid's parents getting Tarzan's parents getting killed, and then the mother gorilla, caring for him, and but him being rejected and stuff like that. It's a very Avatar. Later we'd get Avatar, but like Tarzan, I don't know. I do enjoy the story. I enjoy the animation, just like Dylan said, and the music is top notch. So, it's a little higher than middle of the road, but maybe not at the height of heights overall.
Okay. I had this the lowest ranked at 35. Yeah, for me, I think this movie actually starts off pretty strong. Like I like the whole opening sequence and everything, but it just drops off for me. I kind of lose interest once the other humans arrive. Like Chad said, for me, Rosie O'Donnell, like I don't know, something about her, the character, like I just like could not stand it. And that song is really good though. I do like that song. The rest of it, I would say it's at 35 rather than lower because the soundtrack is probably definitely in the top 5, maybe the first or second best Disney soundtrack. It's amazing. I grew up listening to it because my mom really loved classic rock. It would come on the classic rock radio stations, some of the songs, but
cool.
The music is amazing. Yeah.
Do what James do.
I put Tarzan at 29. Again, I think I agree with like Dylan and Chad. It's not like the most inventive story ever, so I could like appreciate it for what it was while watching it. And I admittedly do kind of find Rosie O'Donnell kind of obnoxious, and I don't think that's the kind of voice I would associate like a gorilla being. So like that kind of took it out for me a little bit. So yeah, but I mean, soundtrack's awesome. I mean, it's amazing, definitely is. But for me, this was kind of I put this at 29, right? Yeah, so about middle of the road.
Great.
Okay. All right. At number 24, we have Sleeping Beauty. And I think, Chad, you start us off.
I start with this one. Okay. Sleeping Beauty, I had low ranked. I had this one at 45. I feel like this is kind of a whatever story. This one feels like it wants to be Snow White, but it's not Snow White. I don't know. I always like kind of like, because like it has a character. Wait, does it not have a character? It does have a character who's sleeping who has to be kissed by a prince to wake up. That's what Snow White is. I'm like, Sleeping Beauty is the same thing. It has some different stuff to it. I think Maleficent is a really cool villain. And I always thought that Maleficent was like a Snow White character. I always got it really mixed up and confused. But then I watched this one and I was like, story's kind of okay. Nothing to write home about for me. I think Aurora is pretty great. I don't know. She's fun. There's songs in this one.
I don't think so.
There's no songs.
No, Once Upon a Dream.
Yes. I love that.
It's beautiful.
I love that song. I feel like this one really inspired Enchanted, which is a really great live action Disney movie. So there's some really, really good stuff, but for some reason I just was like, it's kind of a whatever story. It's kind of got a very Frozen 2 vibe for me. I ranked it lower than Frozen 2, but I think I'd probably change that if I were to do it again. Because I think Sleeping Beauty is probably a little better than Frozen 2 and Pocahontas. But yeah, I had it at 45 for some reason.
Okay. Well, I had this at 29. For me, this was a full-on first-time watch. I hadn't even seen scenes from this. I'd seen like the characters and that like images of them, and that was the most I'd seen of it. I was very pleasantly surprised. I was like, oh, this is a cool movie about, 3 older or middle-aged fairy women who raise this young girl, and they wind up the prince is the one holding the sword, but they make that sword magic and help him kill Maleficent. And I don't know. I was very pleasantly surprised. Like, the story was a little bit more in depth than I thought it was going to be. Yeah.
I think I didn't like the fairies. I think that might be.
I really liked the fairies.
No.
Wow. I thought they were pretty awesome.
They angered.
The takes are piping hot.
And I liked that. The prince. It's a little problematic because she's probably a little too young for him, but.
Well, they were like betrothed as like little kids.
Right, but then they fall in love separately from that, and Aurora's like, no, I don't, want to go and be a princess, and he's like, because she's in love with him, and he's like, oh, I don't want to marry this princess I'm betrothed to because I'm in love with someone else, and like, I was like, oh, that's kind of like way different than I would have thought it would have been at the time this came out.
Yeah. James?
Yeah, I put Sleeping Beauty at number 12.
Whoa, okay.
This is one that definitely holds up from watching it as a kid. I love the fairies were cool. Maleficent was awesome. I think the story itself holds up great. I love the songs in it. It's hard to beat a classic, and this one is definitely one that holds up and is definitely worthy of being as high as it is on my list. I like this one a lot.
All right, Dylan.
Yeah, I have this not quite as high as James, but I have this in 21. I know a lot of critics have this like top 10, maybe even top 5. I'm not quite there yet. But yeah, the animation, it's the second use of the widescreen CinemaScope after Lady and the Tramp. So I think it's just telling that I really love that era of animation where they're using those lavish colors and stuff. The colors in this thing just pop. I mean, it's all about color. The whole like, is it blue? Is it pink? Is it blue? Is it pink? But even just the forest landscapes and the actual like garb of the medieval knights themselves, I think it's just one of the most stunning showcases of classic animation ever. I think Maleficent's a great villain. I love the fairies. I love that dynamic. I love how it's like very unconventional because you're seeing it from so many different points of view. I think one of its main faults is that the person you probably see the least point of view from is the princess herself. I think she's given the least to do here because she's half of it she's asleep for. But I think it fixes a lot of problems that even like stuff that I do have ranked higher, but like Cinderella, Snow White, the princes in those films are pretty much the most one note you could get of any prince ever. And this film actually gives a personality to the prince. He has an arc. He has to fight for something. Like, they give it a lot more of an arc to where I could see why this appealed so much to boys and girls and not just girls. It had very wide stream appeal because of that, because it gave the hero prince some agency as well as the princess. But the villain is really the highlight here. Maleficent's so iconic. I love the aura she brings, the vocal performance. I mean, it's such a good showcasing of great characters, great animation. I really enjoy it. I think it's one of the most enthralling classic Disney films, so I have it at 21.
This is probably another one that does have a opportunity to go up for me that I might have fairly ranked lower. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay. At number 23, we have The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
All right. 23 is Kerri.
Yeah, so I'll start this off. Sorry, it's ranked a little bit lower, Dylan, and it's
it's
for me. I had this at number 38.
Well, it's not too bad.
This is one I actually really liked as a kid. I remember my grandma taking me to see it, and I dressed up as Esmeralda one year, actually. But I think on a rewatch, I haven't seen it really at all since I was a kid. On a rewatch, I don't know. I found myself kind of spacing out through bits of it. I still think it's an amazing film. I think the songs are great. Like, I think the characters are really fantastic. Obviously, beautiful animation in that Renaissance era. I think for me, though, just when I was going through and ranking things, this was one where I felt like I wouldn't return back to it as much as the other ones. I just didn't quite enjoy watching it as much as some of the other films.
Yeah, great. James?
All right, I put this at 30. I liked watching this a lot as a kid, and I think I liked it about as much too. I think the story and like the setting are pretty interesting. I think one smaller aspect of this one that gave it a 4 notches up, and this is a really small bit here, but one of the palace guards, who I think is credited as just Oafish Palace Guard, is voiced by Bill Fagerbakke, who voices Patrick Star, SpongeBob. So every line he has, I just hear Patrick Star, and it's just hilarious to me. So
this is Patrick.
That's just a small bit.
You want to get up to the bell tower?
So that to me just kind of gave it maybe a little notch up. But I like this movie. It's a good one. But I have no problem putting it middle of the road.
Great, Dylan.
Yeah, this is my top 10. This is my number 10. So it's one of my favorites. This one growing up, I wasn't on the love train. I was kind of like, oh, it's a little too dark. I don't like it. It's not fun. But then, now being older, I can watch it with more mature lens and be like, wow, like it's really tackling some really deep, heavy themes with religion and sin and just torture and it's dark. It's very dark. But I think what it does well that like something like The Black Cauldron doesn't do is it has something light to kind of bring it back, and it's that hopefulness that Quasimodo has. It's not all so dismal. He's such an endearing protagonist. And you also have the gargoyles, which I know a lot of people hate, but I think actually adds something more fun to it. I don't like their song, but I think their energy adds something more lighthearted to it to make it less of just a sad fest the whole way through. I think the music numbers are haunting. I mean, Hellfire has got to be the greatest villain song in my opinion. I think it's just so deep and dark and terrifying. Frollo's as a villain is terrifying. It's just so real. It's honest. It's not like I said, the mustache twirling. It's an honest villain who is dealing with some really deep, heavy shit, and like it's terrifying because he stands for so much greater so many more greater themes just in our world and what it has to say about religion. I think it's very, very smart, very intelligent, great music, great animation. It's a Renaissance. The fact that this isn't even in my top 4 Renaissance, but it's still in my top 10, it says a lot about the Renaissance of how much I love it, and maybe I'm a little bit biased toward it, but Hunchback, it's now one of my all-time favorites. When it was just one I always used to like, now I love. So I'm very happy that this rewatch kind of made me love it.
Yeah, great. I mean, I'm around the same. I have it at 28. Mm-hmm. I was interested because I feel like this is. I mean, it's definitely not as problematic as it was not problematic really, but it's not like Pocahontas where I'm like, this is one of the whatever kind of lower ranked Renaissance. I feel like this is a really good one, but like, you know, I feel like it's like, I don't know, maybe I compare it to the Elephant Man or something like that too much, where it's like kind of a similar type of story. And like the religion stuff, I think works less for me because I'm like, it's like hammering too hard on like this one thing. Like if you're not religious, you might not even really care about most of this movie, or something like that. And I feel like, you know, if a movie starts to have like, it really gets into the preachy vibes of like religion, I feel like, you know, and maybe I'm characterizing this wrong because that's what I'm kind of remembering from it. But I do really think that Quasimodo's great. I really love a lot of the songs. I think the Gargoyles I don't really care for. I mean, one's voiced by like George
Jason
Costanza,
Alexander.
and
Yeah.
I'm like,
Jason Alexander.
okay. I don't know. It's just like when I know them like so iconic from something else, it's just kind of weird. But yeah, no, it's a really great movie. I can see why Dylan ranked it so high, and I think probably on another watch, this is a Renaissance one that I didn't watch all the time.
Yeah, I was about to just one thing. I think it's the opposite. I think it's an indictment of religion. I think it's saying that religion can sometimes be the enemy, and why, because Frollo stands for religion, and that's why he is so disgraceful toward Quasimodo and Esmeralda. I think it's a commentary on how religion is dangerous at times, and I think that's why I like it so much. I think I took away the opposite. I think I could see how some people can take it away as it's being preachy about religion, but I think it's the opposite. I think it's saying that religion can sometimes be harmful, but and that's why
I'll have to watch in a different way because I feel like this is probably better than I gave it credit for. So, Kerri?
Yeah, and hypocritical. I already talked about it. I started this off, but I also just want to meet the person who is like, let's take this Victor Hugo novel, like French classism, make it a Disney movie.
And to throw in the fact that Kerri and I got to visit Notre Dame before it burned down.
We did, yeah.
So we're pretty excited about that. Not about it burning down, but about being able to see it before it burned down, which is very sad.
Okay. All right. At number 22, we have Raya and the Last Dragon. And James is going to start us off. He has this the highest ranked.
I do. Raya and the Last Dragon kind of caught me by surprise. I put this in number 7, actually.
Ooh, nice.
This is probably one of the more enjoyable ones for me. And I guess I had no idea like what it was. This came out, I think, during the like the height of the pandemic or like towards the end of it. So I think it hit the theaters. It was in 2021. Yeah. I think it was in theaters, but it lasted maybe like a week or two, so I didn't get a chance to see it.
We saw it in theaters.
Pay the money. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
To see it early streaming, but I really kind of liked the whole like aesthetic. I like the whole like most of the aspects of it were really cool. I like the animation was good. Of course, the voice actors were pretty much spot on for it. Awkwafina does a great job in this one. It was a lot more. I didn't know what I was getting into, which probably made it that much better for me. But this one was probably one of the better offerings.
Nice, Dylan.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I put it all the way at 50. I honestly think I really like and I really love the lore and the visuals and JNH, James Newton Howard. But I also think it takes too much time explaining the lore to where it feels almost overly expositional. Like it just feels like there's so much exposition about this world because they need to explain so much, because a lot of these films are based off of fairy tales that like we all kind of know and we love, or they're like very basic stories like 101 Dalmatians, Lady and the Tramp, whereas here it's like it's such a rich world and you're introducing it to us the first time that it's so much explanation, where that kind of takes me out. What I will say though is I do love the characters. I think Raya and the Last Dragon are two great characters. Kelly Marie Tran kills it. I love her in this role. Justice for Rose Tico. I love her. I wish I loved this as much as you, James, but I respect that you love it so much because it is such a cool entry to this canon. It's so different. It's so cool. And the action's great. It just, the over exposition and some of the humor to me bogs it down a little bit, but I do respect that. So I have it at 50, but it's good.
Yeah, I actually had this one at 31, so I'm more middle of the road on it. I saw it in the theater. I liked it, didn't love it, and then like I was like, well, do I like it more the second time? And not really. I maybe even liked it a little bit less the second time. And the reason is because like it's Awkwafina. And it's exactly what Dylan said about the comedy. And not that she's not great, because I love Awkwafina. I love her in Shang-Chi. I love her in what was it? The one
The Farewell.
The Farewell.
Ocean
Yeah, a lot of great stuff. Crazy Rich Asians. She's really great. And her comedy really works. But I feel like in this one, I feel like the comedy is what drags it down a little bit, because she's doing all of this, like, you know, she plays dumb a lot of the time, and she's like trying to, like, you know, do these, like, you know how like in like the Ghostbusters 2016 that I really like, where they riff a lot, and it kind of like, okay, can you just move on with the story a little bit? I feel like they do that in this a lot, and I'm like, oh, can we, like, this is some kind of, they're trying to do like a really deep story here, and then they try to throw on this very childlike comedy that I'm like, I'm an adult. I don't care about any of this silly comedy that you're trying to do. I mean, the baby thief is funny, but, you know, other than that, yeah, I like what they're trying to do with the theme of, like, you know, oh, we're in such a divided country right now. Like, you know, let's show a movie where people can come together, and like we can like say, you know, you can change your mind and we can all get along and, you know, find a connective thing. So I get what they're trying to do with the story, but like Dylan said, I just think maybe the execution just wasn't there fully, even though it looks fantastic. And yeah, it's a really fun watch. Kerri.
Okay. I had this ranked at number 16. I really, really enjoyed this film. Like Chad said, we saw it in the theater. I can't remember if it was probably one of the first movies that we came back and watched in the theater after the theaters were shut down. It was right
after Unhinged.
That we saw in the drive-in.
The dead silence of it.
I'm so lost my train of thought so hard. I don't know.
Sorry.
I really liked the characters in this one. I thought the voice acting was really great, and I really loved the themes and the story. I just really the main three characters. And I'm totally blanking on everyone's name, but like the dragon and Raya, and then the other girl that's like you know, kind of the villain for part of the movie, or the antagonist for part of the movie. I really loved like their relationship and their dynamic. I don't know. And I can see how the comedy would take away from a little bit, especially, you know, we'll see if that holds up at all, you know, within the next 10 years. But for me, it didn't take away from, you know, the main story and the characters.
Great. Are we back? Or is it James? No, James started, right?
Yeah, James started. Okay, so at number 21, we have Oliver and Company, and Dylan will start us off.
Yeah, I had this a little lower, actually. I had this at 43. It's a little low. The only reason I had it lower is because for me, I'm such a fan of Oliver Twist as a story. And I love the musical Oliver, that I think this one actually makes a story that is pretty straightforward and easy to follow. It makes it a little bit more convoluted and more hard to follow, which should be kind of the opposite with Disney. Disney, I think, tends to make their source material easier to digest, and this one, I think the story is a little all over the place. What I like about it, though, I'm a Billy Joel stan. I am from New York area. I love New York and Billy Joel and dogs and cats. So I'm like, this is my cup of tea. So it's a little lower just because I think the story has some problems, but I think the music and the performance of Billy Joel and just the dogs and cats and all that. And Oliver himself is so cute. I love the relationship with him and Jenny. It's so cute. So I love Oliver and Company for those reasons, and I don't love it for the other reasons, but it's still, you know, middle of the road for me.
This one I had at 13. I don't know. This one I have nostalgia for this one. I remember there's like the one part that I always remember from this movie was when he's like, he gets like wet. Oliver gets wet and he's like, gets dried from the vent. And he's like all puffy. And I remember me and my cousin used to just rewind it and watch that part over and over and over again because it's so funny. Nice. The stuff you do as a kid. Yeah, I love that Billy Joel not only sang, but he was a character, a voice actor in this movie. And I love that character. I love, you know, pretty much all the characters. I think they're all really great. You know, I don't disagree with you that the story isn't like 100% like unconvoluted or whatever. You know, it does have some issues. You know, the one dog speaks like a caricature of like a Mexican or whatever, voiced by Cheech Marin or whatever. But it doesn't. None of that really drags it down for me. I just really think this one is really special because of all the iconic like New York nature. Oliver is a really great character. It broke my heart like at the very beginning when nobody fucking wanted Oliver.
It was a great opening, one of the best openings.
Oh my god! It just as a cat dad, I'm just like, can I just have Oliver? Like I just want him to be my cat. And I don't know. I love how he gets conflicted because he finds a home and then he's like, I found a home, but like, he had a kind of a home with this ragtag bunch of, people. And I don't know. I just thought it was a really sweet movie. And the music, excellent. I don't love Billy Joel either as much as Dylan does, but the music is fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay. I had this at number 4.
Whoa! Yes! First top fiver. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm just a sucker for like, this is like my type of movie.
Why should I worry?
I loved this movie as a kid. I hadn't seen it though since I was a kid, and I was like, well, hold up, we'll see. And for me, 100% yes. Like, I enjoyed it just as much as when I was a kid, maybe even a little bit more now that I actually have cats rather than dogs. But just the relationship.
This has both.
Yes, it has both. It's the best of both worlds. Like, the relationship between Jenny and Oliver to me is just the sweetest thing. I cried like 4 different times during this movie. Maybe part of that's because my hormones are all over the place, but
probably.
I don't know. To me, it's like one of the sweetest films. The music is incredible, and this is actually the one I was referencing where some of the animation in this, like, it falls apart a little bit towards the end. Like at the end, there's like a couple of scenes with Jenny where she is just like stone white, not like person colored, and then they'll like cut to another person and then switch back and she's like regular color and then switch back and then she's like stone white. I was like,
never noticed that.
I was like, oh, it's falling apart a little bit, but it didn't matter to me in the long run.
Yeah, great.
And I like that the poodle, at first she seems like so mean and horrible, but then she like teams up with the rest of the dogs and like is really nice and helps save Oliver.
Isn't this the highest ranked one we've seen so far?
Yeah.
You're number 4.
Yeah.
Oh yes, yeah.
Wow, nice. Love it. James.
I put this one also at 43. So
43.
So this, I mean, it's definitely like a feel-good, cute animal story. And this was one of the ones I was kind of looking forward to watching because I remember this one being one of the ones I liked as a kid, but it just didn't have the same for me watching it now. And again, with everything else that we've had to watch for this, there was just too much that I liked way more. So this one's definitely lower on the list. Yeah.
Great. Dylan?
I already talked about it. But
He started.
Okay, at number 20, we have The Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, the 1977
All right.
movie.
Yep. And 77. Yep. And I'm starting here.
Year of the Star Wars.
The year of the Star Wars. I had this at number 34. So still kind of a middle of the road. Like, I'm right there with Dylan. I don't think I love the characters as much as he does, but I still really love the characters. And I forgot that I did because I didn't really grow up with Winnie the Pooh that much, like a little bit. Like, I'd seen clips of them and seen some of the Tigger stuff and Tigger's all over people's sweatshirts and stuff like that. And everybody's like, T-I-double-G-R.
He's right there.
And, it's just iconic, you know what I mean? Exactly.
Yeah.
And, it's one of those things. It's a short, little, sweet movie about stuffed animal characters living in a book, and it's classic. I can see why Kerri likes this one a little bit more. I just put it kind of in the middle of the road. I probably could have ranked it a little bit higher, to be honest, because I really do love the characters. But yeah, I mean, I think Pooh did kind of rub me the wrong way, I guess, a little bit subconsciously when he's like eating up all Rabbit's food and just like, oh, I'm out of here. And his friend's sad, and he just like starts to try to leave, and I'm like, wow, that's mean. Anyways, Kerri.
Okay, so I had this at number 11.
Tiggers don't like honey.
And going into this this Disney rewatch, I thought I had never seen this version of Winnie the Pooh, because the rest of my Disney Animated Studios movies, you know, were in those like big bubble VHS cases. I had a Winnie the Pooh in like a small little like sleeve case that wasn't kept with it. It was like, you know, part of this other area where we kept like little VHS tapes like that, like mostly our home movies. So I always thought it was just some like taped TV special or something. But then I turned this on and I was like, no, this is the Pooh that I grew up with and loved. So I was really pleasantly surprised, and I hadn't watched it in so long. It was just a total nostalgia trip and such a joy to watch. And I just think the little stories in this one, I don't know, maybe it's just because I grew up with them, but I just think they're so cute and classic. I think some of the messages are really great. You know, like Christopher Robin's going to school, but he's like sad about it and asks Pooh if he can visit him. And like, it's just so sweet. And like, the one where, oh my gosh, where Piglet like gives up his house to Owl, and like, I don't know it. And the scene where, you know, Pooh's like going up in the balloon to get the honey. There's just so much I love in this. Like, I think all the stories are just so cute.
Very sweet. Where'd you have it?
Oh, 11.
Wow, nice. Love that. James.
All right, I put this one at 41. It's definitely cute. I definitely grew up, you know, watching this stuff. I remember as a kid, obviously, you know, all these stories. But I guess just on the rewatch, it had that same feel. But there's just other movies I liked way more from Disney in this rewatch. So that's why this one's just a little bit lower.
Great. Dylan?
Yeah, I have this. I'm on Kerri's wavelength. I have this number 12, so I'm one.
Wow.
77, great year for Star Wars and Winnie the Pooh. But yeah, I really like this one. I think it's really funny that like there's a whole era of animation designed for package films that can't find any sort of connectivity between their shorts. And then a whole 2-3 decades later, this comes along and seamlessly transitions all these shorts with one another. And that's why I like this so much, because it's so cohesive. Even though it is a bunch of Winnie the Pooh shorts, there's a narrative that kind of intertwines it. And it's just as simple as a storybook, but it works so well in this case. Like, these are, I think 2 of the shorts had already been released as its own short, and then they made a third one, then piled them all together and released it as a film. And it's really nice. I mean, I love the characters in this. I mean, obviously, Pooh, Tigger, Eeyore is my favorite. Yeah, I love it so much. There's not much more else to add, but yeah, I like it a little bit better than the original Winnie the Pooh. Obviously, I have it higher, or than the one we already talked about, the 2011 Winnie the Pooh. This is the original, but I really love this one. So it came right outside my top 10.
Nice.
Okay, so at number 19, we have Bambi, and I think I'm starting this one off.
Yep.
I had this at number 26. Definitely one of my favorite ones from, I mean, really all the ones from the Golden Age are so amazing. This one, it's just so sweet. Like, obviously it's heartbreaking at times, but the characters are just so adorable. I'd say it's maybe ranked a little bit lower than some other things on my list, just because it's a simple story, and I guess watching it as an adult, I've found myself maybe not paying attention to it quite as much, but that also could just be me. But overall, definitely just a very cute, sweet movie
Definitely. James?
Yeah, I had Bambi at 21, so not far off. I like this one, you know, watching it when I was younger, and it's held the same when I watched it when I was older. I mean, I care. It's a pretty simple, contained story for the most part. He's running around the forest, you know, doing forest rat shit with his forest rat friends. So, and then, you know, all the stuff goes down towards the end. It was pretty Or like getting hunted, and then like I know it's an accident because the hunters didn't mean to, but like to have like your home, like shot up, and then the hunters end up burning the place down too. I was like, man, this is pretty heavy. Like it kind of hit harder for me, I guess. Again, maybe I like a little bit of peril in my Disney movies, so that's why this one was ranked a bit higher. I know some of these are a little too feel goody. A lot of it's like childhood nostalgia throwbacks. So this one I think offers a little more in that sense, which is why I put it a bit higher than the other ones.
Nice. Where'd you have it?
It's 21.
Okay, cool. Dylan?
Yep, I had it at 26, so right around that area as well. Yeah, I think it's such a simple story, but I think sometimes simplicity can really lead to some beautiful little thematic moments. And I think that's what this has a lot. I think the climax is obviously the moment where his mother dies, and that's really emotional. I think everything afterwards is a little bit more forgettable to me, even though it has some really great themes as well. I think the beginning is always stuck out more than the ending has when he gets older. I think it's just because he's so cute when he's little that I almost don't want him to grow up. I'm like, can he stay little? And that's why Bambi too. It's like, oh, we're gonna set it back to when he's younger. It's almost like prequel sequel kind of thing. But yeah, I really like this one. It's very simple, very tranquil, but I think it gets what it needs to across effectively. And it's cool to just see Disney be like, I want to experiment with animals, so let's bring some animals into the studio, and I'm going to try to draw them. And that's how Bambi came about. He just wanted to literally experiment, see if he could animate animals on screen, and then it ended up as a full-length feature. So I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I really like this one. I had this at 19, which is really high for me.
Mm-hmm.
I just love the characters in this. I love Bambi's really cute. I love Thumper.
Yeah.
I love Flower. Flower's probably my favorite, where he's like, oh, geez. I just love that character. It's just so sweet. I am a very, very, just like Dylan said earlier with him, I'm a big animal person. So, to see the humans be the villain of the story and hunting and just like that type of activity, like I acknowledge some people just do it for food and stuff like that, but like some people do it for like sport and stuff like that, and I'm very against that type of shit. And just to see the villain of the story be these humans who are just killing these sweet creatures that you grow to love, and stuff just really hit for me. Like James said, it's really heavy and really dark. And I think that makes sense, and it's on purpose, because that, to me, that is the depiction of hunting as it should be. Like, it's not, for me, it's not, I'm going to go get my son and we're going to go hunt, and then, we're going to kill these animals and go cook them in a stew. Like, for me, I'm like, that's horrible. And some people, like, that's how they grow up, and, it's just not the life. What?
Your cat agrees.
Yeah,
I was about to say,
right.
He has some stuff to say.
Yeah, and so that's just kind of where I took it. So that's why I really like this one. And yeah, just the golden age is so special, because it's like Bambi opens with like, I don't know, what feels like 15 minutes. It's not 15 minutes. It feels like 15 minutes of just like grand, nature and music and stuff like that. And I'm like, this feels epic.
It's a flex.
So I really, really like that. So, even though it could feel kind of boring to some kids maybe, but I really enjoy it. So yeah, 19.
All right. Okay. So number 18, this is our 4-way tie.
Start of our 4-way tie, and we're going alphabetical.
Yeah. So I'll list all 4 movies, but then we'll go alphabetical. All right. So at number 18, we have Alice in Wonderland, Big Hero 6, Hercules, and 101 Dalmatians.
Couldn't be any more different.
Yeah. So we'll start with Alice in Wonderland. And
18D is James.
And James had this the highest ranked.
All right. So Alice in Wonderland is one I absolutely loved watching when I was younger and love watching now. I love the animation, the story. I love the aesthetic. I love all the characters. The voice acting is so great. The Paint the Roses Red or Paint the Roses Black is such a great and memorable song. I put this at number 3. So I will always be able to watch Alice in Wonderland. And I was looking forward to it even off starting this rewatch. I knew I would like Alice in Wonderland still, and it absolutely holds up to everything I love about Disney movies.
Oh, I love that, James. Great. Dylan?
Yeah, I had it in my middle of the road area. I had it at 39, which seems a little low probably. But I do think it's because everything else is I like a little bit better. But I think this does well, it does really well in terms of the color and the animation and just the experimentation, making something so trippy and so visually odd. I mean, this is an odd movie. It is. It's almost stranger than Strange World, and strange is in the title. Whereas here, I think it's like it's truly a wonderland. The only thing I don't love about it is that it is so short that it almost feels too cramped, where I want a little bit more room to breathe. It's almost so much that I'm almost like struggling to keep up at times, where I'm like, oh, this is just way too much thrown in my face. It's almost like, when you eat a meal too quick and you're like, oh, now I have stomach pains. That's kind of how I feel with this movie. But that's not to say that what I'm eating is not delicious. And I think that's what this film is. It's delicious to watch to the eye. So I'm a big fan of this one for sure.
Yeah, I'm also a big fan of this one. I had it at 20, and I'm sitting there like, should I rank this higher? Because I really, really adore this film, but there's so many great ones that one of your favorite movies is at 20. That's insane. But yeah, no, I don't know how I feel about like agreeing with Dylan there as far as it like being too much or anything, but like I do agree that it is probably one of the strangest Disney films ever. It's great. I even told Dylan, like, after watching it was like, I think I have a new Disney princess, favorite Disney princess, and he had to break the news like, well, she's unofficial, but it's like, okay,
but hey, it's your own rules. You can do whatever you want.
There you go.
Pumbaa is my favorite Disney princess.
I adore Alice as a character. I love how curious she is. She's just like a cat, and she has a cat, and she's like waving bye to the cat, and the cat's like, bye, and she's falling down the little
Dinah
rabbit hole and stuff, and she's just with it. She's just like, all right, this is happening now, let's go. And I just love how she just accepts everything, and just all the sequences. There's one sequence that just really like disturbs me, and that's like the seafood sequence where like all the little seafood things are like nestled up and they all get eaten.
Oysters and
yes,
yeah,
that is creepy as hell, because it's like all those things got eaten. Oh my god! Like, why? If I would take anything out, I'd take that out, because it's just so disturbing. I'm like, okay, it's strange, but it's disturbing. I'm like, let's not have that. It gives me bad feelings. Everything else I just love so much. The Cheshire Cat, the White Rabbit. Everything's just so weird and just out there, and the unbirth day, and it's every other day, and just I don't know. There's a reason why Tim Burton couldn't do it justice later on, because it's like, why make like Alice a warrior and some war? I don't know what the hell he was doing, but this movie is like pretty much perfect in my opinion. I just love it. I love her so much. I love how British she is, and she's just like, it's proper, and yeah. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I had this at number 25, but honestly, it's just because there were other films I preferred more. I don't have a bad thing to say about this movie. It's like everyone said, it's fantastic and it's weird, and it's just so cool that Disney made this movie.
Amazing. James? Oh wait, never mind.
Okay,
I'll go again. I'll talk more about it.
I'll go again. I love this one. Number 3.
All right. Next is Big Hero 6, and Dilla's going to start us off with that one.
Yeah, I love Big Hero 6. It's my number 19. And again, it's one of those things that Chad said where it's like, it's in your top 20, but it's not higher. But it's like, this is so full of so many great movies that I'm like, it's hard to pick and choose when it's so high up. But yeah, it's my number 19. I think this is maybe, oh no, never mind, Spider-Verse, but like probably my second favorite animated superhero movie. And I love
Marvel.
how, what?
I said both Marvel.
Yep, both Marvel. And I love that. I love how it's a Marvel movie, but it doesn't feel conventional in the way that some of the MCU does, like, because it doesn't need to, because it's not an MCU property. It's just Marvel on its own, Marvel characters, but in the Disney lens. I think it's really smart. It's got that same old trope of like the villain is not who you expected it to be, and it's a bit of a reveal that at this point had gotten a little tired. But at the same time, I don't fault it too much because I think it does still make an impact in the story. I think the villain's motives are strong. I think Baymax, though, is the reason why it's so high. I think he is such a delightful character. Love the scene where he's drunk, stumbling home. He's not actually drunk, but he's got like the mannerisms of a guy coming home drunk, stumbling, and he just like face plants on the stairs. I love that scene so much. I rewind it every time I watch that scene like 3 times. That is so good. I think the action's strong. It has the same ending as Iron Giant, but again, Iron Giant if you're gonna copy an ending, it's a good ending to copy because that ending is so good. Superman, in this case, it's ba la 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 la, but same idea, same sentiment. Yeah, I really like it. I wanted to have this at number 6 because it's Big Hero 6, but obviously there were 18 films better, so it's going to be number 19. But just pretend it says Big Hero 19 at 19. Love this.
Could have put it at 16. I had it at number 25. I had a roller coaster with this movie. I saw it in the theater. I really liked it. It hit me emotionally in the theater with the Baymax and him having to say bye to Baymax briefly and stuff, only to realize that he could bring him back and stuff, which is always a great kind of trope. And then I rewatched it and I was like, I don't know if I like Big Hero 6 anymore on a second watch. And then watching it again for this, I was like, all right, I like this movie. I don't think it's one of the best ones out there, but it's I still think really good. So I had it at 25. Even though I've seen it multiple times, as I've said, the villain being the professor actually like surprises me every time, apparently, because I was like, oh, that's right, it's the professor. And I really like that. It's the whole thing about how he's just really sad about the death of his daughter, which apparently she wasn't even dead the whole time. And then when he finally realizes that the great lengths and disastrous stuff that he did to get her back, and then she gets her back, but he's going to jail, I actually do think that's kind of brilliant, to be honest. So I really do like what they did with it. I think it's just like when everybody like conveniently gets superpowers or whatever really quickly. I think for me, I was like, they like trained like in one epic montage, and now they're all really good at being great. Like what? I don't know. That's the one part for me that was like, oh, is this a good movie? But it is. I really like it. I like the San Francisco. It's like an American Japan mix. It's weird, but it's cool. Yeah, and I love the stuff between him and his brother. It's just really, really great. And stuff, and very sweet. So yeah, I like this one. Kerri?
Okay. Yeah, I had this as my number 9 movie. I really, really love this one. Like Chet said, we saw it in the theater. And I think it has such a deep emotional impact, at least on me it did. And in addition to like what everyone said, like Baymax is a great character. I really love Hero's arc in this movie. Like just him starting off from, one, not like wanting to do robot fighting, but, he wants to get revenge. And he like, finally comes to the conclusion that that's not the solution. And it's in such stark contrast to the villain, who winds up his big motive was revenge. And I don't know. And this one is just so cool from, that Disney animated studios like chose to make this into a film. It's really so different from pretty much any other Disney animated studios film, and even the ones that were coming out around this time. Like just with its themes and its setting are a little bit more anime or something you would maybe expect like Pixar or DreamWorks to pick up. But I don't know. I love it.
It's a really good hero movie, I think, and the main character's name is Hero.
Yeah.
James?
I had Big Hero 634. I definitely like this one. I agree with what Dylan said earlier. There are a few like kind of tropes that just we've seen before and are kind of, I don't know, I don't want to call it predictable necessarily, but it didn't quite do it for me when like the big reveals kind of happened. So this one was about middle of the road.
Nice.
All right. And next we have Hercules.
And I think I'm starting with this one. Yes. Is this the third 18?
This
okay,
is the
then
third
I'm starting.
18.
The third 18. Hercules. I really like Hercules. Obviously, it's Renaissance. I put this at 21, which, like I'm saying, it's still really high if it's 21. And I forgot just how much I like this. I like all the characters. James Woods is an iconic villain as Hercules, or not Hercules, Hades. Two people voice Hercules, the singing and the thing, and they're both great. I love Go the Distance is a really great song. Help me, Megara or whatever, Megra. She's fantastic. I love her character. And she's kind of an unconventional, female character, which I think is really great. And she has a really great song too. I can't remember it, but it's really great. And the moment that I remembered nostalgia from Hercules and just loving it and going to McDonald's and getting those Hercules cups and stuff is when he is diving to save Megara
the green pool of souls and shit.
So he's diving to save her, and then when they go to cut his cord, it's like it's unbroken. It's like he's a hero and he's transitioned into God. And I don't know. I love that so much. I think that's so iconic. That moment is so great. Like those witches are really cool too. And there's a lot of really great stuff in this movie. I even like Danny DeVito as what's his name?
Phil.
So great. And a lot of Kingdom Hearts stuff in that from that too. So great. You get to fight at the Coliseum. Kerri.
Yeah. I have this at 28. So a little bit in the middle for me. I really like this movie, and I think it just has some fantastic parts. Like I love also how this movie opens with like the gospel style singers and yeah, there's some fantastic parts. For me, I think it's a little bit lower because I've just never really connected that much with Hercules as a character. Like I almost feel like I like, all the side characters a lot more than him. I don't know. So for me, it's just never been one of my favorites.
All right. I had Hercules at 16. I liked rewatching this as much as I did when I was a kid. I love mythology though, so anything that goes along with those kind of topics is going to be something I probably gravitate to anyway. I just remember liking this one as much as when I was younger. I like all the characterization styles were cool. The story's pretty good. It's definitely a solid 16.
Yeah, I'm right in the middle of all of you. I'm 22 for this one. I love the music in this. That's probably the highlight. I think the one qualm I have is that Megara is a more interesting character than Hercules for me. It's kind of like the Sleeping Beauty thing of the prince is more interesting than the princess. But I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing because Megara's story is so good. And I love her story. Her song, Won't Say I'm in Love, with the gospel singers behind. And I love the action sequences here. It's just very consistent across the board. It never hits quite as many highs as the other Renaissance films, but it's by no means hits any of the lows of other films. So yeah, I like it a lot.
And Go the Distance is like a top tier Disney song. So good.
Okay. All right. And in our last number 18 movie we'll talk about is 101 Dalmatians. I had this the highest ranked. It is my number 3 film.
Woo.
I love this movie. It was one of my favorites as a kid. I know the plot is a little like simple, but I don't care. I love it. It's so cute. I love all those dogs. I love seeing them. I think the music is really like the Cruella de Vil song is obviously iconic. I love that. It's just a really sweet story. It's like one I can put on and it's not sad enough to really make me sad. It has like a perfectly happy ending. It hits all this nostalgia for me. Like to me, this is just like peak classic Disney.
Great.
All right. I put this at 17. This is definitely one I like a lot. This is definitely a legit Disney movie. I liked it as much now watching it as when I was younger. Yeah, maybe it's a bit of a simple story, but it's one that's enjoyable to watch all around. I mean, the dogs are hilarious. They're cute. My wife Brittany can quote them. My nose is froze. My tail is froze. My toes are froze because she's always cold anyway. So I get to hear that on a daily basis. So this is definitely one of Disney's better movies, though, for sure.
Great. Dylan?
Yeah, I really like this one. It's in my top 30. I have it at 29, so it seems a little low, but it is in my top half. Again, these movies are also good, but I really like this one because it is so simple. I love the opening is one of my favorite openings ever of the two dogs like kind of getting their owners to meet and getting tangled up. I think it's the best meet cute ever. I love how it's like Pongo's perspective and like Roger is the pet. I love that idea.
Yeah.
It's so creative. I think Cruella is a great villain. I actually think the second half where it's like all the kidnapping and all the action stuff is less interesting to me than just the dogs hanging out watching TV. I've always thought just the more laid back, character driven stuff is my favorite stuff. So I think because it starts with that and then goes into the more action packed stuff, it loses me a little bit more as it goes, whereas I think it starts so strong. But that's not really a detriment. That's more just personal taste. Like I really do think it's so well done. The characters are also lovely and delightful. Cruella is a great villain too. So
yeah, definitely. I had this the lowest ranked. I had this at 38. And I don't know. I just like watching this. This is not one I grew up with. I think all the dogs are really fun and cute, especially the little ones. And Dylan reminded me of the whole pet thing that, the human's the pet, which I thought was really funny. And I do like the music as well. Cruella is a great villain. I even liked, when she had a hero turn as Emma Stone. Yeah, this one, I don't know. For me, when I was watching, I was like, it feels like the story is kind of like a middle of the road type of story, even though the character it has a lot of great like parts to it. And this is another one that I can say probably could get better upon rewatch for me, because I think was my first time watching it all the way through.
Oh, interesting. Okay. At number 17, we have Frozen. And I think James is going to start us off.
All right. Yep.
Frozen. I put Frozen at 23. This one definitely has like good elements to it. I can appreciate the characters. I appreciate the story. I think the one saving grace this movie had was at the end when it becomes more like an act of sisterly love. Like you assume that the king is going to go back and he's going to go kiss the princess and yada yada yada, classic old Disney ending. I was rolling my eyes at the end of the movie like, oh God, here it comes. But it kind of surprised me, to be honest, when it was that. So this definitely gets some better marks. It's definitely one of Disney's better offerings, but Tangled was better. But we'll get to that later.
Dylan.
Yeah, I love how they always compare the two when they're pretty different. But
I never heard that before. All right.
It's because they both came out like within a few years of each other. They were both kind of like the CG princesses. I don't really know, and they were both successful. I have this low. I have this at 37. Not low, but middle of the road. I think this is a movie that when I first saw it, I was like, yeah, Frozen. But then the more I've watched it and the more I've like had to listen to all these songs ingrained in every fiber of every corner of pop culture for like the next like 10 years, it's given me a little fatigue. And I think this is a film that when I watch it 10 or 20 years later from now, I might get back on the train. But for me, I think Frozen's just been so exhausted at this point where it's a little tiring. And I think the music is amazing. I mean, Let It Go is great. Love Is an Open Door, I think, is even better. It's a great duet. The thing is, I think as a musical, all the songs, except for Fixer Upper, which I think is the worst one, all the songs are stuffed into the first 25, 30 minutes of the movie, so where the next hour is songless. It's a very uneven musical. And I was a musical theater major, so like I think musical structure is really important, having highs and lows and peaks and valleys with the music as a sense of, character growth and all that stuff. And I think stuffing all the great songs at the beginning, it makes it feel a little uneven as a musical for me, and I think that's where I dock it a little bit. I still think the characters are really nice, though. I like Olaf in this one. I don't think he's too overbearing. Some of the humor hit or miss, but I think for the most part hit. And And I think, yes, we got a lot of the fake out. This person's really the villain. You see it in Wreck-It Ralph, Big Hero 6, Zootopia. Here, I think it's the first one, so it's the most forgiving. I like the twist that Hans is the villain. I think it's a good twist. Even though rewatching it, it's totally noticeable. I'm like, oh, yeah. I mean, he's totally that like fake smile villain. Rewatching it, but the first time I watched it, I remember being like, "Whoa, holy crap!" Which I really like about it. So I think it has some highs, but I think just it's a little bit of Frozen fatigue for me. And just I think other films, if I had to watch right now, I'd watch over this one. But it's still 37, so it's in my 30s. It's middle of the road.
Nice, guys. We've reached my top 10. Frozen.
Oh yay!
Frozen's number 8 for me.
Cool.
Nice. I have, I don't know. I remember people like raving about it when it first came out, and stuff. But I honestly, I think this is a sea change for Disney. Like, it's like, this is the one, like, if you compare it between Tangled and this, I just think this is the more, I mean, Tangled may be more fun, but I think this is the more brilliant one from like a thematic perspective, because exactly what James said, like, you know, you have that brilliant thing where it feels like it's going to be so samey by the end, but it's not the guy that saves them. It's the sisterly love that saves them. I just love that aspect of it. Just feels so progressive and so nuanced, and just like so many like, you know, themes with it, like where like, you know, Anna is like, she's chasing after the guy, but then she like goes out to brave the storm. And it, for me, that felt like her accepting her sister, because her sister's like a part of the storm and like created the storm. And she's like going out to embrace her sister in a way. And then it's her sister that comes and embraces her. And I just love the sisterly love vibe of it. You know, I understand the, you know, uneven as a musical. I do think the musical bits are really fantastic. I love the songs. I love Kristen Bell and Idina Menzel. I think they're perfect in this. And I even really like Olaf in this. I do find Olaf an annoying character, but the reason why I like him is because he is basically the embodiment of their connection, because they made him as a kid. So like, he's the one that's coming to save Anna when she's trapped in the room or whatever. And it's like the sisterly love. He's the embodiment of that, coming to save her from that room. I don't know. I got a lot out of this, apparently.
No, I love that sequence too, where they're building him as a kid, and Elsa's using her magic to make the Olaf before she strikes Anna with the magic, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, so
almost kills her.
know about the magic.
But maybe she forgot because of.
Well, I think she forgets because they erase her memory. When she gets struck in the head, the trolls erase her memory, so she shouldn't know about it.
Yeah.
Right. And the little kid stuff is really adorable, and I don't know, I think this one has really great characters, great themes. Let It Go is an all-timer. I think, even though it's overplayed, we don't talk about Bruno's overplayed, I'm sure now. There's so many songs that are so overplayed because people love them. And you know, I understand every little girl wants to dress as Elsa. It's annoying, I get it. But you know, I think if you watch this away from all of that, I just think it's just a banger of a movie. So yeah, it's my number 8.
Imagine the parallel universe where like little kids are dressing as Chicken Little. Imagine.
Ugly Duckling or Aubrey Plaza. What'd you call her?
Abby Mallard.
Oh, okay.
Imagine that.
Oh Lord. Okay. I had this as my number 10, so it's kind of in the same range as Chad. And part of this maybe is we came to this pretty long after it came out.
I watched this like around 2013 when it came out.
Oh, okay. Well, I came to it very late then. I think this is, in addition to what everyone else has said, just I really love like the sisterly bond in this movie, and that the movie does wind up just being about the sisters and their love for each other. I really love like the theme of like, you know, you can take Elsa's, you know, losing control of her magic as a form of mental illness or losing control of your emotions, which I think is, I don't know. I love a lot of these more recent Disney movies that really do try to
Metaphors.
Yeah, deal with these very complex themes that kids are dealing with in a way that kids can hopefully understand, or at least grow to understand. Yeah.
Great points. I think it's back to you.
Okay. All right. So at number 16, we have Pinocchio.
Pinocchio. Starting with Dylan.
Oh, starting with me. I have this at number 15. I really love Pinocchio. It's my favorite of the Golden Age. I love it. I think it's one of the best uses of animation in classic before we got into the Lady and the Tramp, Sleeping Beauty, like CinemaScope stuff. I think it was just so impressive how they made like underwater sequences happen with the technology they had in 1940, 3 years after Snow White, and there's already such a big leap in animation. I'm just so impressed whenever I watch it because of that. But I think the story is really great. It's very simple. It's him going through life and experiencing lessons and his nose growing because he lies, but then learning from that, and the Blue Fairy and her influence. And I think turning the cricket into Jiminy Cricket was such an interesting choice, making him a more prominent character. This conscience. I love all the music in it as well. The animals, they're all so fun. Really no complaints. It also gets really dark. I talked about it with what movie did we talk about? What's dark? Oh, Fantasia with Bald Mountain, and then also with Dumbo and Bambi. They have dark stuff too. I mean, this whole era has dark shit. And this one probably this one and Snow White both have such great dark elements. So not much else to say. I mean, it's a great influence also on so many great directors' work, like Spielberg. This is his favorite movie, so like you see so much of that, or favorite childhood movies. You see so much of his influence in Close Encounters and E.T., and also, of course, in AI, which is his own version of Pinocchio. So I really like that for all those reasons.
I gotta rewatch AI. It's been a long time since I've seen that one. Pinocchio is a timeless classic. I mean, what can I say about it? It was, one of the first ones in the golden age of all of the Disney animation, and they kind of got it right, like from the very beginning. A lot of the golden age ones really rank really high for me because they're classics. And funny enough, a lot of them are not really problematic that much. I mean, maybe a little bit with like gender stuff and whatnot, but like a lot of them are just really sweet and simple and just a parable story, and that's what Pinocchio is. And it's something that people keep trying to recapture, and it's not just in live action. It's not just Roberto Benigni, but it's also like Disney just remade it. A lot of people like that one, but then Guillermo del Toro just remade it, and people love that one. Will it get a Best Picture nomination? Probably not, but does it deserve it? I think it might. I don't know. We'll see. I like that one a lot. But yeah, people are trying to recapture the magic of this one because it's fantastic. And, I love the characters. I love Figaro. He's so adorable. Just like Dylan said, what else can I say? It's amazing. The whale sequence is great.
Terrifying.
The got no strings. I mean, that's Age of Ultron was trying
to
So
Marvel's Pinocchio. Really.
And I had it at 17, so not too far off from Dylan.
Yeah, I actually am the one who brought this down. I had it at 27, although not for any super particular reason. I don't have anything bad to say about this movie. I think it's really fantastic. Just, I guess, of everything, kind of preferred some of the other movies a little bit more.
Fair. James?
Yeah, I had Pinocchio at number 18, so it's pretty close to Chad and Dylan. I won't add too much else. You guys have pretty much hit the nail on the head. How, I mean, the characters, the animation, the music is all pretty much there and spot on. This is one of the ones I like more from Disney.
Yeah, and When You Wish Upon a Star, iconic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The most iconic, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay, at number 15, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Oh, wow.
Staying
back
in the
to back.
Yeah.
And I'm starting with this one.
Yeah.
That's kind of how it like looks a little bit on my list with the Golden Ages, like back to back to back. There not a lot of I don't think there's a Golden Age in my top 10, but they are right behind in the teens. And Snow White is my number 18. I really like Snow White a lot. It was, maybe not the first Disney or first animated film ever, but it's like the first, I think feature length, it's up there. It's like it broke in the record books or whatever, as it's consistently a lot of, I think AFI ranks it really super highly in their top 100 or whatever. It's like one of those just like iconic, like groundbreaking films. And I love it. I think the story is so classic. People will always try to make something problematic if they can. And I think they do it. There's like, well, what about those doors? There's like, it's like weird, but I'm like, they're amazing, fantastical characters. And, I know people who try to do the same thing with Wizard of Oz and you're trying to make it problematic. But I think Snow White is just a classic tale. I love it. I love her voice. I love her songs. I love all the dwarfs. I think they're I love her Snow White's relationship with Grumpy. Because she's always trying to get him. She's trying to get him, and she's gonna do it. And I love that she finally wins him over, and he's not as grumpy at one point. Dopey is iconic. People love Dopey. He was another one like Tigger that was on like all the sweatshirts. It's just one of the most classic stories that I think Sleeping Beauty copied off of. It is what it is. No, but I love this one.
Yeah. So I had this at number 30. So pretty much right smack dab in the middle. I think it's a great movie. I don't have anything bad to say about it. Just when I'm trying to pick a Disney movie or was, sorting through my preferences, this just came out a little bit lower just because I like some of the other movies a little bit more.
I was kidding about Sleeping Beauty, by the way.
Yeah.
James.
I have Snow White at number 11. This is one that will pretty much always hold up, I think, as far as like Disney movies go. It's a classic. It's hard to beat. There are movies better than it for sure. It's not just because it's a classic. That's why it's good. I definitely put this for what it is. I mean, the animation's amazing. I like all the characters. The story's still pretty good. So this one definitely holds up.
Yep. Great. Dylan?
Yeah. I had this in number 17. I believe this is the last of the Golden Age movies that we have to talk about. So I'll just say, it is I think the darkest of the 5. Like, I really think that witch sequence is the scariest shit I've ever seen in a Disney movie, and it's still the first. Like, maybe Pinocchio gets a little.
It's like the donkeys are kind of.
I think Bambi.
Yeah, the Pinocchio and Bambi too, but Bambi a lot of it's on screen. But but personally, I'm speaking personally.
Yeah.
Snow White scares me the most. Like, I think just that witch sequence haunts the hell out of me. And again, because they're able to do it with the technology they had, it's just so impressive. I mean, you all have said the other stuff, but yeah, it's a classic for a reason.
In Technicolor, I don't
know. Okay, so we have another tie at 14. Two of the more recent Disney movies. It is at 14. We have Bolt and Ralph Breaks the Internet.
Ooh.
So we'll start off with Bolt, and I can start that off. I have this the highest ranked. Is my number 5 film.
Wow.
Definitely was not expecting this to be that high because Chad and I did see it in the theaters together. I remember it being okay. I didn't remember particularly, being crazy about it. And then I rewatched it, and again, my hormones are all over the place, so it may have played a factor. But man, give me a girl and her losing her pet, and I go crazy. I was crying like half of this movie. But I think, I don't know, I really did actually think Bolt was a very sweet character. I think that, I don't know, the story just, I guess that's what does it for me. And just Bolt saving, he does turn into kind of a superhero at the end with his, he does make his super bark in a way, and he saves her, and like I love the cat in this movie, like
Mittens.
Mittens, and I don't know. I can't explain it, but it captured my heart, and I really did not expect it to rank this high, but I loved it so much.
Yeah, great. James?
Yeah, I put Bolt at 27. So this is definitely a really good Disney movie. I like seeing this in the theaters. It was just as good on rewatch. I think it's a great concept of the dog thinks everything real when not. So it adds a good bit of hilarity in some of the scenes. I love that gerbil thing and the hamster ball. That's always hilarious. I love that character so much. But there's just a bit more that I liked in their other movies. But this was definitely a good one, though. I like this one.
Great. Dylan?
Yeah, again, like Disney has so many great movies that like this sounds like a low ranking, but I have it at 34. And even hearing you all talk about it, maybe I should bump it up higher. I think it's because the story feels a little familiar. If it's very like Truman Show of like he's in a world that he doesn't realize he's in type thing. It's like I've seen it in other places and I like it a little bit better in other places, but it's still really great. Like the characters are awesome. I love the voice performances, John Travolta, Miley Cyrus. That end credit song that the two of them sing together is one of my favorites. I have a nostalgia for it. That's me and my sister's go-to karaoke song. I Thought I Lost You. So I love that song. It's really fun. I think the one thing I wish it had was like maybe a more prominent villain, because I don't think there really is one here. Maybe that would have just added stuff to it, but it doesn't really need one either. Like I don't think it's something it needs. It's just it would have probably made it even better for me. I really like it. It's a really great story, really heartwarming, especially for all us animal lovers here. So I like it a lot.
Yeah, great. Maybe the villain's Hollywood and the system that would damage animals and gaslight animals into thinking stuff is real when it's really not. Like I don't know.
Evidently not have good enough safety measures.
Exactly. Yeah, that too.
True.
No. As soon as I finished this movie, I went up to Kerri and I went, Kerri, Bolt. And then she went, did you just rank it insanely high because like I did? And I went, yeah, I did. And at that point, I ranked it number 3 in my journey. And now it dropped to 7. It is at 7.
Not a drastic drop.
And I was like, there's so many great films in here, but like my top 10, I love every single film in my top 10 so much. And Bolt, yeah, it's right there above Frozen. For me, everything with that fucking dog, just like, wanting to like be there for, the start with him and his carrot toy. And like, when he finally he sees like another dog with the toy and just with the girl, and it's just like heartbreaking. There's just so many roller coaster of emotions with this one. And just like, that whole final like super bark that he does, I just think just weighed so heavily on me, because it's like he just wanted to be that dog for his human, and he finally got to be that to save her from that fire. And it's just like so real. And it's like the thought of her almost dying from a fire and an animal saving her life with the thing that he can do. Like I'm choking up talking about this because it's so emotional for me. And Dylan, I was ending the film and Dylan was like, that end credit song. I was like, oh, I'm getting there. And then as soon as that started, I went like, oh my God, this is incredible. It's Miley Cyrus and John Travolta singing together. And that's just, there's nothing about that that's not amazing. And I've had it on repeat ever since. Kerri can attest to this. I've just listened to this in the shower, the car, everywhere. It's just so amazing. And the only thing that I was like, that's bullshit about this movie.
I know.
Is when the cat is like, I just like, as a cat, I've always, just looked up to dogs and just like, we all want to be dogs. And I'm like, that's bullshit. Like cats do not want to be dogs. They want to be left alone from dogs. It's like, what dog lover wrote this movie and decided
to do their research,
clap back at cats or whatever? It was like, screw that. Other than that, I love every single thing about this movie. I don't know why I adored it so much. It's just oh my God, emotional.
And when she tells him to escape and he just lays down next to her. Oh my God, like breaks my heart.
I don't know why. Like the first time I saw, I guess because I didn't have pets of my own.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. Like I used to not mind as much in horror movies when animals die, and now it's like I
can't handle it as much. Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways,
right.
adore Bolt. Holy crap.
Okay. Also at number 14, Ralph Breaks the Internet. And I think James starts us off.
All right, I had this at 22. Overall, I thought this was a pretty solid sequel. I don't think it's better than the first one, but I definitely like the whole. I mean, I'm a huge video game person, so I already was going to love these two movies right off the bat. So this one, I liked how this was. I think a sequel almost, just because usually it's not as good. But I liked, when they go into the other racing game, I like the whole inclusion of not the apps, but like the advertisements, the whole like YouTube likes things, pretty cool. I just like what they did with this one as a sequel.
Perfect. Dylan?
Yeah, I have this at 27, so it's in my top half. I think this is one that when I first saw it, I was like, oh, wow, I love this. It's such an interesting use of all the internet culture, all that shit. But I think even in the years since, already internet culture is so different that like a lot of it feels dated. And I think that's just a matter of like using such topical stuff in a movie. Over time, that's going to feel more like a time capsule than it is going to be a current thing. But I think that's what's going to make this movie interesting in the long run, is seeing it as a microcosm of that time of 2018. I think some of the Disney cameos, it's a little self-congratulatory, but that doesn't mean they're not hilarious. I mean, like the princess stuff is some of the funniest, most awesome stuff to see.
She's from a different studio.
She's from a different studio is my favorite joke in that movie. I love it. But what I really love most about this film, even despite some of its datedness, I don't like the overblown ending where it's like Ralph's, the monster of Ralph's. I think that's a little over the top, a little
Ghostbusters.
Yeah, it's a little much. But I think what I love the most about it is that relationship between Vanellope and Ralph and what it has to say about friendship and letting go. There's another film we haven't talked about yet, but that deals very heavily in that as well, of friendships growing apart. And I love what this has to say about that. I actually saw this a little personal, but I saw this right after a big breakup, and it was like really tough to watch and like kind of have to take that whole like, we can be friends, just not like always have to be in each other's lives. And like it really hit close to home, and it still does, even as someone not going through relationship problems, but someone just who has had friends that have fizzled out over the years, or friends that I only talk to every now and then, but still sometimes feel like I pick up right where I left off. And that's kind of what this film feels like, being able to have a friendship that still means a lot, but you can still grow as individuals as well, and not needing each other as a part of your lives every step of the way. I think that's such a nuanced and mature thing to get across in the Disney film that this film really gets across. I think the presentation of it has gotten a little bit less over the years, but I think the core themes are so strong that every time I go back, I'm like, wow, this is like pretty brilliant. So yeah, I think this is one that always teeters between, is this amazing? Is this dated? I don't know, but I don't care because the themes are so strong.
That's actually where I was going to go with what I was going to say, is that like, I don't really look at it from like a dated perspective. Like, when you throw in anything like that, like it's about the internet. Of course, the internet's going to change, so it's not like it's their fault. But, I do understand what you're saying, and how maybe that could detract from you from it. But like for me, this is my number 9.
Nice.
I don't know. I was watching it and I was like, all right, this is like only like what, the third like, actual like theatrical like Disney sequel that's like big or whatever. And I was like, I hadn't rewatched Frozen 2 yet, but I was like, I think I remember really liking Ralph Breaks the Internet, but not Frozen 2. And then I was like, upon rewatch, is this going to be more middle of the road? Am I going to love it? Am I going to like be like, oh, I like this less? I liked it the same, if not more, than the first time I watched it, because I do like how it's very character focused, and it's very just about their relationship and building on that relationship, because it was the strongest aspect of the original film. And I love how they whatever. Dylan saying that this movie is so personal to him because of something that happened in his own life, I think is why I think this movie works so well. It's something in the new iteration of Disney that is like, so mature, so speaking to real life, talking about relationships, talking about like the toxic nature of relationships, that I myself am starting to realize like what is toxic behavior between people, and like, someone like, is being so insecure that they won't let somebody go and live their own lives and stuff like that. And I just think that's just so well done. And just, Ralph realizing this and then you changing and stuff, I just thought was so great. and their relationship growing from this, I think is just incredible. And it's just like it can like probably like if you're someone who's been like that before, like controlling or just kind of like that. I think you can see a little bit of yourself in Ralph, or maybe you could see yourself in Vanellope if you've had someone be that to you, and you can just go, learn to grow from there. And I just think I don't know, it's just a great movie. It's my number 9. I love it.
Okay. I had this at number 15, really just below the first film for me. I think just part of that is like what Dylan said. I think it even today it's starting to get a little dated, and it's kind of funny to see when you watch, even it's only 4 years later, but you watch it and like already some of the companies that are advertised are like out of business and have been out of business for a while. But like I think like both you and Dylan, Chad said, the themes in this are really, really fantastic. I think just Disney really hit it out of the park with that aspect of this movie.
Definitely. James?
Sorry.
Yeah. You're doing that with James.
Okay, at number 13, we have Lilo and Stitch. And we start with Bill, who had the highest ranked.
I had the highest. Wow. Yeah. This is my number 6. I love this one. I think this is one of those films that when I was a kid, I was like, oh, this is really, really fun. And for some reason, when I got older, I appreciated it more. When I was worried I was going to appreciate it less because, Stitch, it's a little more geared towards kids, but then you realize how many mature things come with it in terms of like sisterly relationships, familial relationships. I mean, it mirrors a lot of what made E.T. great in the 80s too. This idea of like this girl is taking care of her sister. There's no parents in the picture. In E.T.'s case, it's a single mom and her kids, but how this like creature kind of brings that family together in a way and brings those themes to light of the kid feeling almost alone and longing for something. Lilo, I've heard the arguments, which I'm sure Chad will also make, that she's a little annoying, but I think, she's that age and she doesn't have a parental figure except for Nani. And I think that has a lot to say about just societal views of relationships with broken families and stuff, and I think it's really nuanced to see what happens with that family, how they all come together. I will say I think the really beautiful familial stuff is much stronger than the action stuff and the space stuff, which is great, but I'm always like more interested in the family stuff. But that's not to say that everything else isn't really well animated, well designed, well shot, well executed. I really like it. And I mean, Elvis in Hawaii, I mean, it's just such a good vibe. So I really like this film. It makes me cry. I like it even more than I liked it as a kid, which I was surprised to find out. So, and same guys who made How to Train Your Dragon, which is awesome.
Oh my God. When we ever get to do the DreamWorks ranking, holy shit. I love so many of those. Anyways, just like how we're talking about like Princess and the Frog, I think this does like do a really great job with like, like Hawaiian culture and stuff like that. Like they got the Elvis thing that I feel like, is really big in Hawaii, for obvious reasons. And I love seeing like Stitch dress up as Elvis and stuff like that. There's a lot of really fun stuff in it. There's a lot of really sweet stuff in it, like the Ohana means family and things like that. Even when Stitch learns to talk and like says that. I do agree that the space stuff is less interesting than the Hawaiian stuff. I feel like maybe because I adore E.T., maybe like E.T., maybe we should have just started with, Stitch landing on Earth and not really doing the space stuff. But, we don't have that one. I find Lilo a little annoying at times, and then other times not as much. Like she's a really strong character. It's fun how she's kind of weird and strange, even though like at first, like, her peers don't really like her because of that, but they change or whatever, I guess. I think I didn't really grow up with this one, even though it came out around the time that I probably should have watched it, but I didn't for whatever reason. And so I don't have much nostalgia for it. But yeah, I like it. I don't love it. I had it at number 30. So it's like right in there where I'm like, this is a really good one, but it's not like up there for me. Because of the characters a little bit, but it's sweet.
Okay. Well, this was my number 8. I really love this movie. This was definitely towards the tail end of, me watching Disney movies as they came out. And I remember seeing it at the drive-in in Lake George.
That's cool.
It was really cool. It is one I hadn't really revisited that much. I remember I think a little bit before we did this ranking, a few months before, I made Chad sit down and watch it because I was like, I can't believe you haven't seen it.
You didn't make me.
Not make
it
you,
was like,
but,
I was like, look, I've never seen this.
Yeah.
Dylan's mad that
Recommendation.
it's like Dylan's mad that I haven't seen it because every time I say I haven't seen Lilo and Stitch, he goes, "What?"
Just because I feel like everyone had seen it. It wasn't more of like you need to because it's good. It was more of like, oh, like I was just surprised.
Yeah.
I'm glad you like. Chad, where did you have it again?
30. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It could get better upon more rewatches.
Top
but
half.
We'll
That's still
see.
really good.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
I don't know. I think the themes in this are really, really great. And like Dill said, I think Lilo, she's supposed to be a little bit annoying. She's supposed to be getting on Nani's nerves, and it's because
and
they're
nerves
sisters.
too?
They're not.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I think it's kind of cute, but
You can't feed
I don't know.
fish.
And I
tuna?
like Lilo goes through this arc where she starts off and she's not necessarily trying to be bad, although sometimes she is trying purposely trying to sabotage her sister, but and Stitch is even worse behaved than she is, and she kind of goes through this arc where she gets them, they both kind of learn to grow and I don't know. I don't know. I really like this movie. I like the family aspect of it. I like how, family is difficult. Even though you love each other, times can be very difficult, but they still come together at the end. I kind of like a movie that doesn't have a very strong villain. At the end, there's no real villain in this movie, except, I guess Stitch's creator is pretty villainous, but everyone else who you think is a villain in this movie, Mr. Bubbles and the leader of the Galactic Organization, they all kind of come together and wind up supporting this little family. I know it turned into a series at some point where the aliens stay on Earth, and I like seeing at the end all the little pictures of everyone as they live their lives. I don't know. For me, I think the themes in this are just really great. It's one of the most well done Disney movies.
Great, James.
Yeah, I put Lilo and Stitch at number 28. You guys have talked about most of the aspects of this movie that I liked about it. I get the whole Milio aspect is really good. Ohana means family. I definitely like the setting. The Hawaii was really interesting, really neat. But I put this at 20. I think I can get those same kind of values from other movies. And I did watch this when it first came out, and I just remembered I didn't get quite as much on the rewatch for the ranking. So I put one in the middle of it.
Perfect. And if you love Hawaiian movies, check out The Descendants. Dylan says that should have won Best Picture in 2011.
Should have.
It's fantastic.
Okay. So at number 12, we have Moana. And I think, Chad, you're starting us off.
I am starting us off with Moana. I love Moana. I have this one at number 12. I didn't know if it was actually going to be higher. I was surprised it didn't end up in my top 10. I think the story isn't as strong as the other ones. But I adore the music. Lin-Manuel wrote a lot of it, and I think he sings at one point in it, and it's pretty great. I adore How Far I'll Go, Shiny. Jermaine Clement is great as that crab, and I'm just replaying those two songs mostly the whole time. I think Maui's pretty great too, and stuff. The chicken voiced by Alan Tudyk is really, really funny. Hey. And I don't know. I like the vibes of the water. I think it it also does like the whole like island Hawaiian kind of vibe.
Mhm.
Pretty fantastic and stellar, and someone like someone wanting to go on like a journey, like Luke Skywalker wanting to go out there and voyage into the great beyond that you don't even know what's out there, and go on a great adventure. And it's like a whole thing about respecting nature and just all these great stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I love this one. I think the animation is stellar and very fun. I love the protagonist, Moana. It's great.
Okay. I agree. I had this as my number 7 film.
Nice.
I think it's a beautiful movie. The songs, like the music is absolutely amazing to me. I don't think there's a bad song in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I love the message of like, having to protect, your resource, like protect the earth and protect Mother Earth in order to actually continue to live and, have food and water and all the things we need to survive. I love the journey Moana goes on. I love Maui's arc in this film. And I think the action is pretty good. Like, I think that end sequence where Maui returns and like helps her, put the jewel back, is really fantastic. I love that Moana like kind of comes into her own. I don't know. Yeah.
And it's fun how he's like a demigod, so he can struggle a little bit and not just be perfect.
Yeah.
James.
Yeah, I definitely like Moana a whole lot. This is my number 9 movie on my list, so this is definitely one of my more favorite Disney movies. I like all the music, the characters, like you guys said. I think the story was actually pretty interesting. I like what?
No, I know because Dylan's waiting for the hot take central. So I'm just
go
ahead, James. Go ahead.
All right, that's okay.
That's
That's all right.
face.
No, like I thought the story was really cool. Like all this music is really cool. Like the whole it's more like the history of like their culture and whatnot. So that was really interesting to me. I like this movie a whole lot. It was definitely really good.
Love it. Dylan.
All right, Dylan.
This is my number 41. Listen. I think visually, musically, it is like top tier. Protagonist, it's top tier. I think Ali Cravalho is so good in this role. I think the song she sings, How Far I'll Go, is amazing. I love her arc. I think once it hits the boat with Maui, it kind of just becomes a little bit conventional to me, where it's like they're just kind of out to sea. The coconut things that they fight isn't that appealing to me. I love how you love Tamatoa, Chad. I like him, but he's not like one of those like scene stealers to me where I'm like, oh yeah. I just, and then at the end, it's like it's got a cool ending, but at the same time, I think it's my biggest qualm is that Moana's such a great character, and I just don't like Maui. I think that's where it comes down to. I think The Rock is good in the role, but I don't like him. I think he's annoying. I think the chicken's annoying too, and I think I wouldn't hate the chicken as much if they didn't leave the amazingly adorable pig on the shore. I'm like, that's the one you should have brought on the boat. He's adorable. He's amazing. You can bring him with the chicken. It's just like, oh, and he's just sidelined for a whole 2 acts. I'm like, oh, I want to see the pig. He's the cutest thing since Thumper. Like literally, it's Thumper, then it's Pooh the pig. I love the pig. I really do like its visuals though. I don't want to feel like I'm harping on it. It's still number 41 out of like 61. So it's it's in that second third, I guess, but or third quarter, I don't know. But I do like it. It's just I've never gotten the hype as much as everyone else, because I think the story itself just feels a little generic. It's the hero's journey. It's cool that it's her though, and it's her journey. It's like a woman protagonist. She needs no man. It's not even, there's no love interest to be found even. That's something even with Frozen, it's like Anna still ends up with a guy, whereas Moana doesn't. Like it's just about her and her own self journey. I think the first act is so strong though that the rest of it kind of falters for me. But again, like I know people love it and I know I'm in the minority. It's just, I'm not the biggest fan of The Rock, and it's not because he's threatening to beat up James Gunn in the news. It's because I didn't like him before that.
He is. That's hilarious.
Because they cancel Black Adam too. But it's like, I mean, hey, the guy's got it's a business. Maui should understand. He's just a demigod. Yeah. Anyway, I do like it though. I don't want to take that away from y'all's enjoyment, because I love how much you all love it, and that makes me want to rewatch it. So that's all that matters.
That's perfect. And James, I'm sorry for busting out laughing when you were talking.
Oh, that's
at number 11, we have Mulan. And I think I start.
11, yes.
Okay. All right. So Mulan, I have this as my number 23.
Okay.
I think this is a really amazing movie. I think we see, you know, this is a great one. Like, we have a protagonist, woman of color. And it's actually, you know, she and her main love interest are actually voiced by people of Asian descent, Asian Americans.
That's important.
So a little bit more progressive than we've kind of seen in the past from Disney. I think it's a really cool story. I think Mulan is pretty much just put, like, you know, she's a great empowering figure. She, you know, does this she goes to war to prevent her father from having to fight. Her father's, you know, too old to fight. She does a fantastic job. I as a kid, I loved Mushu. I think the songs in this are fantastic. The animation is really fantastic. Yeah, I would say it's only 23 just because, you know, there same thing as really anything in my top 30. There are other films I just like a little bit more, but this is a fantastic film.
Definitely. James.
So I put Mulan at number 8. I think this is one of my more favorite movies from Disney. Again, I mean, like Kerri said, like, the music is awesome. I love all the characters. I think the story is really interesting. I like to think I'm a history buff, so I like to see like a story told like that time era is also pretty interesting to me. This just kind of kept my interest. It was as good as when I watched it when I was there. So this will always be one of Disney's better movies to me. It's definitely number 8.
Perfect. Dylan?
Yeah, this ended up 11 on the big list, and it's my number 11 as well. And I think it's a little fitting because number 11 is my favorite number, and I was born in 1998.
Oh.
So the fact that the movie that was made in 1998 is number 11 is kind of
Hey.
fitting to me, and that just happened by coincidence. But yeah, I have this right outside my top 10 only because those other 10 I like more, but this one I think is near flawless. I think it's got a great character at the helm. It's got a fun sidekick. I think he's a little much at times, Mushu, but I think because it's Eddie Murphy, it's a little bit more forgivable than if it was someone even more annoying. But yeah, I love the scale of it, the epic nature, all the war sequences, the stuff on the snowy mountainside with the avalanche is awesome to watch. It's some of the best animation of that era. And the music, I think, is kick-ass too. I'll Make a Man Out of You, Reflection, amazing. And I think this is one of the examples where the credits version of the song is not terrible. I think Christina Aguilera's version is pretty good. I know Chad and I have talked about how like the credits versions are a lot worse than the regular versions because they have these like, pop singers. Yeah, Alicia Cara doing How Far I'll Go, and then you have I think Demi Lovato does Let It Go. Like you know, it happens with every Disney movie now. Brandon Urie sings Into the Unknown.
I like that one. I did like that one.
In this one, Christina Aguilera sings Reflection, and it's not bad. I like it. Yeah, pretty near flawless movie. I love it.
Great, yeah. Mulan, I was along the same lines as Kerri a little bit, like 24. I could easily see ranking this a little bit higher, so I understand why you guys have it a good amount higher. You know, it's just one of those where I do love it. It's a great Renaissance film. I love the progressive themes in it about, you know, feminism and like, you know, her dressing different to challenge the norms and going out, and she's like really intelligent, and she, you know, figures out the whole thing with the rocket to like cause that avalanche and stuff, which is one of my favorite moments in the movie. I do think it gets, I don't know, I find it a little weird sometimes too, like when she goes out there and like she's around there with all these like, you know, nasty men, and like she's all you know, like trying to be like them, but they're all gross and weird, and I'm like, I don't know what this is saying about men, but like it's not like my whole feminism where it's like, you know, we're gonna like, you know, tear down like one thing to build up another thing. Like for me, I'm just like, it just gets a little bit weird at times, but you know, I might be reaching on that. I do think the music is phenomenal. I love all those songs that Dylan mentioned. Just that I'll Make a Man Out of You is a banger. Holy shit. You throw that on at a party of people our age and even Dylan's age, and people will lose their minds. I've done it, and they did.
That and Piano Man. Everyone just stop. Stop what they're doing.
Stop what you're doing. Don't stop believing, Zon. But yeah, Mulan's fantastic. I do think Mushu is a little much at times. But yeah, Eddie Murphy's a great voice actor. So boom, Mulan's great.
At number 10, we have Cinderella, and we'll start off with James, who had this the highest ranked.
Cinderella, I had at 13. I like this movie a whole lot. I think it still holds up with. I mean, obviously the animation is really good. I really like the storyline. The music is really good in it. I like this as much on the rewatch. I haven't seen this in God knows how long anyway, but I like this one a whole lot. But it's not quite top 10. I think there's some other ones that I like more than this. It does have some flaws here and there.
Perfect, Bill.
Yeah, Cinderella I have at 14. I think this is as classic as you get. I know it's not in the golden age, it's in the silver age, but it's the most like classic, clean fairy tale story ever. I mean, the prince is bland, yes, but like sidekicks are great, the villain's great, princess is great. Love the visuals, love the songs. I mean, it's just as classic as it comes. Even like earlier movies like Snow White, Pinocchio, they all had like this darker edge. This one's just clean cut fairy tale. And I think it's really successful in doing that. And that's all it is. It's amazing. I love it.
Agree. I love how he put all that. Cinderella, yeah, I agree. I had it at 15. I think it's perfect for what it is. It is very classic. I love the bibbidi bobbidi boo stuff. I love, everything with that. The mice are adorable. They're not annoying. One has kind of a little bit of a voice and stuff, but it's not annoying. It's cute. I don't know. I love that the mice are helping Cinderella and they're rooting for her, and they're just really great like sidekick characters for her. The villain is so God. It's just like it's like the villain from Tangled a little bit, where it's like, the one that kind of like is jealous of the young, beautiful daughter. And I know that's kind of like a trope, but I feel like, Cinderella, it didn't start that. That was Snow White, but I think Cinderella did it really great because she seemed just so toxic and problematic, like so happy to be like, I'm going to give you way too many chores that you can never accomplish so you can't go to that ball. And it's like, what a piece of shit. Okay, anyways, but Cinderella, adorable. I love her. I love her story with the so iconic with the slipping on the slipper. It just what Dylan said. It's just as classic as you can get. Kerri, did you talk about this one yet?
No. So I'm last to go. I had this the lowest ranked at 21, but not because I dislike it or anything. I think this movie is just so sweet. Like you guys said, it's just like one of the epitomes of classic Disney movies. It just a little bit lower just because some of the other films I thought, especially the more recent ones like Renaissance era and on, just had, I think, more complex themes and perhaps better leading characters. Just because Cinderella is a little bit, she's just not given a lot of agency in this movie. But overall, I mean, I love this movie. It was just a joy to rewatch.
Beautiful.
Okay, and at number 9, Cinderella was number 9. Number 10. Number 9, we have The Fox and the Hound. And I think Bill is going to start us off, and he had this the highest ranked.
Yeah, I forgot to mention Cinderella also has the best live straight-to-video sequels. I think 2 and 3 are both very good. Okay, so Fox and the Hound is my number 8. This is, spoiler alert, my favorite pre-Renaissance Disney film. I love it. I think it is just one of the most just brutally honest but touching stories about friendship. It takes a much more honest approach of friendships fall apart. It's the same thing I was saying with Ralph Breaks the Internet. This is the one I was alluding to earlier. Like this one it's devastating, but it's honest. I mean, like a lot of friendships sometimes don't pan out. Especially in regards to, in this sense, dog and fox, but like I think it's a great microcosm of like maybe sometimes like race or privilege or class or something, you know, like, and not as much nowadays, but like in olden times, like the idea of coming from two different families or two rivaling families. It's like the West Side Story Romeo and Juliet thing, except instead of romance, it's friendship. It's like you come from two different worlds, you can't be together, but you know, the bond you make and what that means, and you know, how you salvage that, and what you decide to look back on, what you look at positively versus negatively. I think it's just such a touching story. And the moment where the widow has to, I forget her name, widow something, has to drop off Todd in the forest and say goodbye is the single saddest and most tear-jerking moment of any of these films. And at the point I watched it, as soon as that scene happened, I put this in number one. I mean, Lady and the Tramp was number one. I put this right above it. I was like, yep, that's it. That's my favorite pre-Renaissance. Assuming, you know, that the two films after it before the Renaissance didn't top it. But I was like, yeah, no, this is so good. It's just breathtaking. It's simple, but it's got this great like folksy vibe to it that kind of Robin Hood has as well. Very laid back, but also just so beautiful. I could go on and on. This movie is really, really stunning.
I totally agree. I love everything you just said. This is also my favorite pre-Disney Renaissance film. I have this number 10.
Nice.
I just think it's perfect. It's so emotional. Like just these characters you fall in love with. Like, you know, I hated that woman in that moment when she's dropping him off, but you kind of understand. Like he's a wild animal.
Has to. Yeah.
But it's one of those things like you hate somebody for doing what they're doing, but they still have to do it. And I'm just like, why? And yeah, like I just, that relationship, like, you know, you're like sitting there, you're like, those characters, they're going to be friends forever. And then you see life go on and you see them like slowly becoming like what they're just kind of meant to be. Like he's meant to be, I'm a hound dog. Like I love that quote. Yeah, there's a lot of nostalgia here for me, but like rewatching it as an adult, I got a lot of the like themes down better because I hadn't seen it in a very long time, but watching it again for this. And yeah, I adored it. As soon as I saw this one, exactly like Dylan, I said, yeah, this is my number one. Until I found 9 that I just thought, you know, we're about the same. I mean, honestly, my top 10 is just, they're all perfect, basically, in my mind. But yeah, Fox and the Hound, as soon as, you know, because Copper, like he gets so angry at Todd, and then you're just so heartbroken because you're like, oh no, is he going to end up like hurting Todd or killing Todd? And then finally when the hunter's coming out, and like I've said, I don't like hunting, but he comes out and he's trying to kill Todd, and then you see Copper step in front to protect Todd, and you're like, I don't know, that's just one of the moments that just, you're just like, I fucking adore this movie. So yeah, I love it. Kerri?
Yeah, I had this at number 19, which for me was a lot lower than I really thought it was going to be ranked going into this. It's hard to say why. I think it's mostly because I found myself, especially after Copper goes to start learning how to hunt. I found myself like spacing out a little bit until, you know, kind of there a little bit, you know, Copper comes back. It's hard to say why. I guess it's just, I was trying to figure out where to place this. I mean, it was, as a kid, this was like one of my absolute favorites. I just adored it. And like I had a little, you know, one of those Disney books about it. And like, and I guess on a rewatch, it just didn't, I almost like had expected a little bit more, but I don't know. It's hard to say that because I still like definitely cried during this film. I still think it's absolutely amazing and fantastic. I really do love it.
Beautiful. James?
Yeah, this is definitely like a really emotional movie for sure. I had this down at 4. I think there were just others that I was able to kind of enjoy more. I remember feeling the way you guys kind of felt when I was a kid watching this, like, man, this is actually like pretty hard to watch, and it makes you so mad at the end because, well, they drop him off at an animal preserve. It's not for hunting, and the dude breaks in and goes to him. I'm like, dude, what the hell, man? Like, come on. So I definitely felt the same way. Like on the rewatch, it's definitely emotional. It's definitely one of the harder ones of Disney's to watch. But I put it at 24. I think there were just other ones I may have enjoyed.
Nice. Kerri?
Okay, so at number 8, we have Aladdin.
Aladdin.
And I think, Chad, you're starting us off.
I had Aladdin. I know. So, okay. I know there's like two schools of thought. There's like two movies that people are so unapologetically in love with. You're like this person or you're that person. One of them is Aladdin. The other one, I don't know, may end up being our number one film. Yeah, Aladdin was 14 for me. What other people like really adore about it, sometimes I don't love as much. Like I'm not as in love with Genie as everybody is. I think he's fun. I think he does a lot of really great stuff in it. I love his arc and his becoming free at the end is just really fantastic and great. The music in it is just really incredible. I don't know. There's not really much negatives I have to say about it. 14 is incredibly high. I thought probably I should have put it a little bit higher, but I don't know. I was just like, personally, where do I rank this? And just outside of my top 10. I played there's an Aladdin game that I played that I really loved. You had to escape on the carpet. It was really great. And then there's a lot of great Aladdin sequences and Kingdom Hearts and stuff is really fun. I don't know. There's just a lot with this movie that's phenomenal, but I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. So I had this the lowest ranked, by far.
61.
Oh. It's not even in my top half though. It's at number 32, just barely. And this one was a hard one to place, I think, again, because I'm pretty conflicted about it. I think that, like every Renaissance film, the animation is absolutely gorgeous. Yes. The songs are fantastic.
Oh, A Whole New World. I forgot to say that is just one of my favorite things. I'm sorry. Can I just interrupt real quick?
Go ahead.
The whole thing about like me and my buddy Walter, who he passed away. James and Kerri both know him. Or knew him, and we used to sing in my car all the time, and I would play A Whole New World because I adore that. It's just one that brings me straight back to my childhood, and I wanted to sing both parts because I like the whole song, but as soon as I started to sing Jasmine's part, he would go, "I'm Jasmine, bitch." Yeah, it's just I always remember. That's one of the fond memories I have of my buddy. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And I actually really love Genie and Robin Williams in this role. I think it, as a kid, just one of my absolute favorite Disney characters.
Well, the other thing I just wanted to add is because we were talking about like dated stuff, is like him doing the Jack Nicholson stuff in it. I'm like, that's dating it right there. Like, okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. I'll say I ranked this a lot lower because I think a big part of it was when I was in college, I took this class about minorities in America, and the project my group did was about racism in Disney films. And this was, the example I had to do, and it was like more recent examples. So I like kind of every time I watch this movie, I just like totally pick it apart, and it kind of ruins it for me a little bit. And it is actually, I think it's the most recent Disney film that has a warning. And I'm pretty sure all the films with warning, if you have a kid's profile on Disney, are actually unavaiable to kids.
Oh, okay.
Or at least that's how it used to be when Disney first put out the warnings.
As it should.
Sure. That I know that was the case when the warnings were on like almost just on like Dumbo and a lot of the older films. But I would say that's why it's so lowly ranked for me. As a movie, I totally enjoy it. Was one of my favorites as a kid.
Totally agree. It's barbaric, but hey, it's home, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah.
And
James.
I have only good things to say about Aladdin. Like you guys said, the music is so good. I like the set it's in. I thought like when I watched as a kid, like that cave the dunes was always like so cool to me. So that was still definitely cool in this watch through. I have it at number 5. It's probably
Nice.
one of my more favorite Disney movies, and I'll stand by that for sure. I just liked so much about it still on the watch, so it's definitely up there.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm with you, James. I have it at number 4. I 100% agree with the warning. I agree with all the depictions. I think it's a little less in your face than something like Peter Pan, though, or
No, definitely.
or Song of the South, which isn't even on this list
Oh
because
my
it's also
God.
live action. But like, yeah, like I do think it's one of those films where I'm able to overlook that because it's not as obvious, and I think everything that works is so good, like the fairy tale nature of it, the 3 wishes, and the rules that are established of like you can't make anyone fall in love, and how he goes about getting that, and what he realizes actually is important. And then that final moment where he sets Genie free. I mean, that's some of the most emotional stuff for me too. Like that's what he uses last wish on, and the look in Genie's face. I mean, it's animated, but you could feel Robin Williams through the voice acting. You can feel what his emotion in the booth was. And I think that's what's great. I think a lot of people say Robin Williams is amazing for the comedy and all the ups and downs and highs and lows of his energy and his volume and the Jack Nicholson and all that. But I think it's mostly in that last scene, the touching moments of him being set free, which really get to me. And then when he gives him that final hug, I mean, it's really amazing, breathtaking visuals. I love just how I can kind of pick this film apart frame for frame, like in my brain. Like I could tell you what every frame is in order. Like I've seen it that many times. And I think that's also why it's so high, is it has just that personal nostalgia. I mean, my top 4 are all films I watched at least 100 times on VHS as a kid. So I'm a big fan of it for sure.
Yeah, and it's cool that the guy from Full House voiced
Scott Wenger,
voiced
like
Aladdin.
Mm-hmm.
Kerri?
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was just trying to look through and see some things. Okay. At number 7, we have The Little Mermaid.
And you're first.
I'm first. Okay. I had this the lowest ranked at number 22. I'll say because this is the first Renaissance movie, right? The difference in animation, you can tell why this is where they start the Renaissance, because the animation is just miles ahead of what it was in the last Dark Age movie or Bronze Age movie. I don't. It's one. I don't know. I liked as a kid. It was never my favorite. I think the songs are absolutely fantastic. If not, maybe a little. Every girl at their high school drama audition sings. Not every girl, but like the more girls saying "Part of Your World."
For sure.
Still, it's so beautiful. So I mean, I think the voice actress who does Ariel is absolutely incredible. I would say just a little bit lower because, it still has some kind of like outdated themes a little bit. And, it's all about Ariel like falling in love with this prince, like everything she does. It's not she does really love all the human culture and everything. And that's part of it. But a big part of it is also she, wants to marry the prince. I guess that's kind of the only like little flaw I can say with it, but otherwise it's just a gorgeous movie. I really love it. It's really only like most of these, it's only further down because I like other ones a little bit more.
Perfect. James?
Yeah, I think I wasn't too much a fan of some like the story points like Kerri was saying, but I think the rest of the movie, like, but overall really good. I definitely liked watching this again, and I put this at number 20, so that's still like really good taste. So it just wasn't quite as good as some of the other ones above it. That's all.
Perfect. Dylan?
Yeah, I have this in number 7. Like I said earlier, my top 10 is very Renaissance heavy. 5 of my top 10 are Renaissance, and we've already talked about Hunchback and Aladdin. But I think this is great for what it did for Disney animation as a piece of cinema history. Just the fact that it like kind of revived the company is really great. I love the music. Love that they went in a more musical approach after years and years of movies without it. Yeah, I mean, it's exceptionally animated. Everything you all have said is great. I mean, I think it's a little harder to talk about the good films because there's less to criticize. I mean, it's so good. I know people complain Kiss the Girl's a little creepy because it's like, they're egging them on and it's like consent and all that stuff. I don't care. I mean, I care, but it's like, it's not enough for me to make me be like, ugh, it's still authentic. And I really do like the film. Yeah, Ursula's a great villain too. I mean, I love it so much. It's in my top 10, top 7. So yeah.
Yeah, it's my number 2.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't know. Like, it's as soon as I got to the Renaissance, I was so excited to finally be at the Renaissance after watching all of these movies, and I was like, I'm home. And that's what Little Mermaid felt to me, was like, I'm finally home. This was all my nostalgia. Just all the music. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. Like I said when I was talking about Snow White, people are going to try to problematic size everything about movies that you like, which makes sense because you should go back and you should say, well, was this really okay? But honestly, like, stuff in Little Mermaid doesn't bother me. Like her, like I said, I really love Frozen, and that has very progressive themes. This one, it's her wanting a new world and wanting to be part of a different world, see what else is out there. It's like Moana, but before Moana, and just like, yeah, she wants to be with like this guy, but why is it so bad to want true love and to fall in love and be with this person that you fell in love with? And then the whole Sebastian egging them on to to kiss and stuff like that. I know it's like the whole classic vibe of like you'll know when you know it, like kiss her on the doorstep kind of a deal at the end of the date. It's like I mean, I understand the whole question of consent, but then it's also like but it's sweet. It's like you'll never know until you try it. Maybe she'll like you back, kind of a deal. And it's more of like a children's kind of vibe than this problematic, like whatever. But anyways, I adore this one, obviously, just because of how it made me feel. From a fantastic story perspective, I don't know. I don't really care. If it has one of the best stories or anything. I'm not even that in love with Ursula. I like her. I don't love her. And I rank this number 2 just because it's just one of those iconic films from the Renaissance era that just really ushered in the Disney Renaissance. And just like, just with that iconic shot of her just, jumping on, or like, on the rock and the water behind her. The part of your world, all of the stuff Under the Sea won an Academy Award, did it not?
It did.
So there you go.
All right, at number 6 we have The Emperor's New Groove, and we start off with James.
Boom, baby. Sorry.
I actually had Emperor's New Groove a bit lower. It was number 31. So I definitely like this movie a lot. I think it definitely has its funny bits. It has, he's obviously, childish, trying to get the guy home removed so he can put in his pool or his resort, or whatever. And he, comes around in the end and changes his mind. But I think there's just other ones that I liked more as far as like maybe like the story goes, the overall message is delivered. This despite this one's like definitely funny and memorable moments, I think there's just other ones I could appreciate more than this one as far as like I said, storyline or like overall, messages delivered.
Definitely. Dylan.
This is my number 3. This is the one that like I think I watched the most as a kid, aside from my top 2, obviously. But like I think even more, maybe I watched even more than my top 2 because it was still so new. So it was like, it hadn't been like ingrained in the pop culture yet, to where like you would go to Disney theme parks and like it wasn't really around, like, because it's not a musical. There's not as much there. Whereas my top 2, it's like, it's everywhere in the theme parks. Here, it's like, I kind of felt like it was almost more my movie, my generation's movie, because like it hadn't been widely accepted yet. It got good reviews, but it wasn't as high as the Renaissance in terms of reviews and stuff. So it feels so special in that sense, because I'm like, this was like a movie of my era, of my childhood. And I know that's not to say other people can't enjoy it, obviously, but it's like, it feels almost more special to me because it was like, this was like a 2000, it came out right at the top of the decade. Like this was my prime era of like loving these childhood movies, and for it to come out at this time, I feel just so much more attached to it. It's the funniest movie I've ever seen in Disney, and maybe otherwise. Like I crack up at every line in this. But it's got a great emotional through line too. I mean, with Cusco and how he goes from like this obnoxious guy to this lovable guy, and Pacha, just, some people say he's one note, but you need him to be that soft, consoling person. And I agree in the fact that like he's not as layered in terms of like he isn't as hot and cold as Cusco, but I think he still does have layers. You know, it's
like ogres.
purposefully that one single personality, because you need that to balance out Cusco, who's so all over the place, and Yzma, who's so all over the place, and Kronk, who's so all over the place. You know, you need that more stagnant, stoic personality to kind of round it out, and I think that's why this ensemble works so well, because Yzma and Cusco are at such extremes this way, and Pacha and Kronk kind of balance them out, and even Kronk has like his moments of great comedy, but because it is so direct, so straight-laced, I think it's so well done, just masterfully crafted, masterfully acted. The songs that are in there are great. I mean, this won the Academy Award for Best Song for the Sting song in the credits. This has also Tom Jones as the theme song guy in the beginning. It's visually really amazing, the way they use all the Peruvian influences, the Incan stuff in the animation and the culture, and it doesn't feel ever degrading to that culture either, like some of the films, even the films I love, like Aladdin, sometimes are. I was always like, yeah, no, it's the big three of the Renaissance are going to be at the top, and then I was like, no, like this deserves to be in my top three because it's one of my favorites, and I love it because of that. It's so good.
Absolutely. I mean, you can try to take ownership of it from your generation if you want, Dylan, but like I was 10 when this came out. So.
Right. Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm speaking, connecting you and me, like 90s. And
oh, gotcha. Okay.
Like, I still consider myself a 90s child, even though
true. Varies. All right.
Like I'm saying, all four of us, like it's almost like we can own it, like with the Renaissance.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It came out at our prime. Yeah.
It did, because I was 10 when this came out. I loved this one. I hadn't yet got weirdly jaded about Disney films. And yeah, this is, Dylan hit it right on the nose. It's so funny and it's silly. And, you know, that's like the editing is incredible. Like with how, you know, all these sequences, like
I love so well. It's so well made.
I love Kronk and, you know, him trying to like conceal Cusco's body. And then he does the and just like all of that stuff is just so incredible. Beware the groove. Yeah, there's just, we can sit here for like another half an hour quoting this movie because it's so quotable. It's so amazing. But Dylan said it exactly right. Is it also has the emotional themes. I love Cusco's arc. Like even like halfway through, he's like, you know, this is my story. Why are you even like focusing on other people and stuff? And then like, you know, he starts to lose that whole self-centeredness and, you know, and stuff. And you can't really even blame him for being the way he is. But, you know, Pacha is that, you know, really great sidekick character who's kind of just a protagonist on his own right, that helps Cusco change. And I love how they become friends, and he sets up his thing like we're on the mountain right next to him so that they can hang out and swim together. And I don't know, it's just, this movie's perfect. I agree with Dylan. Oh, I had this at number 4. I adore this movie.
Along the lines of Pacha, while you're still on it, John Goodman had a great three-peat of like wholesome, big, burly, huggable, lovable teddy bears. He was this. He did Sully in Monsters Inc.
Yes.
And then he was Baloo in Jungle Book 2. Like that is like the trifecta of just wholesome, big-hearted, big cuddly monsters. So I love it. Or not monsters, but creatures. Monsters is Monsters Inc.
Be careful.
I was fully in the Monsters Inc. lens. I was like, monsters. I'm like, no, Pacha's not a monster. He's a saw.
Yeah, I adore the movie. It's so funny that I love watching it from start to finish, and I have such nostalgia for it. Number 4.
Okay.
Kerri.
I have this number 12. I agree with everything. Yeah, well, I'll explain why. But
I mean, 12 is awesome. Like,
yeah,
again, this is such a good studio. Top 40 is good. Top 20 is amazing. Like that's what I think.
Yeah, I agree with Dill that this is the funniest Disney movie. I remember when it came out, like it was just the commercials would play like that part where they're about to fall off the waterfall, like kind of that scene where like we're rushing towards a waterfall with like the edge of a waterfall. It's like, yep. Bring it on. I remember it just being so different from every Disney movie that I had seen before that, like from what I grew up with, you know, mostly princesses and animals and like kind of these deep themes and dramatic or musicals. And this is really, it has a lot of heart. But it's also so much more of a comedy than so much more of the other Disney films. I would say it only got kicked down to 12 just because I like some of the themes in the other Disney movies a little bit better, but this at a time this was like in my top 3, so on a different day it could be in a different rank.
Oh, and one more joke. I love the help me, too late.
Okay, our last tie is for number 5, and it is between Beauty and the Beast and Wreck-It Ralph. So we'll start with Beauty and the Beast, and we'll start with Dill, who had it the most highly ranked.
Yeah, this is my number 2. I mean, this is to me as perfect as cinema gets, except for my number 1. Like it's so beautiful. It encompasses what's amazing about Disney fairy tales and how you translate romance to screen, but it has great comedy, has great mystical, fantastical elements. I know people love the original like French film and French story, and that film is so good, but this one takes a different approach to it. It's much more wholesome and less dark, but I think both exist amazingly on their own. Like, I don't begrudge anyone who thinks the original is better. It's just I kind of prefer this version. I just love the music in it. I mean, Beauty and the Beast, the actual single title song, is like the one that I have the most nostalgia for as a kid. It's kind of like my whole new world. What Chad was saying, it's like the one I have that personal attachment to. I love my grandparents. They're both still very healthy and alive, but like that brings me back to dancing with them. They would turn it on and they would be like, Dylan, come dance. And I'd be like, no. And then they'd be like, come on. And they turn it up a little bit louder. And it would be Angela Lansbury, the late, great, rest in peace, Angela Lansbury. Her voice would come on and they'd start waltzing and they'd be like, Dylan. And I would stand between them I would stand on top of their feet and I would dance with them in the middle of the two of them. And that's just a special memory that I have, even, like now, like even when I'm older, they don't make me do it anymore, but like when I see them, they like recall those moments. So that's very special. And like I said earlier, when I was talking about like all over the theme parks, I mean, this is a movie that has been just kind of like Frozen. It's been everywhere since. Like, there was a Broadway musical. I mean, there's a version on the cruise ship. There's characters are everywhere. Belle had her own spin-off movies and direct-to-video Christmas sequels and all this stuff. But at its core, I mean, there was a live-action remake, which I think is not that great. But even just, I think a few nights ago, they were recording this, how they do those live musicals on TV. ABC did a live version of Beauty and the Beast with Josh Groban. Like, it is a movie that is still ingrained in culture for a good reason. It's just such a timeless story. It's a tale as old as time. And I think we're going to see that 100 years from now. None of us will be around, but I think people will still be talking about this movie 100 years from now because I think it has a lasting impact. It's the only one on this list that was nominated for Best Picture. It is an iconic film, and I love it to death.
Great. I had this a little bit lower. I had it at 47. Psych. I had it at number 11.
Okay.
It didn't break my top 10. I think it's an incredible story. I think it's still a little bit more of like it's better than Hunchback, but it's kind of like a Hunchback or Elephant Man type story or whatever. Can someone love something as ugly as this beast or whatever? I don't know. Might be a little problematic in its own right about, ugly people or whatever. I don't know.
I think it's more the embodiment. I think the ugliness is an effect of the inhumanity and the bitter nature of him rather than
true.
I think it's more like, can anyone learn to love someone as like hateful as him? And then the looks just happen to be a result of the hatred, I think.
But then
that's
again,
how I interpret it.
The hatefulness is a little bit justified because some crazy woman showed up at his door and turned him into a monster against his will. Anyways, all that beside, this is a fantastic movie. I love how everything plays out. And the French kind of like characters and scenery and stuff is like really great. I love the opening like musical stuff with all the people in the village like singing about how weird Belle is, I guess. It's been kind of like parodied in other stuff because it's like so great. The third act is incredible. With Gaston going out and Dylan and I talked about this movie a lot. I picture this, and we talked about LeFou's nose and how weird it is, and no one else's nose is that weird, which is kind of off-putting. I know I'm like, and it's like I'm being negative about this movie. I have it at number 11. I'm just messing around, but you know, it's a great film. I understand why it was nominated for Best Picture, and yeah, it's just there's not much I can say about it. It's just so good.
Okay. I have this the lowest ranked at 18. Not that
48?
low. It's still my top 20.
This is surprising for you.
Okay, so it was surprising for me because Chad knows, like, and I think my family has probably told him this like a million times, that before my current favorite Disney movie became my current favorite Disney movie, this was my original favorite when I was a very small child. I had like a little golden book of it that my parents used to have to read to me, and one time they forgot it when we went up to visit my grandparents. My grandparents lived right by the Staten Island Mall, and my parents had to literally go out, and I'm sure it was like a holiday eve or a holiday night, and had to go out and buy me the book because I literally refused to go to sleep without it. But so, I mean, this has always been one of my favorites, and Belle was definitely like the princess that I related to the most growing up, because when I was growing up, I was a big bookworm, and I loved that she, you know, read all the books. I guess I have it lower ranked, and I think this could definitely change. It definitely changed throughout the time that I was making this list. It was only ever higher. I guess because it is a little bit problematic with, you know, the Beast basically kidnapping Belle.
Ooh, that's right. Forgot about that.
Yeah, and I don't really think that detracts so as much as a lot of people make it out to detract from the movie, because I think it's just more of a story about how he changes and she helps him change into a better person. But I guess it made me rank it a little bit lower. I don't know. It was hard to do this list, and I'll say,
so hard.
if I
It's a
had
hard
to
list. It's hard.
Yeah, if I had to redo it any other day, it could probably be a lot higher. But this is where it wound up for me.
That's what, and Dylan said that's like the top 20. Like,
yeah,
you love it.
Yeah,
basically.
And even some of the best movies have problematic elements. I mean, that's just how it works with time. And I think that's just not necessarily always a detriment of the film, but more of a good sign for us as people that we're growing and we can recognize these things. Even if we love these movies, like we can still recognize, like, oh, maybe this one aspect doesn't work as much. And I think that's a testament to us as smart people, more so than, you know.
Definitely. James.
Yeah, I had Beauty and the Beast at number 14. So it's definitely a really, really good movie. It's hard to argue that. I think it just didn't appeal to me because it wasn't like necessarily my thing, but like the songs were really good. I love all the characters. I mean, there's so much like that's memorable about it. I find it pretty rewatchable, but to me, there's just other things I like more about the other movies, so I put this one just a little bit lower.
Great. All right, so we're moving on to Wreck-It Ralph.
Yep. And I think you are starting.
Yes. Wreck-It Ralph is my number 5.
Nice.
I don't know. It's just that with this movie, it's just so anything I put in my top 10 is because it hit me emotionally, or I thought it was brilliant in some way, or it changed the game, or just did something incredible. And I just love everything about Wreck-It Ralph and how he just wants to be a hero. He's like, why can't I be the hero for once? Just like one time. Like, I'm repeatedly the villain. I'm an outcast. I'm, you know, just this, like, the drag, like, no one even likes me, like, you know, and they even act like he's not a part of the game. Like, they're celebrating the anniversary of the game. They don't even invite him to the party. And then they find out without him, there is no game. And so they're wanting him to get back, and they're mad at him and stuff like that. But then it just, like, you realize, like, well, he's like a very vital part of the game. And, you know, he can even, like, some of the, you know, worst people or whatever can change and just, you know, be better and just actually go and, like, be the hero. And just the most unconventional person can be the hero. I love the relationship between him and Vanellope that develop. You know, I already said I ranked Ralph Breaks the Internet super high because I like that relationship so much. And I just love the fact that, like, he learns that, like, you know, if you just, like, can make a difference to, like, one person and just be the hero in someone's life, that can be just very special on its own. And just, when she gives him that medal, and it's like, you're my hero. It's like, and then I just love how they take that, and he kind of takes it for granted in the sequel and stuff, and has even more to learn, and but yeah, I don't know. There's just so much in this that she finally becomes the star of the game again, and you have the whole thing about King Candy and that reveal, and even though that was done earlier, and I remembered it like halfway through the reveal again, and I went, "Oh my god, that's right, that's that guy from that video game."
I was about to say this was actually before Frozen, so technically this was the first time they did
that. Well then,
so Frozen copied it, but I think they both came out so close to one another that I think I give them both credit for that trope, which is good in this. Yeah,
I still think it's really brilliant in it, and I think King Candy's voiced by Alan Tudyk, which is pretty great. And I don't know, I could say a lot more. I love this movie so much; it's fantastic.
Okay, I had this at number 14. So my top 15. I really love it for all the reasons Chad said. I just think it's a really inventive film. I love just the message in this movie and how Ralph grows as a character, and really almost all of the non-villain characters grow a lot in this movie. Like Penelope grows, all the characters in Ralph's game grow a little bit. So yeah, this one, it's just really wholesome, and I think it's just a very enjoyable film. Like, I don't know.
It's like so unconventional how Fix It Felix and what's
Calhoun.
Lynch.
Oh yeah,
former relationship.
Yeah.
He's like holding her and she's looking up at him, but she's like way larger than he is. It's just funny. I don't know. James, Wreck-It Ralph.
I definitely like Wreck-It Ralph a lot. This is number 10 movie. I think the only really issue that it has that these movies like kind of have to fall into anyways, the whole like buddy friendship thing, like they're friends, then there's some inevitable thing they're going to be not friends for a while, then they're going to have to be friends again. So it's just something that we've seen like 100 million times. So that part was a little repetitive to me, but I liked everything else about the movie so much I can forget that, no problem. I like the bits with the Mentos pieces falling into the Diet Coke. That was pretty funny. I like that kind of smaller kind of bits in those movies are really good. I like the whole King. I thought that was pretty good. Maybe nothing like new, but I liked it nonetheless. I just thought it was really cool. And like, of course, being a video game nerd, it was cool to see all the references and throwbacks and all that kind of stuff. So it definitely is top 10 Disney for me.
Absolutely. Dylan.
Yeah, this is right outside my top 10. This is number 16. I like this one, kind of what James said. Like, I'm a video game nerd too, but like old video games, and that's what this is. It's like a retro, but I think, like I said with Ralph Breaks the Internet, it seems a little dated because it's trying to capture the current now of the time, whereas here it's already throwing back to something more retro. So I feel like this one's never going to feel dated because it's already kind of throwing it back to an older vibe anyway. And that's what I like about this, is it's going to feel more timeless because of that and what Easter eggs it has. And I think just my favorite part of this film is the world building, is, you know, like you said, the Diet Coke with Mentos and just the way they design all the candy stuff, but also just the video game itself, how everything's in that like extension cord, like power strip, and like each plug is like its own train in the Grand Central Station, which is now Game Central Station, and all the characters and what happens when a game gets unplugged. And I just think that's so smart. Him getting a drink in another game and it's root beer. Like, I just think that's so smart. The world building here is great. The themes are strong. I love it. It's amazing.
Fantastic. Agree.
Okay. So at number 4, we have Tangled. And I'll start off with this one. This is my number 13. And it's 13 just because there are, I guess, 12 other films I like slightly more, but I really, really love this movie. I think it's so good. I love like Rapunzel's character. I love Flynn's character. I think Mother Gothel is just a great villain. I like the songs in this movie. Like, it is just, to me, it's like absolutely perfect.
Amazing. James?
Yeah, this one was really, really like hard for me because I was trying to really think about what movies like I could watch more than this or liked than this, like being either had to rewatch them or seen them for the first time. But this one just kind of did it for me on the whole. I mean, like Kerri said, the characters of Pascal, he's hilarious. I like the horse. From the palace guards is really funny. I think, her figuring out eventually she was, the lost princess. Like, it's going to happen sooner or later. But I think I watched this movie several times in the theaters when it came out. This is my number one Disney movie. This is what I rank as.
Oh, wow.
I can't help but not watch it. I can't help but not love it. Every single bit of it, to me, is really good. I like, her song, singing how she brushes her hair 100,000 times a day. I like when they're singing about their dreams, and that pub is just, to me, is just hilarious. Flynn was trying to say he had no dreams. They're all pointing the sword at him, like, hey, buddies, sing anyway. It's kind of funny. I think that they try to be like the concert pianist, the mime, the interior design. I just love pretty much everything about this movie when he's fighting the horse and he's like, you should know this is the craziest thing I've ever done. He's got the frying pan and the horse has got the sword in his mouth. I just love everything about this movie. It definitely took me by surprise. I think I was out of the Disney movies in the theaters for a while because, the whole mid to late 2000s wasn't quite my thing. But with Princess and the Frog, I think with 2009, Bolt was 2008 or 2009 also. So, finally getting back into the theaters. This one just, to me, is number one for me. This is my absolute favorite Disney movie. This just does it for me. This is the one.
Love it. Dylan.
Yeah.
That's our first number one.
Yeah.
It's my number 5. So it's top 5. It's amazing. I think when we were talking earlier, Chad, about this and Frozen, I think the only reason people compare it is because the Renaissance. After the Renaissance, there were no princess movies, and then Princess and the Frog came out. But because that was 2D, people don't compare that as much with these two. But 2010 and 2013, we got this and Frozen. It was kind of the whole return of the princess movie, except it was going to be a little bit of a twist. It wasn't going to be the Frog Prince, Rapunzel, and the Snow Queen. It was going to be Princess and the Frog, Tangled, and Frozen. And the reason they did that is because they were trying to make it more gender neutral in terms of who they were marketing it to. Because if they had called Rapunzel, they were worried that only girls would show up to the movies. And I think that's why people compare this and Frozen, because it was kind of doing the same thing. It was trying to put a twist on a fairy tale, but have it on a more general name, Tangled, Frozen, rather than the actual names of the stories. And because they were both successful monetarily and critically, I think that's why people compare it. But I agree. I don't think they're the same thing at all. I think they're getting at two different themes. One deals with familial relationships and sisterly relationships. This one's more about self and, kind of isolation and breaking free of the boundaries. I really love Mother Gothel as a villain. I know we compared her to Lady Tremaine from Cinderella. I think the difference, though, is that Mother Gothel is actually manipulative in making her think that she's someone to trust. She's a hero to Rapunzel early on. Yes, she's causes an obstacle, but Rapunzel trusts her. She loves her. She's manipulated by her. Whereas in Cinderella, I think it's very early on established that Cinderella knows her stepmother's evil. Whereas here, it's she doesn't realize that she's being brainwashed and essentially gaslighted by her mother. And that I think makes an even scarier villain. I think Mother Gothel's scary because of that, because she's so manipulated, because she has her claws sunken so deep into Rapunzel that Rapunzel believes her, but Rapunzel is brainwashed. And I think that's just such an interesting dynamic that this film then deconstructs as it goes on. I talked about how Fox and the Hound has the moment that makes me cry the most, but that's sad tears. This one makes me cry the most in happy tears in that whole lantern sequence, because it's just one of the most breathtaking things. I always get choked up because I'm they did this with animation. I know it's animation, the boundaries are endless, but the fact that you're able to make this magic happen any way, which way, drawn, animated, computer, whatever, it always brings me to tears. So I think this one's exceptional. I love it so much. I love the attention put into detail. I love the comedy, the humor. Comedy and humor are the same thing. I'm losing my train of thought. I love it. It's amazing.
Great. Yeah. Now I love to hear the love for it. I have it at 22. For whatever reason, I didn't know that Tangled and Frozen had such a deep connection. People compare the two, whatever. I guess Frozen would win for me in that, just because I love the brilliance of it, but I don't disagree with what you guys have said. I love that James put it number 1. That's amazing. Because it is a really great, fun movie. I love how Rapunzel is just a great, protagonist, like, who she's not like pining after anybody or whatever. She like stands on her own, and she is gaslighted, and she grows from that. And it's such a joy, but also kind of a deep sadness when she finally sees her parents for the first time as like an agency, someone with agency who can understand what's going on. And then like you can feel that like sense of like lost time that they're finally going to be able to like, kind of try to reconcile. But it's like they lost their kid for like how many years, and it's just insane. But it's also an insanely funny movie. Like I love Pascal, like the whole thing where what is it like where she's like trying on new stuff, or she's how to put on the crown, and he's like,
Yeah.
and then she finally puts it on her head, and then you're just waiting, and like his eyes widen, and he goes. It's just the comedy is just incredible in it, and it's just a really fun action-packed movie. Yeah, it's a really fun one. I think I could probably also like raise this one up a little bit more on other rewatches, but yeah.
Okay. So at number 3, we have Zootopia.
Whoa.
Figured that probably was going to happen.
And I think
Who's starting?
James is starting us off.
Okay, James.
All right, so I put Zootopia at number 4, and I love this movie. There's so much to love about this movie. I like the whole kind of story adventure bit of it. I love how they go into the different like climate areas for the different animals. I love the rabbit jokes. We're really good at multiplying that whole thing when she's leaving her town, and it's got the population counters just going up and up and up as the train pulls away. Is funny to me. I love some of the smaller, maybe less able to be picked out bits of humor, like when she gets in trouble and she talks to Idris Elba. I can't remember the character's name in the movie.
Lionheart.
No, I thought Idris Elba was the
Chief Bogo.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and he was listening off all the way she got in trouble, and he said she busts into like the Mouse Town River and like in scurry. Like I thought that was kind of funny. To me, the DMV bits are, of course, probably one of the funnier bits of Disney movie in a while. This was one of those where I like almost forgot I had to watch it. I loved it so much the first time in the theater, but it's so far along the list of movies to rewatch that when you finally get to it, I forgot totally I had to rewatch it. And I love this movie every bit as much on the rewatch that I did the first time. This is absolutely a great Disney movie.
Fantastic. Dylan.
Yeah, I have this a little lower. It's still in my top third. I have it at 18, only because I think, some of the other films have a bigger connection with me for some reason. I love the world building, like James said. The 2 sequences, though, that just crush me in laughter is the DMV, but also the Mr. Big scene. The little guy when they're hyping up this character, and it's like a Godfather Mafia idea, and then he wheels him out, and it's this little grandmama, little guy. Like,
and it would make sense that a mouse would have that voice,
right? It's so awesome. I love that. I think what it has to say about race, not necessarily race as much of just like bias and prejudice, is really, really interesting. Especially, for a kids movie, it's really special. It's a little heavy-handed, but I think it needs to be because it's a kids movie. I mean, you want to try to get these messages out there. You want to make them known, and I think it's interesting. What they do with the commentaries. It's a little confusing just when you take into account the actual way the animal kingdom is, and the fact that like predators just inherently, like predator and prey, what that means. And this film tries to bend it a certain way to make it that the predators are the ones being discriminated against and that kind of thing. If you think of it logistically, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But if you look at it in the context of this world, it makes a lot of sense. And it's really rich, really plentiful with a lot of great commentary. I think it's really, really well done. And that song is so catchy, the Shakira song. I love it. It's so good when she's riding into town and you see the city, and it's amazing.
Yeah, I totally agree. This is my number 6. Nice. And I wanted it to be even higher. Like I said, my top 10 is perfect. I love all of my top 10. Zootopia it's just so brilliant. It's like has like exactly what Dylan said, like these like themes that are like, oh my God, like how did they get this in a Disney movie, these themes like just like that we're still dealing with today as people just like stereotyping someone and just like really just like grossly engaging with that and perpetuating these stereotypes that are just like really gross and really can like paint a negative image about people, and just like how they frame that with this world of animals that's really fun and cute, but then they have like this really deep thing about like, you know, if you're labeled this, if you're labeled like a predator, you're bad, and there's nothing you can do about that. And you know, I don't know, it's just so deep the way they do that. And even like the protagonist, Judy Hopps, you know, she's the one that basically says that at the news thing, and you're like, no, Judy, what are you doing? Don't do that. Like, don't say that about like that's your friend is like one of those that's considered a predator or whatever. And you know, in this world, I just think it works so well. I also love how what's her name is the villain, the big villain, Jenny Slate.
Yeah. Another one that it's a trope, but it works. It's funny.
It is, yeah. She's a great voice actress. I love her voice so much. And yeah, it's so funny, like you said, and so great. Like I love, you know, how they distract the wolves with the howling and it's and stuff. And then like Flash, how, you know, he's just slowly ripping off the paper, and then constantly just, you know, you want to hear a joke, like don't tell him a joke, holy shit. And then and then it turns out he drives really fast. It's another great joke. So yeah, it's kind of a perfect movie. I adore it so much. And even like the whole thing about like her like old bully who turns out to, you know, kind of like apologize to her and just be like, you know, I'm sorry that I was that way. I don't know. It just hits on so many different levels. I love it.
Yeah, I have this as my number 2 film. Yeah,
nice.
I just think this movie is absolutely brilliant, and I think especially at the time it came out, it just really hit on themes that I don't know, I think needed a discussion, and I think it presents it to kids especially in a way that's kind of more understandable and isn't singling anyone out, right? Like we're not using actual real world examples of race or class relations. We're using, you know, fictional animal examples. And I'll say there's, I think by the end of the movie, there's more bias against the predators, but I would say there's bias on both sides in this movie, which I think was a really interesting and brilliant aspect to do. Like, you know, Judy is kind of discriminated against that she's not a predator when she's in her police job. Everyone thinks she can't do it and she can only be a meter maid. She can't be a real cop because she's not a predator. You know, Jenny Slate does all these actions because she feels like she can't get to the top, that the predators are all in the leadership positions. And at the same time, kind of there's the same bias towards predators potentially having this instinct or, you know, aggression underlying everything. And I love how, like, you know, neither of our protagonists are perfect in this movie. Like Chad mentioned, Judy screws up massively. And like, you know, even though you know her character, you know she has the best of intentions and you relate to her. I think that's such a nice, like, not nice, but like it's such a realistic example of what does go on in our society, where even though you think you're doing the best you can do, you know, you still might have these biases, and it's only if you know, make friends with or try to interact with people other than yourself that you can really realize you know, how harmful your behavior can be. So I don't know, I think this is like one of the it's like one of the most enjoyable movies. I think it's so funny. I think the characters are fantastic. I think the voice acting is great. But also I think just like thematically and what it deals with, it's like one of the most brilliant Disney movies.
Yeah, it's kind of perfect. And you reminded me, I also love how Judy, because she wants to go extra and be that like perfect cop, like she becomes like the Nicholas Angel kind of like of policeman. And then like she's given everybody tickets. She even gives herself a ticket. What a nerd.
All right. At number 2, we have Encanto, and Dylan's going to start us off.
I am shocked, not because it's not great. I have it at 13. I love it a lot, but I'm shocked that it's this high considering how new it is, how little time people have had with it. I was on the train of Encanto was okay when I saw it the first time, but then every time I watch it since, I've just grown more and more in love with it. It's the film that's grown on me the most of any of these films. I just love it every time I watch it more and more. I love what it has to say about being an outcast in a family where you're different, you're the one with differences. And I find this, I know it's not overtly said, but I find this to be a really queer story in the sense that it has themes of coming out, in the sense that this girl is different than her family. The family doesn't accept her. But even the parallels with the other sisters, Louisa, who she has all this pressure. I mean, she is more of this stereotypically butch woman, and that idea. And then also the other sister who isn't that, who's much more feminine, but doesn't want to be that, wants to break out, wants to make a cactus in a sea of flowers. Like, I love what it has to say about differences and being different and not being what your family expects you to be. And Abuela is such a complicated antagonist because she's not mean-spirited at all. She just has things her way, and it's her way, and it's different. It throws a wrench, and you find out why she is the way she is. And I think it's a really redeeming story for her as well, and one that has so much of an arc. And it's not this one-note villain. It's a much more complex thing. I wouldn't even call her a villain. It's just someone who is on a different wavelength, but then eventually comes around. And when they finally give her that doorknob and they tell her she is the gift, I'm like, geez, it just makes me cry. I'm like, this is such a good movie. And the music's great. The music's great. We don't talk about Bruno. There's a reason it got replayed over and over and over again. I think since the Oscars did that horrible performance of it, it's kind of died down a bit. It hasn't been as overplayed as like a Let It Go, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it has been. But yeah, there's a reason it became such a phenomenon. I really do love it.
Yeah, this is interesting because this one Dylan might not expect is very high for me. And the reason just like Dylan said, for him, it grew on me massively since I first saw it. I didn't really even like it all that much. Like, I liked it, but I didn't love it when I first watched it. I thought We Don't Talk About Bruno was so overplayed and so overhyped. Like, they're in the Discord Dylan and I are in, someone shared a list where it's like, this is like the top 5 songs, Bruno. And I'm like, it just came out. Calm down. And they're putting it over Hakuna Matata. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. You don't understand how much that's like developed and stuff. But this film has developed for me so much just rewatching it a couple times. So actually, I've only rewatched it once. And then I rewatched the ending with Kerri again because I think it's so brilliant. And yeah, I think this is kind of a perfect movie after rewatching it. And this is, I think, my favorite soundtrack of all Disney. No, this is
say it's your number 1.
No, this is my number 3.
Wow.
I know. I rewatched this and I went like, if I said anything negative about this or any of the songs, I was wrong because I think that this is just so brilliant. I even like We Don't Talk About Bruno a lot more than I used to. My favorite, I love every single song. My favorite may be the first one, Family Madrigal. But I love all of the songs so equally, really. And yeah, it's just so brilliantly, it just feels so Hamilton. The entire soundtrack, which is a plus for me because I adore that. I adore the characters. I adore one of my favorite things is Mirabelle and Antonio because it's such a sweet little relationship, and he's just so scared about if the things that happened to her is going to happen to him, and you get to see her as a little girl just wanting to be magical like her family, and the door dissolves in front of her and it's just so heartbreaking. And then he shows up with the doorknob, whispers to her, "We made this for you." And I'm just like, everything with this is so sweet. And the sequence with the Dos Origatos, where it's did I say that wrong? Where her abuelo it dies. It's just so tragic and emotional. And for me, seeing him have those babies and then not be able to be there with them made me so sad because I'm gonna be a dad at some point soon. And it's just so I don't know, it hit me on another level watching it from a different perspective. But also, I think that the strength of this movie, I know I'm going on long, but I really love this movie.
Oh, it's your number 3, dude.
Milk it.
Encanto, what it does is it's like Disney. Watching it in the perspective of Disney for 61 films, I'm like, Disney's trying so hard throughout the thing to be progressive. Like, it starts out really problematic, and then like Disney Renaissance, it's like it's wants to be progressive, but in some ways it's still kind of problematic. Even our number one has some like problematic stuff in it. But then Encanto, I think it's just perfectly does everything that a progressive movie should do, with basically the entire cast is Latino, except for I think Alan Tudyk is in the movie still. He's the token white guy in there.
Doesn't he like play a parrot though? Isn't he not even talking?
Probably.
Yeah.
That's tracks for him. But yeah, I love all the characters. It's so progressive. It's so beautiful. Animate. I love how it's the Mariposas. Like Mirabelle has like butterflies all over her clothing, and it's like she's like the embodiment of the progression of these people, and it's so important too because of how with Donald Trump and all of the politics as of late, like really trying to stamp down on like illegal immigration and stuff. This movie is so about that, and it's so important about how we should lift up people in society instead of trying to stamp down on them and stuff like that.
Chad,
but,
you know what Dos Orguitas translates to?
Yeah, two caterpillars.
Yeah, and the butterflies. It's all
Exactly.
so good. So
That's
good.
why it works so well for me, because it's like the fruition and the hopefulness of these people to develop into something new, and that's not scary. Just like the abuela thinks it's scary, but it's not. It's like you can be something else, and it's still beautiful. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. Don't apologize. It's okay. Yeah, this was my number 6. I like both Dill and Chad have said. The first time I watched this movie, I think I gave it like 4 stars on Letterboxd. I was like, it was fine. Rewatching it just has grown completely on me. I think the themes in this movie are so strong and so important, and just the movie overall is absolutely brilliant. Like, to have the number of characters in this movie that are there, and we for most of the characters we get either a moment of growth or we get to see them develop. Like, we get time with these characters, and they each represent something really significant. To a lot of different people. Like Louisa, she represents, I think, for a lot of people, the oldest sister has to be the strongest, and the oldest sister is expected to be constantly working and taking care of the rest of the family, because maybe and like the pressure that comes with that, and it can be so overwhelming. And kind of a similar thing with Isabella. She's expected to be absolutely perfect and just make these beautiful flowers, and she's finally able to kind of like break free and make all of these different kind of plants and do something a little bit different. And she doesn't wind up with the guy that she's supposed to be like not betrothed, but she's like, both of the families want them to get married. And with Mirabelle, we get that she's gets this pressure and isolation because she's so different from the rest of her family. She doesn't have the gift. At least at first that's what you're led to think. I love how in this movie, like the scene between Mirabelle and Abuela, where they're arguing and the cracks start to form. It's both of them contributing to these cracks. It's not just the Abuela, it's not just Mirabelle. It's both of them are like, you see it. It starts to increase when Abuela's like saying, the very hurtful things she says, and then it just falls apart when Mirabelle starts to say the very hurtful things that she says in response. Like, I don't know, I think it is, and just like, I think dealing with these theme of familial trauma and like expectations that can come with your parents or your grandparents or your ancestors, regardless, kind of creating this better life for you, the pressure that can come with that, and trying to live up to those expectations, and parents dealing with their kids maybe not living up to the expectations they initially had for their kids, or the the dreams that they initially had. Like, you know, not everyone turns out to be the same. I don't know. This movie I've just fallen in love with. So sorry
Beautiful.
to talk for so long too.
No, don't.
James.
Yeah, I had content number 6, and I mean, for the reasons everyone's already mentioned, it's a fantastic movie. That was the first time I had seen it during the rewatch. We didn't catch it when it first came out, but it definitely stuck with me as one of their much better offerings. I mean, like, to reiterate everything you guys have said about like the fan values, you know, not having to be the same as everyone else, all those kind of things just really, really made this movie to be really, really good. And it's one that I feel like I can still like if I were to rewatch it again, probably feel the same way about it and put it as high as I did.
Phenomenal. Is it time for our number
Okay,
one?
so for our number 1, I just wanted to do a little very interesting stat to me at least. This is the only film that was in all of our top 10.
Makes sense.
But it was also in all of our top 2.
Makes sense.
So I think this really shows how freaking varied, and like, I know we had a lot of actually the similar movies ranked towards the bottom, but I think once we hit like 40 or 50 even, oh yeah. Okay, so number 1 film, almost unanimous but not quite, it is The Lion King. The only
2
movie
people
we've been
have
talking about.
Hakuna Matata on their shirts.
Yeah, we
Love
do.
it.
If you go to Animal Kingdom and Disney World, you got about like 70 more of them.
Nice.
They're all over.
I think you
and
start
we're
us
beginning
off.
with me. This is iconic. It's a masterpiece. I know there's some problematic stuff in it. It's the hyenas. It's the hyenas.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's
Yeah.
awesome.
But you can gloss over it. I mean, you should understand, but it doesn't detract from the movie for me. I still love those characters. I think Ed is really, really funny. It's like, did you know about it, Ed? And then she's supposed to say no, and he goes, this movie's hilarious. It's beautiful. It has some of the best characters, some of the best songs ever. The cast is incredible. Rowan Atkinson, Jonathan Taylor Thomas, frickin' Darth Vader. I don't know. It's just incredibly iconic. Like, the opening sequence is the best opening sequence in all of Disney animation. Just the circle of life closing with the and then just the Lion King. It's perfect. I don't know. The music is really fun. It just has such a deep story. Like, when I watched Black Panther, I had such, reminiscent vibes from the Lion King, and that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing, because I love those types of stories about like wanting to be, like your dad, and just, having, the uncle kill the dad. It's very like, what is it? Shakespeare. It's very Shakespearean, which is really cool, but it's not like Henry V, where it is Shakespearean, because you can actually understand it. I don't know. It's just a perfect movie. I could go on, like you said, Dylan. It's hard to say anything about a movie that you just adore. You're just trying to like think about things that you love. I love Timon and Pumbaa. Even though we're talking about like things being dated, I still love like the callbacks to like Taxi Driver and stuff like that at the end.
And, Mr. What's it called?
They call her Mr. Pig.
In the heat of the night.
Yeah. It's just perfect. I don't know. Like, I love the third act is incredible. Just like the score is incredible. This was the Hans Zimmer one, best score, right? Yeah,
his first before Dune. Yeah, he had
freaking incredible. And then Matthew Broderick's great in it. Jeremy Irons. I'll just keep going naming things, so just go ahead. It's just fantastic. What else can I say?
Hamlet with lions, aka the Lion King. This has been my favorite movie since it came out.
Same.
I think I was 3 or 4 when it came out. I think I saw it in theaters. It's hard to remember because sometimes, I definitely have made up memories in my mind.
You were
before.
3, so were you making memories at the time?
I don't know. I don't think, but I think I have a memory of having a memory of like remembering. I don't know. Hard to describe. Anyways, I have loved this from the first time I saw this movie. It has been my favorite movie ever. Like not just Disney, but just ever. It's my favorite movie. The beginning is like, it's just so cinematic and iconic. And it's like when the song finishes and he lifts up Simba and it's just like, boom, the line. It's like, what? You don't expect that from.
And everybody's done that move when they've had a child. It's like that. And then you sing the one, Dear Theodosia or whatever from.
It's hard to say, but I just love every moment of this movie. Scar's always been my favorite villain. He's just so bad. I think he actually is the best villain song, but I know it's debatable.
And then they have all the Nazi imagery.
Yeah.
Way to prop up your villain by making him a Nazi.
Makes him scarier.
Yeah.
I don't know. This movie, you get so much sadness from it. Like when Mufasa dies and Simba is outcast. But it is just, it's so hopeful. Like, when Simba, finally kind of has the meeting with his father, like in the sky and just comes back. I don't know. Everything about this movie, I absolutely love it. I'll say, plug for The Lion King too. Maybe just because I freaking watched it. I haven't rewatched it since I was a kid, I will say. But I freaking loved that movie as well when I was a kid. Maybe just because it's, the same characters. Timon and Pumbaa are just always going to be hilarious. I love Nathan Lane so much.
Yeah.
It is hard to say a lot more just because every moment I just love. Completely.
But also like talk about gaslighting with him telling Simba that it's his fault.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Holy shit, that gets to you.
Yeah,
James.
It does.
Yeah, I mean this is an awesome movie. It's so good. There's so little to look down on with it. I mean every part of the music's amazing, like we've already said. I Stampede scene is just so cool the way that that plays out. I love this movie so much. I don't mind going against the grain, making it my number 2, but this is definitely an awesome.
Wouldn't be the first time.
I suppose not, but no, this is definitely an awesome movie all around. I absolutely love this one too. It's just so good.
Love it, Dylan. Close it out.
Yeah, it's my number 63. Oh, sorry, it's my number 1. I love
63?
it. Yeah,
it's
that bad. No, I'm kidding. No, it's like all 61, then Song of the South, then like no, I love this. I loved it as a kid, but then when I got to college and I took a Shakespeare course, I was reading Hamlet and I'm like, oh, Claudius is a lot like Scar. And then I was like, oh shit. This is the Lion King. And then I'm like, wait, but how did Timon and Pumbaa come into this? And then Rosencrantz and Guildenstern the picture, and I'm like, oh my god, it's them. It's so good though, and I like how you touched on the Hans Zimmer thing because a lot of people are like the music is so good. I mean, Elton John. I'm like, my favorite music is not any of the songs. It's when he's marching up to Pride Rock and it's raining down on him, and it's like the epic Hans Zimmer score. That's my favorite music in the whole movie. And then when the sun finally comes out, and then the African chanting, and then it transitions into the circle of life again, and it's so good. I love it so much. It's my favorite animated movie.
Even during the scene where he sees his dad in the sky, that music is incredible.
Music's so good. Yeah. I love it. It's iconic for all the right reasons. It's my favorite animated movie, favorite Disney movie. it would be my favorite movie if one or two films didn't exist.
Singing in the Rain.
If Singing in the Rain and Eternal Sunshine didn't exist, this is my number one. If not.
Wow.
I really love it. It's in my top 4. It's right on there, the Letterboxd 4.
Just above Toy Story 3, right?
Yeah, I think it's like the 3 of them and either Toy Story 3 or Paddington 2. I forget what's up there, but I change out my number 4 all the time. But like this is like my number 3 all time. And even then, like if I'm gonna watch a movie, like I'll probably watch this before Eternal Sunshine. It's just like I think that movie is just like for me one of my favorites. But again, this is iconic for all the right reasons. It's amazing. Don't have much else to say. Amazing.
Love it.
We did it. We did it.
We did it. Love that it was number 1. We in this recording we reached about some 5 hour. I don't know. I was gonna cut it down to see and see if we're gonna if I want to keep this one video or maybe make it 2. We'll have to see. I'll have to figure out what's the best idea to do. But I'm so glad we did this. This was such an ambitious undertaking. Because Dylan over on his channel over the Dill Pickle Movie Network, he did his own rankings, but he split it up. And I was gonna do that initially, but then it's like, what fun to maybe just do all of them in one thing. And it's like, I mean, it's so hard to just find time to watch all 61, and then to rank them. I like had to find different ways to do this. Like I'd made like a tier list, and I was like, how do I figure this shit out? A lot of them are so different and, all this stuff, but, I love doing it because now I can say I've seen every single one and, maybe at some point I have to do it again, see if my ranking's different the next time. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Three Caballeros will be your number 1 someday. Chad.
Wait, what?
Three Caballeros will be your number 1 someday. I know
definitely.
it.
But this was fun. Thank you guys so much for doing this. Because it's not easy on anyone to watch this many movies and then rank them. And I think this format, even though it was a little long, worked really well. Any other thoughts about how this went?
That is amazing. And
I'd
say James gets the MVP for the shortest amount of time to watch all of them. Like I remember I had been watching these across like months, and then like James is like, I'm at Atlantis, and I'm like, how did he like he watched them so quick? He tore through them. So
James got COVID.
Still, there's an asterisk, but he still did it. And
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
There's an asterisk.
I'm impressed though.
All right. Well, people who've watched this already kind of know the plugs. Anybody want to plug anything real quick? All right. We'll just keep this. We'll just end it. Thank you guys so much for this. Disney's fantastic. We all love it. We did it. Please make sure you like and subscribe to this video. Check out our other ones. I don't know. We're doing like Quentin Tarantino and some other things later down the line. So look for those. Watch our other videos. We have a great time doing this. Thank you so much for watching. And are you ranking with me?